Hello, good morning. We can start.
Hello, good morning, Africa. Good morning, wherever you're joining us from. My name is Olajumoke Turiola. I'm an MVP and I'm super glad to be here. I hope every one of you are feeling the same energy. We're going to start very soon. I mean, we're starting already, but just in a few minutes, I'm going to be introducing the first speaker. But I just want you all to settle down. We're going to have a very lovely event. We have great lineups of speakers for you. Once again, I want to welcome you to the MVP Conference Africa. This is in collaboration with the MVP Conference Portuguese and Brazil, and we're having a very lovely time with very great lineups of speakers. So just settle down, and we're going to be having a great ride together. So I'm going to be introducing our very first speaker on the list, in the person of Shijigo Okpala. We call him CJ. And today he's going to be giving us a bit of introduction to AI in Azure, generative AI introduction to AI in Azure. He's going to just give us and then just settle down. Once again, I'm just going to give us a bit of housekeeping rule. The session is going to be recorded, so even if you cannot join or you're having connection problem, no sweat. We're going to have access to it. It's going to be published on our YouTube channel, and you can always have access to it. Please do well to use the comment section to pen down your question. Whatever question you have, we're going to be treating it one after the other, and then we'll do well to treat it. But even if we can't take all of the questions, because the sessions are actually very jam-packed, but then we will try as much as possible to attend to your question without wasting much of our time, because we want to start at the very spot on time. I'm going to be leaving the stage right now to CJ, and then CJ, take over, please.
Thank you very much, Olajumoke. It's really a pleasure to be here. Thank you for introducing me as a fellow MVP. We've known each other for way back. Yeah, guys, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Wherever you are joining, I'm happy to join the team here to present an interesting section in generative AI in Azure Cloud as part of the MVP program. So without further ado, I would share my screen and let's go. It's yeah. Okay, guys. So today we'll be discussing about generative AI in Azure Cloud. So a lot of you guys already know what Gen AI is. I believe a lot of you have already used Copilot or used ChatGPT. So today I'll be discussing about an intro to it and what that means on how that sits in the Microsoft Azure Cloud or Microsoft ecosystem, how Microsoft applies that in its ecosystem. Yeah, so first we need to, before we go further with what is Gen AI or dive into in Gen AI, we need to look at first artificial intelligence. So a lot of you guys know what that is. So artificial intelligence is just a way we apply intelligence to uh, normal things, or basically how we derive intelligence artificially. So if you take the name out, it is basically it's how, in other words, how we teach computers to think, learn, as well as also to make decisions or based on inputs given to it, and then also based on set of data provided to it. So you can use it for in cases like generative AI, as well as in agents and building agents and automation, as well as using natural languages, computer vision as well, and then extract informations. So all these are just a subset of artificial intelligence, and part of that is also what is called machine learning. So machine learning itself, you can see often it's the word artificial intelligence and machine learning are interchangeably used in different contexts. So, but they all means uh, the same. But then the difference is on the application and the target. So, personally, the first time I encountered artificial intelligence is when I use it for data processing. So, I created a model. I collected a data set and then build a model around that for predictive analysis. So for you guys, I do believe those in the tech environments already have a kind of a hands-on exposure to artificial intelligence. So our focus today, like I explained, is on generative AI. So generative AI in itself is basically um, you give an input based on the guardrails, given guardrails, and then and then the computer or the model generates a completely new output. That's very interesting, right? So that means that we teach from the input we give, the model built around it. So the GenAI model, so let's say Gemini, ChatGPT, or Copilot, based on a set of database or data collected or a model created, it provides a new, completely new output based on the model. And there's a learning in that model provided. So the model itself is the input. And then that this input is treated, organized around data collected, and they're mapped out. And the mapping are based on guardrails, velocity, and dimensions, and then it is now gives an output which is completely new, and that's quite unique, very interesting in itself. So that helps us these days to, like, say, for instance, if you have a question or you want to research something, you just use ChatGPT. So, okay, you put some inputs and then it gives you an answer, and that is based on different inputs being built around that model. Yeah, so you could see the GenAI tools we have now, for instance, Copilots have now gone to a newer model, which is more smarter than the model it started with before, when GenAI or Copilots or ChatGPT were introduced in the market. So today we'll be looking at on how to develop AI solution on Azure. So I'll give kind of an introductory level on that aspect. Looking at the time, if we have a lot of time spared, then I can now go deeper on building a live model, and then we can look at how that model looks like in an Azure AI environment called Azure AI Foundry. So a bit more insight on what is Gen AI, generative AI. So it's basically uh, it creates, it gives you a new content. So you put an input, it generates a new content, and that's based on a language model. I do believe a lot of you have heard about LLMs. So that means large language models. So language models are built around the output you receive when you make a query on say on Copilot or ChatGPT, and it involves a lot of training. So sorry, data are trained with a lot of data collected, and then it is now based on a lot of weights. So weights are basically parameters. So parameters just like the policies or instruction given in or applied to that large data collected, and then it's now built around smaller language models. Yes, and so the training itself is now based, say, you give parameters, so the weights, and then you now apply it, and then you now further down chunk it to a different smaller parameters. That now say, for instance, if somebody asks a given question, it gives a particular output to the question the person asks. So, like I mentioned earlier, the input you give comes in form of a prompt. So you have a prompt, you give a prompt, the question you ask is a prompt, and then it comes out, it gives an output which contains a generated response. So the response can be natural language, an image, or code. So prompts in AI generative AI chat section. So you have, for instance, we do have two types of prompts. We have like system prompts. We also have the user prompts. So system prompts it just constraints and guidelines you give for model behavior. So guidelines, instructions you give on the model, on the data. And then the user prompt is now basic questions or specific questions you want to ask based on those data is collected, based on those data collected and modeled and trained. So the completion response is now based on not generated by the model. So that's it gives you the output itself. Yeah. So within the Microsoft ecosystem, there's a tool called Azure AI Foundry. So that's where it's where you can build your own model. So like you could build agents there. Also, you can try out different models in the market. So for instance, Gemini, you can also try out ChatGPT, their models as well. You can also build your own models. So by building your own model means that you collect your own set of data, give it policies like guardrails, parameters, so and weights, and then give it a velocity. And now you now choose and now apply the kind of vectors you need. So within that, you can now have, like, for instance, say you want to build um, a conversational app or a chatbot that is now based around uh, trained data and applied it. So within the Microsoft ecosystem, we have Azure AI Foundry. So within Azure AI Foundry, we have resources like, for instance, the agents. We also have various models within Azure Foundry. So we have the Gemini. We also have other tools commonly used. So a lot of you guys already are using a lot of WhatsApp. So WhatsApp has Gemini feature in it incorporated. So that's the AI intelligence part of WhatsApp, for instance. We also have other Azure AI services. So, for instance, speech, language learning, modeling, chat, and voice recognition tools like that. So we also have another tool which is called the Azure AI Hub-based project. So this is another environment within the Microsoft ecosystem where you can now build your prompt, and then you can also build your prompt flow in it, and then you apply a given set of compute. So the compute is where you do your training, and then you apply the model. So you can also choose uh, Azure Storage where you can store your data. So you're from unclean data to clean data, and then you can also use Azure Keywords. Azure Keywords, for those who don't know, is a resource in Azure Cloud where you can where you can store secret information or secret data, anything that is sensitive. You don't want to be have it in the open. Now you can also now within the environment now use the agent foundry. So the agent within the Azure AI Foundry, and then you now use the models within our Foundry, AI Foundry. Would be models like Gemini, ChatGPT, Copilot, or any other third-party models out there in the market. And then you can now leverage other tools from Microsoft resources. So for voice recognition, tools like um, chatbots, natural language, or voice recognition tools. This is a bit of how the Azure AI Foundry looks like. So this is just basically an environment, an ecosystem where you can now do your own AI training or AI model representation. So for those of you, so most of you guys use ChatGPT. So you open a web-based browser, you open ChatGPT, you just type a question there. This is similar. So Azure AI Foundry portal is just a web-based portal where you could now create and manage hubs and projects. So you create a project, you create a hub, and then you can manage service connections there. So if you want to leverage other environments or other services to it. Now, also in this AI Foundry portal, it integrates with AI services in itself, and then in it you can also deploy models. You choose there are different categories of models you could choose from based on capacity, based on throughput and capacity. And also in this Foundry environment is where you can now test your models interactively in what we call a playground. Furthermore, you can also fine tune your models based on guardrails, so based on policies or guardrails or parameters or vectors and velocity you want. Likewise, you can also create flows, so prompt flows in Azure AI Foundry portal. Then you can also compare various models and prompt flows. So, for instance, if you're using ChatGPT recently, ChatGPT now has a new version, I think version 5.2. So you can compare old previous version and then with the latest version to see the differences in outputs. For content safety within Azure Foundry, you can apply content safety. So content safety is, for instance, where you put a safety guardrails in your model. So, for instance, let's say you are building a model uh, that you use for your workplace on enterprise grade purposes. You don't want it to be in the public, for instance, or you won't want it to be easily accessible to anybody via the web. You can now build safety around it, as well as safety on the content, so the data itself within the model. Puts safety around it to secure it in terms of who accesses it and where can it go, and making it the content more secured and only be available to those or how you want where you want it to be shared. And also within the Azure AI Foundry portal is where you can create AI agents. So you could create Copilot agents, build it and create it and leverage it as you want. And then lastly, the Azure AI Foundry is where you can also do your edit and testing of your code. So this is a little bit of how the Azure AI Foundry looks like. So just web-based, you could see different models like Croc Tree. You can also see Gemini, Yo Tree, and also you can also see for model route or use for chart completion from Microsoft. So at the end, I would show a demonstration on how you could now experience Azure AI Foundry portal. So basically, you will need create accounts on Azure AI Foundry portal. For those of you who are already familiar with Azure portal, you can from Azure portal and type in Foundry, and then it pops up, and then from there you could now it connects you to Azure AI Foundry. Alternatively, you can also go directly using this URL to access Azure AI Foundry environment. Now, within there, you can create a project, then deploy and test a generative AI model. So you can, like I mentioned, you can choose different models you want from Copilot, from Gemini, Krog, Cloud, from also ChatGPT. So based on uh, what you want to achieve, so based on costs as well as based on throughput as well. So they have different compute needs, and that is based predominantly based on the kind of how large your data is, for instance. So the larger your data collected means it will require more compute. So within the Azure AI Foundry, we have what is called the model catalog. The model catalog, as you can see here, displays different models in which you can use. So you could see Krog for chat completion. You could see ChatGPT, GPT image for text to image. So you have a text, and then it gives you an image output. So input tests, and then you get output you get image as an output. Likewise, you have GPT. This from Gemini, GPT-4, and it's kind of a mini for audio. This was in preview. As for audio generation, so you want to audio generation. It gives you an audio, so like a voiceover, for instance. Say, for instance, you most people like on YouTube they create content or build contents, and if they don't want to use their real voice, they can use like a voiceover, so an audio generation. So this model from Gemini is a solution for that. So basically, the model catalog is just a centralized repository for models. So, for instance, GPT models from OpenAI models. You can also use Microsoft models. Also, like I said, third-party models. So, NVIDIA, Meta. Meta is from Facebook, and also Cohera and other ones, Gemini, Krog. Yeah. So you will need to select a model. So the selection of a model is based on various factors. So uh, it's based, for instance, the license and the kind of vendor you're selecting. Also based on cost and size. So like I mentioned, so the more data you have to train and collect, the more the cost increases. Likewise, the how you want the performance to be. So it gives kind of a performance matrix, and then further on with deployment options. So deployment option means how you want it to be deployed. So do you want is it something you want to deploy it in terms of within an environment, or you want to do more of a technical deployment? So where you have to like uh, use agents or agent you build yourself, or use like an agent somebody else built or agent that is available. And then also based model selection also based on regional availability factor. So for most of you who don't know, let's say you go on Azure Foundry to build to select a model. So some of this model are not accessible in some region. You want to deploy, so you want to deploy in a given region. So most of them are not available. So model selection factor is also based on regional availability. So region means where you're located. So you would normally would deploy a resource or build an agent or build a Gen AI model closer to where you're located because of latency issues. So let's say you're, you're based in Ghana, you would like also use a data center of Microsoft based in Ghana. So you list you're based in London, you build it around data center of Microsoft based in London. That way you reduce latency issues. So latency by latency issue means you you get the response you need quicker. So performance wise, broad, basically about bandwidth and stuff like that. So there's something we have model benchmark. So model benchmark are basically how you compare uh, language models. So there are different language models available. So based on different performance they have. So you could see, for instance, GPT 4.0. We have a list of models here. So GPT 35, Llama, Mistral, Fee, 3 Medium. So they have different metrics, different outputs. So by output means different performance, what they can achieve, what they can do, and what they can achieve. So you could now see, for instance, uh, by metrics in terms of quality index. So in terms of how good the model is to the result you want to be you want it to achieve. It also means, like for instance, how you want to apply it. So you want accuracy, for instance, and also how what do you call it, the scores. So you have the accuracy scores that are available that you want to bench it against the data set. You also have the cost. So cost is basically uh, what does the model cost? So based on the cost per token. So for both the inputs, the prompts, as well as the output responses. So that's also a common metrics parameter. Then we also have coherence. So coherence in itself basically evaluates how well the language model can produce output that flows smoothly, reads naturally, as well as resembles human-like language. Then we also have the fluency. So fluency just evaluates the language proficiency of a generative AI predicted answer. So it basically assesses how well the generated text adheres to grammatical or synthetic structures. Then we also have other metrics, so GPT similarity. So that's just like it's just a measure of quantities that quantifies the similarity between a ground truth sentence or documents and then on the prediction sentence generated by an AI model. So basically, it's calculated by first computing sentence level embeddings using embeddings for APIs for both the truth and the model predictions. And then further, we have relevance and then latency as well. So in model deployment options are different ways to deploy your models. So you can use standard deployments. You can also use serverless compute. Serverless compute means you don't have to set up the network back end. We also have managed compute. Managed compute is like where Microsoft manage the compute itself. So like the storage, the network, the connection for you. And then there's always like the hosting billing basis around it. And these are different performance levels, whether using standard deployments, serverless deployments, compute, or managed compute. So in optimizing model performance, so you optimize the context where the model lacks contextual knowledge and you want to maximize response accuracy. Then we also have you also optimize the model. So you want to improve the response format, so the style or the speed by maximizing consistency of behavior. So these are different thresholds around it. So RAG, so retrieval augmented generation. So you also have combined strategies. So you have the prompt engineering plus the RAG, and then you fine tune the outputs, fine tune the RAG, so the retrieval augmented generation, you fine tune it. And then with fine tuning, you just have to, it's basically where you add more model training with example like prompts and responses. So to share, I will switch my screen to show a bit about the Azure environment on Azure AI Foundry, what you can do about it as well. So basically, in Microsoft Foundry, you have different ways to create a model. So this is the Microsoft Foundry environment. You can get into it through Azure Portal or directly through the URL. So first you start with creating a model. So you create a resource. So a resource is just for those of you just like a tool within Azure environments. So I have subscription, Azure Portal subscription. I have a resource group already created. So ing, I will give a name, AI ing. So this is the name of the resource I want to create. So right by region, I'm in West Europe. I will choose West Europe in the list because of latency issue. Now you have to provide the name of your project. So by default, Azure Foundry gives you a name, a default name. Now quickly review and create. Now it checks if all the inputs are correct, and then you create, go further to create. So it's now creating the AI Foundry environment for you. So deployment is in progress. So it's ready. So this is just it's loading up. So this is the environment we just created. So we now go to Foundry portal. So so this is basically the Foundry environment on this project. So the project name is this, and we are provided with endpoint and keys. and they also like an API model. So we have libraries like Microsoft Foundry libraries, Azure OpenAI libraries, also libraries for Azure AI. So go further to all these guys are seeing the screen. Let me check if I'm sharing the right screen.
Yes, we can see. We were seeing your screen before.
It,
Should it?
a new screen open, so that's why. Let me
We were seeing it before.
see. Okay, I see the screen with overview. So environments. Yeah,
Okay. Yes, Foundry, right? Microsoft Foundry.
the market finding with project user. So inside the project I
Yeah.
created
But could you just enlarge it a bit so that we can see?
this.
Yeah, just increase the summit.
Let's go. Better now?
Yeah, we can go on. Let's go on.
Okay, good. So this is the project, Foundry project we just created. The project name. So we can use quota. So we have like, it gives you a kind of a quota. Quota means the compute you will need to build a Gen AI. So based on the model. So a quote means just basically the compute you needed. So we have now 1K quota total to use. And we can also use C resources we have in place. We can also use, for instance, have like connected resources. So you can connect any resource you need. So you can also get to go back to the project. Also here, you can also leverage the playground. So playground is where you could launch your model, like you add a code or a code base, do a code based analysis, or you could give an input, like a prompt, like write a sales report based on a parameter. So we can just try one out. In the interest of time, we need to select a model. So then it's loading up. So let's say we select ChatGPT Nano confirm, it's loading up. Then we are deploying it. So we have model size capacity 250K token per minute in West hosted in West Europe. Deploy. Yeah. So this is ChatGPT model I'm using. So I can ask a question, type in a question. So like how you do in a chat in the ChatGPT environment. So that's what is today's date. So it's generating a new input for me. So yeah, see the output. Today's date is June 27, 2024. So this is based on the model built in this environment. So the data is based on the data fetched on that day when this model is built. So the model has data collected and that is going to output June 27, 2024. So not really today's day, but based on the outputs of the model built with this model. So that gives you an answer back. So today's date is June 27, 2024. Yeah. So that's a bit about it. It's quite interesting what you can do in this environment using Azure AI Foundry. Thank you, guys. If there's any question, let me know. Do we have any questions from the environment, from the journals?
All right. Thank you so much, CJ, for that. That was a very, very lovely session. We don't have any question on the chat window for now. I think we're quite very good. And then, but I'll just stay behind because we have 2 minutes time buffer if there is any question. But right now, there is no question. And we're going to go on
Right.
a quick break and then come back in about 5 minutes time. So thank you guys. Just stick around. The next session is going to be by me. And then I don't want to say the title yet. I don't want to say the topic. I want you, I just want to put you in that suspense. So just, you know, hold on and come back here. Thank you. Thank you so much, CJ. That was a very lovely session.
It's a
And then
pleasure.
setting the tone for the event, giving us the background of how we can get around with the AI tools in Microsoft Azure. Thank you so much. Yeah.
It's a pleasure. Bye, guys.
Right. All right. I think we're 5 minutes is over, and I hope we're all having fun so far. It's been a very, very lovely session so far. And oh, CJ is not here. I don't have anybody to introduce me. All
I,
right,
I'm
so
here. I'm here. I'm here. Okay, let me introduce you. I asked. Let
I'm
me,
here
okay.
too.
Okay.
okay.
Let me introduce you. Um, if I remember. Yeah. Let's see. So after the countdown, right, I could proceed, Johnson, right, to introducing her.
Okay, no problem. We can continue the countdown and use it only in the first session.
I mean, I have a question. I mean,
Yeah, he's already 9:45, so you can go ahead and introduce me.
Yes,
okay,
perfect.
okay, good, good. Yes, good. Can I proceed?
Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, guys. Thanks for joining in the part of the world you are. It's a pleasure to be here. It was interesting sections going on already. So for our next speaker, we have an interesting speaker, an MVP as well, Olajumoke Toriola. She's quite a fantastic lady. I've worked with her in the past on MVP projects. We did an event last year, AgentCon in Lagos, Nigeria. So she will be joining us and delivering an interesting section. I hope you guys will enjoy it. Yeah,
All
the
right,
floor is
thank you so
yours.
much. Thank you so much, CJ. I mean, my head is swelling here when I heard she's a very interesting lady. I said, oh, this is great. All right, I'm going to be sharing my screen a little bit. Good morning once again, Africa. And like I said, if you're joining outside Africa, good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you're joining from. I mean, amazing session that we have lined up for you guys here. And please don't miss it for a bit. Please don't miss it. We have a lot, to give to you today. So I'm just going to quickly share my screen. And as he just said, my name is Olajumoke Turiola. I'm fondly called MJ. And I like to always leave a disclaimer. MJ is not Michael Jackson. So if you ask me to take any step, you are in for a surprise because I can't take any step. But like I used to say, my name is Olajumoke Tirela, but you're free to meet me and call me MJ wherever you see me. I want to believe that you can see my screen, right? So for the topic today, it's prompt-driven UI using GitHub Copilot to ship a mobile-first website in 30 minutes. And I mean, that sounds very daring, but I mean, you know all the pressure that developers go through today in fast delivery, after iteration, and all of that changes that you need to make, and all the pressure coming on developers today. But I love the fact that CG already gave us a little bit of background of what we're looking at and how AI is taking shape. AI is not something that is new. AI is just, just became transformed. I like to use those words that why COVID came in and everybody went through some sort of transformation, some digital transformation was accelerated. It also happened that when AI came in, all of a sudden everything just it went through some sort of transformation. Before now, we have just AI just answering prompts, giving you text. But today, we have autonomous AI agents that can actually reason, that can make decision on their own. So we see that level of evolution even with artificial intelligence. And what this means is that from a developer's perspective, it means that there is an opportunity for you today to be able to even build faster and deliver faster. So gone are those days when developers will tell, in quotes, It's going to use some so time for you to complete a project. Today, you have a peer programmer that can make it faster. And that's what I'm going to be showing us in a bit. So, um, so I think there's been an introduction already with me, and I'm MVP, and the MVP I'm MVP in Microsoft Azure, and also on the Microsoft 365 Copilot category, and also I'm a member of the of the Microsoft Regional Director. So I am part of the program also, and then um if you want to catch up with me, just go to my LinkedIn. I don't want to waste time so much on introduction. So first thing, what is GitHub Copilot? Oh, sorry. I see that I have double GitHub there. Apologies for that. So when we talk about GitHub Copilot, we talk really about how AI is transforming and then taking shape in every component of Microsoft's products, and GitHub is part of it. And then, so we look at GitHub Copilot as offering advanced AI-driven agents and coding tools within Visual Studio Code today. So if you are a developer, the likelihood is that you will be using Visual Studio Code. And then from GitHub, you can have like from Visual Studio, you can have like a chat interface with the GitHub Copilot where you'll be able to chat and then be able to give instructions and all of that. Now, these GitHub Copilot are actually autonomous agents, and they're able to plan, they're able to implement, they're able to verify changes throughout an entire project by just leveraging the comprehensive semantic analysis of the code base that you are building or you're supplying. So you can, and the beauty about it is that you have multiple agent sessions that can be executed simultaneously, whether you're doing it locally or in the background or in the cloud. You have that flexibility with GitHub Copilot. Now, the flexibility to select the Copilot, to even integrate it with third-party agents such as Claude. I mean, of you, maybe you can put in the chat window that you've heard of Claude, you heard of Codex. In fact, they are quite very fantastic AI models today that are being shipped. Today, we have Codex 5.4 or ChatGPT 5.4 that is released today and is even available in Copilot. So you can see the transformation. So it is not really a competition or a war around AI models. Sometimes the truth about it is that when I see the speed of the transformation, the speed of how all of these things are shipped out this day, I tell myself, is that how can I really catch up and all of that? And then knowing fully well my position in my organization, and I'm someone that I always like to still be in touch with technology. I don't always say, oh, I just want to be an operational person alone. I still want to get my hands dirty and all of that. So you can see GitHub Copilot giving you the ability for you to be able to integrate with these third-party agents, like I said, like Claude and Codex, or you can even deploy your own custom agent. That's the flexibility, all managed from a unified control panel, which is from your Visual Studio and from your, you can have all of that. And then the other aspect of it is that you have these enhanced coding workflows that is supported by inline suggestion, conversation chat features, and intelligent actions. These are all the things that you have inside of GitHub Copilot. So when we talk about how AI works in VS Code, we talk about four major things really. We talk about the language models, the agents loop, and then the context and the tools, which we're going to look at in a few minutes. Now, when you talk about the language model, VS Code use language models, uses large language models, which is LLM. CJ spoke a little bit about it. And what he used LLM to do is to power its AI features. So you can actually choose from multiple models through your GitHub Copilot plan, or even bring your own model. That is how flexible with it. And when we talk about LLM, if you're just hearing it for the first time, really, but I'd just like to give, is actually a type of AI that is designed to understand, generate, and process human language. So when we use the word large, we're talking about large data sets. And when we talk about the language model, is that capability for it to be able to use word to interpret human language and then be able to using deep learning techniques for and then generate the result that is required. And under the language models, we have non-deterministic, the same, which means that the same prompt can produce different results each time. That is what it means. And then you have context dependent also, which means it talks about the quality of the response depends on the quality and the relevance of the context you are providing in the prompt. And one of the things that you know today, that if you want to excel very well in artificial intelligence, you need to learn prompt. And prompt, when you talk about prompt, context is part of those features or capability you must take into consideration when you're writing. And then you will talk about, lastly, the knowledge boundaries. Models have been trained. This is talking about how you train the models on certain date or certain data, and then produce. CJ, can you mute? Thank you. All right, thank you. So you talk about knowledge boundaries, which are models are trained on data up to a certain date and might produce outdated or incorrect information for topics beyond that training data. So, but with Copilot, it mitigates this with you can mitigate this with Copilot with tools like web search and workplace indexes. So when you talk about the knowledge boundaries, you are actually confining the Copilot agents, or the agents, let me use the word, the right word. You're actually confining the AI agent to search, around the specific boundary or data, so that it does not hallucinate or even give you outdated content. So those are some of the things when you are working with large language model you have to take into consideration. And so when we talk about agents loop, how AI works, in VS Code. Now, when you talk about agents loop, AI coding assistance actually flows in a common agentic loop, which is what we can see on our screen. So in VS Code, the agent plans first and then acts, and then why the large language model guides those actions. So at each stage, the agent check for progress, select the next step, then it's just like you opening a file and then editing the file and all of that. So that's the same process that the agent goes through. So the first thing is that it selects the next step, edit the code, and then run the command, and then you can see an interface or something that comes to you. But the first thing he wants to do, that the agent does in an agent loop, is that what he understands. That is, the agent read the files that you're trying to give it. It searches the code base and look up documentation to understand what needs to change. And then later on, what he does is that it acts. Now, what the agent does in this case, it modifies the code. It runs the terminal command, it stores dependency and all of that. Then lastly, it does a form of validation. That is, the agent run text, check for compiler errors, and reviews it. I'm going to do a demo in a minute. Like I said, I don't want to bore you so much with so much story. And then the next step is the context. So in everything you do around GitHub Copilot, or the way you interact with agent, context matters really, because context encompasses all the information that the model can access while producing a reply. And that is why it is quite very important that when you're learning even prompt engineering, you know how to use context very well. So context matters because the model can only reason about what it can see. So sometimes people tell and then they give feedback and say, oh, the GitHub is not so, even when you use AI agent to say you want to build anything, it is not so intelligent, it's not even giving you the right response and all of that. At the end of the day, it doesn't give you what a developer will give you. And I say, no, the truth is, what are you giving it? The instruction you're giving it really, really matters for the output it's going to give you. And so this shows us how the VS Code assemble a context and all of that. It goes from the system instruction to the customization to the user message, and also to the implicit context and then explicit reference and all of that. Because of time, I won't spend so much time on it, but I'll give you contents at the end of the day for you to check it out. So in terms of tools, how does it work when it comes to tools? Tools are those essential components that enable the model to interact with your development environment effectively. And then one of those tools that we're going to be using today is the Visual Studio Code. It comes with built-in tools, and then that facilitates some sort of reading and then writing the files, executing the terminal commands, and all of that. So we're going to do that in a bit. So I'm just giving you a little bit of background of what GitHub Copilot is and how AI function around VS Code really, and because we're going to use the VS Code to build all of these. So I'm going to be changing my screen right now to my VS Code environment, and we're going to see how this works. Now, the first thing I'm going to do, let me open a new window before I just gonna so I'm gonna open a new window here and bring up my VS Code this way. All right. So how do you assess the GitHub Copilot? The first thing you need to do is that you have the free version. Actually, you have a free version that you can use. Let me see the pricing and all of that. You have a free version that you can actually sign up for, which is the free version that developers can just use for now. However, maybe before we go, I can share the pricing and how all of that works. But you have the free version. However, if you have signed up for it, let's see, you'll see agents. This is the agents here. You can see it's something that you need to actually enable. This is how you assess your GitHub Copilot and all of that, and then you can bring this up and you have to enable it. So me mousing around this, I'm just going to allow this to load a bit, and then I can quickly take us through what we're building for today. So what I'm going to do is that another way is I'm just going to enter a few prompts, and then we can see what is going to build for us in a few minutes. If you're attending Agent Camp and if you're attending Agent Camp Lagos, I tell you the truth, I used just 3 days to build that website, and I built all of that through what I'm not talking about 3 full days, to be honest. I'm not talking about it because anytime I finish my work, I start maybe community work around, let's say around 8 p.m. And then so I was using 3 hours in a day or less than 4 hours in a day to do all of that. And so that is what I use. It is just giving prompt all through this place is what I use. So if you want, just go to agentcamplagos.com and then open it up. You will see that is an example of a site that just giving a prompt that I use it to build it. So this is what your VS Code looks like and all of that. And if you want to, you can see a lot of the agents here. So I'm going to come up with this chart. So you can see a lot of the agents here. If you mouse around here, if you can see my screen, if you mouse around, you can see all of the other agents. You have your Claude, you have the other models. If I click on it, you have all of the other models like ChatGPT, the coders, the 5.2, 5.3, all of that. You have all of that listed yet. You get it. So, but most times what I like to do is that I normally use when I want to build, I normally like to use it, leave it at 10% so that, on auto, so that I can always get a 10% discount. I don't want to spend so much. Now, I'm just going to give this a prompt. And my prompt is this. So let's look at it together. I'm just going to give it a prompt that create a basic Node JS web app for sharing recipe, make it look modern and responsive. However, I want all the code base to be saved to this location because I've created a location, I've created a folder called recipe app, and I want all of it to be saved there. So I'm just going to give it this command and let's see what is going to happen. So one of the things about AI agents is the fact that it allows you to interact with it. And that interaction part of it is what is quite very interesting for me. Because, it makes me get, sometimes when you see me chatting or talking um, with the GitHub Copilot, I mean, with an agent within it, you would think the things that we ask developers to do, and I will have headache in explaining and going over and over again. Once I say it, I'll just say it like I'm interacting with my developers and all of that. And that's one of the things that people should see, that they should treat AI agents like some sort of a critical infrastructure, really, that you can, the same way you manage your infrastructure, you maintain it, you give instruction and all of that, you can clean it up, you maintain it. That's the same way we should do all of that today. So let's see, and hopefully internet is quite very low. Let me see if I'm signed up. Yeah, I'm signed in. And then so we're just going to start that. And while that is going on, let me quickly talk about the pricing aspect, because how do you get GitHub Copilot? So there are different ways for you to get GitHub Copilot. One of it is, skip this. Why? Skip this. Just work. GitHub Copilot. Um, Oh, sugar. I think I have an idea of what's going on. I'm not signed in yet. Okay, let me just sign in. And actually was telling myself this is going to be 10 minutes, because even then it doesn't even take up to even the 30 minutes I put. So we're just gonna see this in a minute. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me see. Let me just, maybe he's having. Let me stop this first. Um. All right. No, 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 no. It is. It is already. Let's see. I don't want something that's gonna. Let me just use the plug. Let me optimize the tools. Yeah. I want to sign in quickly. I'm not signing to GitHub, and that can be an issue. Okay. Okay. All right. Don't worry. No. Okay. I am going to start a new window. Sorry. I'm going to start a new window. I think I know the problem. Um, I think the problem was that I I actually put a location. I don't want it just to build in my C drive. So I'm just going to So it's telling me that, okay, so so the demo gods are on my case today. Oh. This is something that yesterday, just working on it, I didn't have to even waste so much time. Oh, very funny. All right then. Let's see. Now everything is acting up. Mm, 2 minutes left. Oh, so. This is going to um, myself. So right now, what I'm going to do is to quickly see how we can get GitHub Copilot, the difference, why that is going on. And then, so there are about two, as a student, that's some of the question that a lot of us ask, how do I get GitHub Copilot? So the GitHub Copilot Pro access is actually, how to get it as a student. You can actually go to a location, just do teacher and all of that. And even if you're an IT professional that you want to, you can actually get that. Why is this wasting my time? 22. This is funny. All right. Okay, so unfortunately, I still have 15 minutes. Let's see if within 15 minutes this will work. And if not, I'll just leave it and then forget about it. Okay, we start it up from here. Let's see. Let's stop this. Do you know why it's taking? Because I had a little bit of um I had a little bit of updates today. Don't know why that's, maybe that's why I'm having some form of problem. But then that's, yeah, I don't want yeah. Let's see. Okay, so I think while then take any question, if there is any question for these, but actually it's just for you to create, just give it a prompt, and that is what is, I mean, just give it a prompt, just give a prompt of what you want to build, and then that's all that matters. So I'm just gonna I don't want to have these. Yeah. Um, I also guess it's my internet that is, mm, yeah. GitHub Copilot. If you need, you can actually go to this place to get the plans for GitHub Copilot, and that would be all from me. I'm so sorry that I cannot demo the session. I actually want to demo it, but I still have some few minutes to go on. But if it comes out the way we want, fine. But if not, okay. I think the demo gods are not trying to hear my cry. All right, I think we're there right now. Why is it okay? Keep selecting. Okay, let me just select a storage new folder. Even though I use this, yeah. Why is it giving me this? It has never given me this before. Selecting a new workspace and all of that. So that's what the prompt is all about. Yeah. So I'm gonna just rewrite this prompt and then try to give it. Let me see what it's gonna bring up now. Hey, so if you want to visit, if you want to get how AI works in VS Code, these are all the resources, these are all the plans. If you want to get that, okay, so let me see again. This is really really funny. So my VS Code is acting up, to be honest, and I think that'll be the end of my session. I'm so sorry I couldn't show you. I actually was hoping to show you something. However, I can let me go to something I've built before now, so that it's not like let me quickly go. I'm going to check lower space. Let me quickly go to something that I've built so that let's look at agent completers. Um, it took me some time. So this is agent completers, and it's also the same way I built it. So I'm just going to show you right now how that was done. Oh, sorry. It's the same prompts, and then I use prompts to build that and all of that. And then when that came up, let's see. So I'm just gonna give you that. And this is what, so let me use that. So this is what that looks like for agent comp. So I'm going to do something real fast, and then I'm going to give it instructions since me creating a new one is not working. So let's say I just want to change something from this side, probably maybe from code to cognition, and then I added this from code to cognition. I'm changing this word. Maintaining the same context. I'm just going to, now I want you to think on its own. Sorry. Maintaining the same context. So this is it. So I'm just going to, let's see what we can do. Live with me today. I don't know why this is doing this. Okay. Let's see. So this is gonna bring out. So you can see the interaction along the way. And one of the things, the flexibility also it gives you is the fact that it gives you the flexibility for you are still in control, because the agent doesn't make any change except it gets your go ahead. So there is a go ahead that is going to ask you, even if it's going to change anything within the structure and all of that, and then it's going to ask you for that. And one of the beauty also is that even when it asks you for such changing, it can actually revert. If you are not comfortable, you can revert immediately. You know, the way that when we do things with developers, and probably maybe they revert things and they will tell you, it has broken a lot of things. To be honest, I think it is minimal when I'm working the Copilot, um, with the Copilot agents. I mean, with the agents, so the agents in Copilot. So let's see what it's going to do, and then because it wants to change the old thing for me and all of that. Let's see what it brings out and all of that. So and then we can see the changes and all of that. So this is building it in a very few seconds. So he's telling me he wants to implement a new skin at the team token layer level, and then let's see what's going to bring out. Of course, I'm not going to push this to GitHub, but I just want us to see what it is like, since I can't build a new one. I mean, so I think I have 4 minutes left, and then if that happens before that, fine. But if not, the whole idea is just for you to give your agent the instruction, and it's going to build something real fast. All right. I think internet is also not on my side today. Um, CJ, am I? Do I still have time there? Because I think I have only just 3 minutes left. If my watch is not deceiving me. So you can see the changes it's making. Can you guys see the changes? That is a little bit more spacious. I have, can you see the changes?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can see the changes that it's giving us and all of that. Um, So I think I see a question in the chat window, and you say that how do I guide Copilot to maintain a consistent design system across multiple generated components? Very good question. Now, one of the things you will also do is that you can actually create your own custom agents. So you have agents here that you can create. You can create a custom agent. However, you can also configure custom agents, and that custom agent, you can actually give it some sort of instructions and all of that. And at every point, that custom agent, you can call out for it to apply that design across your multiple generated components you want. So that's the way to go about it. I hope that answers your question. So you can actually create your own custom agent from this place. You can see me asking agent, you can see agent. However, you can come here and configure your own custom agent. So that will be all. And thank you. Apologies for what we wanted to achieve. We couldn't get it, but if you guys can see, there is some sort of, I think I love even the changes I'm getting here, and I'm going to push it to GitHub very soon. And that's the whole beauty about it. When this finish, all I need to just do is that I just say commit to GitHub, and then it does that I mean, I don't need to do anything again. That's life is so easy for me these days. I don't have to worry. I just say commit to GitHub, and that happens, and then I go on, sip my coffee, and then that is all. So why we couldn't get to build a new one in less than 10 minutes, to be honest, but you can see the changes that I'm making to an existing one. So you can interact, you can do all of that, and that is it. And it will give you also a breakdown of everything that it has done. So if I say push commit to GitHub right now, because I really love what I've seen, and then I can see that immediately. Commit to GitHub. All you just need to do is that it can connect to my GitHub account. It knows my GitHub account and all of that because I'm already signing to my GitHub account, and it can apply these changes. So, and that is it. So thank you all for listening. I really, 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 really apologize for not being able to show you what I want to show you, but I guess that this also helps. Over to you, CJ.
Oh, wow, very interesting. Wow, so glad how you handled it, and you still put it together. Still, so fantastic.
Thank you.
That takes excellence and experience and the courage.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's great, fantastic, fantastic. Co-pilots. Yeah. Yes, was an interesting section. Yeah. We'll move next to another presentation. So we have loads of topic coming next. So we take a 5 minutes break, and then we'll join in again with another interesting topic. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Bye. Stay
Bye.
tuned. We still have some more. Hopefully, the next session is not going to break like my own. So don't just come. Oh my goodness. Let me stop sharing. All right, then. Let me just quickly share the other. Next session. Next session. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let me just um, our next session. We have a very we used to call him a veteran in the community. When you talk about the people who are the founders of the community, so we used to call him that. So our next session will be starting very soon, and thank you all for staying with us. It's been a very wonderful session so far. But I have the next speaker is actually Oluwaseyi Oluwawumiju. She is an MVP, a multiple times MVP. In fact, I don't even know. And she is a founder of a lot of the communities in Nigeria. Maybe I should even give him for Africa, because she is a pure community person. And so I'll be inviting Sheyi to take over the stage with a topic from AI to enterprise value, designing practical AI architecture that's scaled. So over to you, Sheyi.
Okay. Thank you, okay, and thank you everyone for joining the section. And I'll just get my slide up shortly, and we get we get everything on rolling. Just give me some time. So today's topic is generally looking at the hype of AI, um, AI, the buzz about AI. How do we uh, use it and scale it properly? How do we make it use it reasonably well? And we're going to look at various aspects of this solution, especially bringing it home to workable. So my slide will soon show. Meanwhile, um, I'll just talk generally about AI boss. Now, AI has been something that has been a critical point of direction all over the world, and we will see several several development that has come over the years, especially in terms of business and in terms of bringing up various solutions. And there have been also so many fear around it that is it is it likely that AI is going to take our job or take us off the market? Please, can you help me to my slide is not showing. I don't know whether it's showing. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. So for me, I hype to enterprise value. So what is the concept around here? The concept around here is to look at how we can set a very good example of using AI from our prototype to real life. And what we're going to look at today is a super automation, a use case from a startup, which we don't want to go too deep to look at ways by which we can implement this and ensure that we can scale out. So generally, this is me. I have several years experience as this from Microsoft Stack and some other solutions from programming down to database and generally some support because I work some part of my life on infrastructure support. So, and I've been MCT for a while, and also I've been leading the region for some time. And my focus for the past 7 years has been on AI, Azure, and M365. So, what are we going to look at today? What's today's agenda? So, I mentioned a lot of buzz about AI, and what AI is doing, how it's revolutionizing business. There's several things that is happening now. Even several news that we hear last week, despite the war, there's even a war, a crisis right now in US about a particular solution provider that doesn't want its AI to be used for military military war or something. And the US government is already putting a stamp on that particular company, that because it's not allowing them to use the benefit of AI to large scale war, and they are taking that particular company off the red eye and stamping him as somebody you should not do business with. You can see how AI has become a subject matter. And because of that, we're going to throw back history. Let's look at what's the foundation of AI? How did we get here? What was the likely mindset of those that developed AI? Then we look at the hype we see, and we are going to look vis-a-vis the scaling that is required. Then we're going to look at strategy generally and ethics. And finally, we're going to conceive a sample roadmap and direction, and we leave room for a demo and Q&A. Now, looking back to history, the first thing that comes to mind is the founder or the foundation of AI. And the person that actually brought AI into motion was Alan Turing. And at this point today, there's a particular statistics that is giving us a vibe about AI that in the next few years, in 2032, AI is going to ramp up about $1,770 billion that can be harvested from that globally. So what does that tells us? It tells us that what we have now, the value we are seeing now, compared to what happened in Alan Turing's time, is quite it's quite appalling. It's quite
Yeah, I think we lost Shay there. Um, Shay, are you there? Okay, I think we lost Shay there. We're just gonna hold on a bit for him to come back. Yeah, Shay, are you
yes,
there?
internet just went off and power with that. So I'm back. So if you don't mind, I'm going to take the camera off for some time, and I'll bring it back when I have a strong power. So I'll share my screen again.
Hi, Shay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I think you may want to
Can you hear me?
do away with. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
I think your video for now, you might want to turn it off so that you can save on bandwidth.
Yes, I think I'll do that. Thank you.
All right then.
Yeah.
Okay, so let share your screen so I can project it then.
Okay. Okay. So, um,
Are you ready? Or I should?
I'm ready. I've shared my
Yeah.
screen.
Okay. Okay. All right then.
So, as I said, sorry for the break, that a lot of value is coming in terms of business, and that's it's is the current situation we have with AI, where we have value related uh, targeted to business, not just to academics or research. So this statistic was gotten online. You might verify it. Sorry, I'll share my screen again. I don't know if you can see me. Can you still hear me? Okay. Can you still hear me, please? Okay. Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes.
You can
We
hear
can hear
me?
you. But we can't see
Okay.
your screen.
Okay. I'll do it again. Sorry for that. Okay. Well, can you see my screen? Hello?
No, you have not. You have not shared. Okay, hold on. Let me
I've shared.
send it to this. All
Okay,
right
thank
then.
you. So, as I said earlier, a lot of institution businesses is carrying this hype of AI, and the projection, the market is also relating to it. The market is spelling out chunks of money, uh, billions of dollars all over the world, not just in America, not just in um, Europe, everywhere. And that's made me to try to look back. Let's look at the history of AI. And checking the history of AI bring us back to a particular factor. What was Alan Turing thinking about when it comes to AI in 1950? Now, Alan Turing, his own mindset at that time, he was a professor. Now, that tells you that AI development started from the academics. And the professor mindset is to be able to create a reasonable solution because it was into computing, internet solution, and it was thinking, is there a way that I can pilot human behavior directly and make sure that this human behavior is equivalent to probably how computer machine can work. Now, his projection was to look at the five senses and try to mimic a program that can do that. That was Alan Turing. He did that in 1950, do his paperwork. I think he was in MIT, and he projected it. And afterward, what happened? Another set of people came up, another set of professor. Now, then John McCarthy, that was they had this conference in 1956. That is 6 years after the proposed um, thesis that Alan Turing brought in. Now they came together and said, okay, let's look at this comparison of Alan Turing. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to bring out intelligence after human through computing? And at that point, the name AI was developed. Now, please follow me in this story. You now see that AI development span through history. You can see from 1943 down to when Alan Turing developed Turing machine at the 1950, then the Dartmouth conference at 1956. All these point us to a particular factor that these were just a research mechanism, a way by which academics can be able to propagate certain papers and use them to research across the deliverable they have in academic circle. It went on till the first winter, AI winter, till when the first AI winter happened, or I call it winter happened, when if you have watched this Lord this film, they say winter is coming. That means a particular evil is coming. Now, at that point, what happened to all these professors was that they were not able to get funding. And because of that funding issue, AI went into a little bit recession. And that was the first one. And that came up around 1974, 1980. Then it came 1980, something happened. The Japanese started with what we call expert system. What is expert system? An automated system that can be using for automation across machineries. And when they develop it, they were also sponsoring it. But that also went down the drain in 1993 because there was a break in funding. Now, till when IBM came on board, then Google started in 1912, 2012 rather, and the others like Amazon Echo started in 2015. All these were still subjected to particular area because they were looking at the fund that was going to come in. But the bust happened. The bust that happened, now this was the first winter and the second winter I mentioned. You can see at that point, there was the boom time was strength because people were not able to get funding. Now, going back to what I said earlier, that a projection by 2032 saying that AI is going to raise up to $1,772 billion, telling us that there is a huge capital cake out there that AI is going to bring on board. Now, the question is, how do we look at it now? There's a shift. To be candid, there's a shift now. So we all have to start looking at it that it's no more an academic or research situation now. It's no more things that we do in our labs for for a demonstration. It's more attractive to huge capital support. Now let's look at what happened around 2016, 2018. I don't know the exact when there was a collaboration between the then OpenAI, which was obviously an open set that was everywhere, and Microsoft has this collaboration with them. It was the boom. There was the blast that happened. Gen AI came on board. And that Gen AI spraying up a lot of things. And this till today is this attracting fund from the government, from businesses all over the world. And there's even competition. Look at the warfare that is happening now. There's competition of who can use the best AI projection, AI model to supervise their war and ensure there is proper win at the end of the day. Now, if you follow the war between Russia and Ukraine, you see a lot of dynamics of where people don't really send people on aeroplane to fight war. They use model, they use AI solution that projects like a drone that gets to you, to your target, and destroy. You can see how massive this investment that AI is bringing. And there's war everywhere between China, Russia, because there is the shift. Now, we have to note here, please follow me as I journey through this. We have to note here that we are not talking of just AI as an academic or a demonstration that we do as an IT person or as a business. We are talking of a shift in business that revolve around identity and adopting opportunity for our business and scaling it out to make profits. That shows us here that we have to start looking inwardly. How do we identify your opportunity in business? One, what do you do repetitively? What do you do? The tasks you do every time. Can you automate it? Now, the fear here is that if that is done, what will happen to our staff? What will happen to people working with us? What will happen to the general workforce? Are we saying that we're going to lose people? Yes, if you are not trying to work towards building yourself to be compliant with AI development. Two, data is now massive. Now we are talking of data that surprises general all the data we have ever seen in the past. With big data coming in, with unstructured data coming in, we are saying that we are creating large number of data. Now, how do you use those data in your own office, in your own company? Creating bottleneck for you? Are they not in different silos? And how do you harness it? And that you are a candidate for AI. Two, where you need to predict. Now, um, prediction sometime you have to be careful, and prediction that leads to loss of life, safety, and something that I really shy away from it. But prediction that look at business outcome and general focusing is very good. When you look at that and your business is tending to that, then you must start grinding yourself ready for AI. So for me, certain question you need to ask yourself at this point if you want to start looking for AI from the hype and scaling it to business. One, what do I do every time? That's repetition for me. How do I use my large data that is different shallow? Can I compress it? Can I combine it? Can I consolidate it to make meaningful decision? And how do I use that? Because when I do that, will it give me faster decision? And do I also see area where I see error in my business and it's costing me a lot of things? Can I imbibe AI there? So once you have that in your framework, then we now take the next step. We have seen history now. We have seen what has happened in the past, the shifts of AI, and today, let's look at the hype and the scaling. Now, let's start from the value perspective. Now, from AI hype, a lot of people see AI from the pilot sequence, from the demo sequence. That means the design generally is to look at the capability of AI. And most time they get stuck at the point where they have proof of concept, means a pilot state, without actually getting out there to make it more scalable for enterprise use. So at that point, we need to now start looking at the gap. And there's a simple graph I have here. Now you can see how I, when it comes to the over 80% of people use AI as an hype. They use it just for demonstration, for pilot. Why few people, few companies is really adopting it, even when it comes to a very simple task, like finding a way to solve your noise on your email, making sure that your email can be segregated to prioritize it, to summarize it, to make sure that you get trigger when it's essential for you to write to your customers. As simple as that. How many of us do it in our company? You can see the hype stock gets stuck at the pilot, and a lot of projection is going down the rain, and that's the reality for you. And that brings me to a problem I tag pilot trap. Pilot trap. That means a lot of projects that we have on AI till sit down, especially in the enterprise grade system, as a pilot solution. The focus usually chatbots, GPT, Copilot, something they can chat with. Where is the reality of bringing it down to how to build it on your infrastructure? Looking at your data, consolidating your data, injecting that data into the AI model via your cloud provision, whether on Azure or AI Foundry. Now, until we set ourselves and our array properly, we might not be able to get out of this trap. And that's why I'm bringing to you this morning or this afternoon, wherever you are calling from, that there is a reason why we need to start looking at bringing AI into our enterprise architecture. Now, the living proof here is that generally, as I mentioned, just to show you some statistics out there, A lot of investment is being done on AI, a lot of investment across each of these providers, whether it's AWS or Microsoft that we stand for. They are investing a lot of money, they are strategizing in a lot, they are even laying off people to allow that weight to be compressed to ensure that there's a living blueprint. And it goes beyond just the investment. There is a model approach. There is the continuous learning approach. There is the way by which they are laying layers, even from the infrastructure, that AI can be secured, ground off from the infrastructure down to the application itself. So, what are we saying? If this is being done, then we need to look at the layers of AI framework now. Now, we can see a lot of cementing coming out across our way, across the world, especially from the OEMs. We can see layers of data infrastructure creating what we call a semantic resilient layer pipeline that can easily give and inject data, whether through Dataverse or through Fabric or Microsoft, and every other provider are injecting where we can do a large scale data injection to our AI model to improve our production and increase our output return on investment. Now we can also see they are also investing on making the tool reliable. Microsoft in recent time created a chip that you can onboard on their server from their data center that can increase the way by which you can have the computing power you can get from the AI model, especially from Azure AI Foundry. And they're also investing in localizing this AI Azure AI Foundry to make it easy for places like Africa, where we can use AI that we can onboard on our own infrastructure and use it. Although I have not used it, I've not tested it, but that is the vision. Then we have the core model, which means we must also look at it from the strategy point of view. How are we governing this? What are security layer we are putting there? How do we ensure that responsibility is taken from the OEM to the company to everything you are doing, even from your internal reinforcement? Then how do we do that? So you can see this layer are tight in order to ensure that AI can be scalable. So in real world, there's a lot of challenge that we see, especially when it comes to scaling AI. Uh, I think sometimes, especially if you are running a remote operation, or you have your staff not really residing physically in a particular place, and we can see all of them having fun all over the world, and they are actually using different platforms. Some people are using Teams, some people are using, and all these contributes to a bigger challenge because each OEM is producing solutions that can and mark their excellence to their solution. Then we can also see security as a challenge, especially compliance across each country. They are bringing regulation, and we can see a lot of onboarding coming from that point of view, where adoption of AI is starting from the executive, even from the government himself. And we can see government training laws. Nigeria, for example, we have data law that have been propagated in recent time. We are seeing UNICEF trying to also build responsible AI, a framework that can govern some of their country that they serve. Then another thing that is very, very from the data point of view, um, there is a failing uh, scalable track that can help us to have a demo that can give us that um, vast infrastructure that can mimic an enterprise solution in real world. All we have is just simple miniature demo that can only be scalable within the data set we put, just as the one I'm going to do. So if we have environments that can give us POC, that can take it, that can be done, that can be scalable to that extent, then we are coming close to making sure that the hype comes to scaling. Now, let's also reference the new AI agentic also infrastructure as a very, very good way to see that scaling AI can bring a lot of turnaround to business. You can see from the input injection from the data source that is triggered down to the monitoring system that is built on Azure AI Foundry, down to the observability of it, making sure that there's a continual improvement, data is injected, is learning from the model, and there's also checkpoint from human and from certain systems that can ensure that this cannot go beyond human, because that there's always a human factor to monitor, to bring governance, to bring compliance, to ensure that there's an enforcement, even when the whole system is automated. So moving to this agentic system is making us to see that there's a lot of challenge that is coming here. With silent handling, especially when there's an API downtown, when the approval is a targeted risk and is human, for example. And when the real-time monitoring is not also there, these are real-time problems that can make us not to be able to scale. So for me, I can now put my transition into three different layers. One, you must have look at how your data is isolated and try to create a role within your system that can prevent data leakage and ensure your data is secured and being used by the person or the company. Ensure you have a proper audit trail. Now, audit trail make you to constantly be observing it, log into the model, ensure you are getting interaction, and those total compliance measure can help you to do the next improvement. And also, if you are using an hybrid system, for example, combining it, you can also combine it not just using the OEM, you can use some open source model like OpenAI and some other one that are embedded in Azure AI Foundry to combine to your strategy to be ensured to make sure you have the best. Now, strategy and ethics. Now, for me, I'll just talk through this. There's no PowerPoint. Um, Strategy and ethics brings us to looking at things that we need to put in. For AI, we must get our company ready. The readiness must be top notch. And that starts from onboarding from the CEO, from each of our, if you're a small business, for an enterprise business, those that are champion, that are company now that are having AI ambassador. Microsoft hire AI ambassador now that comes from the C level. And that is a very good strategy. That will be person that will envision AI, propel this AI and trickle it down to every user and every department. And each person now will be consolidated to ensure that we have a one mindset as we go through our changing our orientation and putting things like inclusiveness, putting things like safety, putting things like openness to what you are doing, and all these things ensuring that proper AI responsible AI is injected into this model. Now, let's look at the roadmap as we begin to round up and look at a little demo if I have time. Now, the roadmap here and direction I look at in coming years is for Africa is for us to have um, visibility, especially ensuring that we start creating. Thank God for Nigeria that have started creating policies that can help us to streamline AI and ensure that we are building AI accordingly to the compliance, global compliance. And that gives us that advantage, especially that control, because there are, to be candid, before the hype of AI, we have seen a lot of mastermind and fraudulent act from even the continent where we have people which is popularly known as 419. 419 is a system by which you, by deception, you steal money from another person, and that has been going on before. Now, not to talk of when AI is coming and is widely available, what will happen? So we must, as African, as technical people, we must always know to educate our C levels and our department head that for us to be able to use AI, we must have visibility into monitoring and controlling, especially when it comes to governance and reality check. Now, apart from that, there should be a way by which we develop and onboard into very powerful computing environments like cloud environment that give us that robust, because the investment they are giving and they are putting into AI, into the infrastructure is huge, which we as individual or SMB cannot do. So it's easy for us to onboard with them, ensure that we lay on their layouts and ensure that the platform they give us, we use it to re-engineer our business and push it forward. Finally, we need to always have this back at the back of mind that every solution we create as a pilot should be engineered to scale. Because once it functions as a pilot, then you should be able to scale it out, should be able to use it and ensure the model can serve properly to others. So we also, as we start looking at our roadmap, we should also be very, very intentional, especially looking at our return on investment, especially in terms of how do we justify what we are giving. At least from statistics I got online, AI has been able to give 240% in terms of productivity boost over the years when there was an handshake and there was the hype between Microsoft and OpenAI and every other person that is coming, Grok, Tesla, and the rest coming in to use AI. We have seen a lot of booster, and that shows us statistics cannot lie. And two, we are also seeing over the years that there have been 100% adherence and compliance to compliance, especially from the Microsoft perspective. We can see they are strict on compliance, showing that they enforce this by giving your score from your security posture and ensuring you are following the guidance across the world. So, how do I build this sustainable capability? One, I don't have to rush into this investment. I have to start small. And the foundation is very, very critical. There's a popular saying, a popular book, that when the foundation is destroyed, there's nothing a righteous man can do. So that means we must know that as we must invest in proper quality, even from the data set that we're injecting, from the government framework, from those people who are putting into the C-level, the stakeholders who are bringing in. They must be able to give us this governance framework and a very good technical infrastructure to be able to be scaling. Then whatever we are going to do, as we build it from the pilot, as we demonstrate it, we must make sure that it's incremental. It's something that can be improving. Then we must also know that AI generally is not about the tool itself, it's about the people. And because it's about the people, we must know that internally, we must look at people that are ready to champion this, people that need to move ahead by increasing their literacy in AI. We must provide for them so that we can put, like, it's like a pusher to bring them up. Then monitoring is also very important. You must not have an oversight of your AI production and development within your company. You must make sure that you adapt, uh, you involve, especially when it comes to risk, safety, test it properly, let it go through proper rigor before you start putting it out. So AI readiness is key for every company strategically. We're in the age where we are seeing AI coming up as a measure of business, a measure of sustainability of business all over the world. There's a lot of chaos all over the world now, especially in adoption of AI, whether it's just an hype or is something that can be scalable for our business. Way forward. So, for me, as I round up this my presentation, um, for a successful move to to AI usage, then we must start looking at how we can invest in governance first, the framework, ensure it trickle down from the top, prioritizing how we are going to build quality data, because your data quality determine the AI output, especially when you inject it with a model. Then treat AI as things that needs to be important, especially from an infrastructure perspective. Because for us to be sustainable, for us to be scalable, then we must have a value mindset. Change our mindset and push the mindset to making sure AI can be used for scaling in an enterprise environment. If I still have time, I know Jumoke is here, I will just try to look at my case study. If I can demonstrate it, I will just talk about it. But if I
You're
can't,
already
I'll,
past time. You're
okay.
already
So
past time.
let me just do the case study and I'll end the I'll not be able to demonstrate it. So there are three pillars that we can look here when it comes to AI architecturing. One, the foundation and privacy, especially from the data, from development, and the quality of your data. Now, ensure you put ethics and strategy, especially in governance. Finally, ensure that when you are building your AI, you make sure that it's easy. And we have a new a new guy in the camp now called MCP, called Model Context Protocol. It's easy to ensure, it's just like those states you have APIs where you can ensure a proper connectivity with AI model across any database. And that can give you that added advantage to the business. So as I round up with my use case is to practicalize raw data into secure production ready AI solution using an enterprise infrastructure. So the way I flow is in 4 stages. First of all, I must inject my data. And for this particular lab, I was looking at a very simple model. I have an issue. The issue is that the email flow into my company because I'm a support company and I get noises on my email. How do I prioritize it? So I must first inject it, ensure it follow my enterprise data governance. I create a model, I point it through a particular GPT 4.0 through my AI Foundry. I create an agent within AI Foundry and I inject into it um, code interpreter to be able to give me business insight. I'm not a Power BI person, so I'm using AI to reference that, and that was able to help me to scale it out. So this is my use case. I'm stopping here, Jumoke. My use case is to create an intelligent inbox transforming customer feedback into action. Now, my company is called M- MC Tech Nigeria Limited, and what I'm facing now that I have a lot of email that I read every day, and I don't have time to summarize it. I have to go through it every time. Two, um, there's some email that and some support instance that require urgent attention. I could not get to it because I have noises and a lot of email injected into my email. And finally, I need AI to be able to inject into my system. What are his recommendations? Because if I do this manually, I'll lose a lot of time and I lose a lot of money every time. So thank you for listening to me. I might not be able to demonstrate that, but I think next time I come on board, I surely do that. Thank you very much. And Jumoke, I hand over to you. If there's any question. Hello?
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sheyi. I told you all that if Sheyi gets to this stage, we'll have to drag him out. And the man is full of knowledge. He just wants to give everything at the same time. That was a very excellent um, presentation. Most importantly, the fact that we are not only just adopting this tool, but we also need to see how to use it responsibly and also to ensure that we build a framework of security, of responsible use of AI around what we're using. I mean, what we're doing with the tool. Thank you so much, Sheyi. There's no question on the chat window. I can't see any question. I think
Okay.
it was very well explained and it was quite a very amazing session. Thank you so much. All right,
Thank
we
you
just
very
have
much.
1 minute, and so Rehab, I'm going to indulge your. I'm going to crave your indulgence. Let me not speak grammar. I'm just going to crave your indulgence. We're just going to take like a few minutes break, and before we come in, maybe just 3 minutes for our audience to be able to stretch a bit. So we're just going to come in back. So just coming up very soon will be Rehab, and I'm looking forward to this session because it's quite a very interesting topic. So make sure that you stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Um, we're gonna have it so soon. Yeah, very soon. Okay. Um, okay, I'm gonna add you to stage. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for staying with us till this time. Don't worry, we're going to go on the break very soon, but that will be before we listen to this wonderful presentation by Rehab. So, Rehab also is an MVP. I'm just going to move my slide a bit just to introduce her. Rehab is an MVP. And Okay, Rehab is an MVP, and a topic for us today. Sorry, a topic for us today is reusability mindset. Oh, what's happening? Why don't they want me to introduce you very well? So I'm just gonna stop. So so once again, Rehab is an MVP in the Microsoft. She will introduce herself very well afterwards. But the topic we're going to be, she's going to be um, doing justice to today is reusability mindset, building smarter workflow. And then so we can wait to hear from you, Rehab. Please take the stage.
Thank you, Ola. Can you hear
So I'm gonna
me?
stop sharing.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, thank
Yes.
you. Okay, I will start sharing my slides.
Okay. Rehab, I think is breaking up you're breaking up a little bit. Do you mind? Probably maybe you want to give some more on your bandwidth, probably you turn off your camera.
Okay.
Even though we love to see your lovely face, but however, I think there is a bit of breakup from your end. Don't worry, we'll get to see you on LinkedIn. We'll catch up with your beautiful face there.
Thank you. Okay, just a minute to share my screen. So you can see my screen now?
Not yet.
Okay, it's loading.
I haven't seen it.
Um, yeah, you can see it now?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
All right. Great.
okay. Thank you. Hi everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you and being part of MVP Conference Africa. Hope you have a good time with us. So, before getting started, I would like to ask a question. Uh, so, has anyone here ever fixed the exact same bug more than once? Same issue, different projects, different day? So, imagine doing that 47 times. That's not a hypothetical. That's a scenario that we are going to spend our next 30 minutes unpacking. And more importantly, making sure it never happens to you. My name is Rahab Ragab. I'm a Microsoft NPP in DevOps and .NET. And today we are talking about one of the most important mindset shifts you can make as an engineer. Not a tool, not a framework, it's a mindset. So, quick about me, as I would like you to know me through the talk. I'm MVP in DevOps and .NET. I spend most of my time building and automating at the scale, uh, pipeline, shared workflow, and infrastructure that and the infrastructure and the infrastructure that make sorry, that just a second, and the infrastructure that make team faster instead of busier. I'm also a community advocate and a speaker, which is just a fancy way of saying I care about sharing what I have learned, so you don't have to learn it in the hard way. If you wanted to stay in touch, this is my LinkedIn and GitHub, and I'm easy to to find. So let's start. But where we are going today, six sections. Each one is built on the last one. We will start by a real use case scenario and see the cost of not reusing. Then looking at some of the engineering practices and the principles and how this principle shapes the way of we develop and think, and then think about reusability as a mindset. After that, we will go through reusability that around you and see how this mindset being applied in action on GitHub as a platform through three levels of live demos, starting from your words, then your project, and your organization. So let me start by imagining this scenario. Imagine a security vulnerability is found in a build pipeline. Simple fix, 20 minutes of work. You know what exactly would like to change. except you have 47 slightly different copies of that pipeline across your project. Each one was created by a different team at a different time for a different reason, all doing slightly the same thing, just slightly different. Now your 20 minutes of work become 3 weeks to batch all of them. Some are not updated for months. Some are buried in repos that not actively monitored. Some are developed by teams that have moved on. And these three books tell you the real story. 47 copies of the same pipeline, 3 weeks to patch, 20-minute fix, and infinite tail of risk from repos and pipeline never updated. So, how software engineering practices and principles addresses these challenges? So there are some core of principles and practices that allow us to build robust, adaptable, and maintainable system. So let's getting started by reusability. So design components, so they serve many contexts, right? Once reuse everywhere. Maintainability, where while you write code that is easy for future you or others to modify and extend. Modularity breaks software into smaller component and independent module with clear responsibility. Extensibility, design systems that can absorb new feature without acquiring rewrites. Testability, reliability, and other many other engineering practice and principles. I highlighted today reusability, not because it's the most important one, but because it amplifies the other engineering principles and practices. So the pipeline that is not reusable, it's hard to maintain. The module that not reusable can't be reliable. So today we zoom in on reusability as a mindset that amplifies the value of every other principle. So we will shift our mindset from reusability to not just a technique. It's a new way of thinking. Without this mindset, you start writing and you see I pipeline for every new project, but when you acquire this new mindset, you build one pipeline, reuse it across every project. Without the mindset, copy paste reply template into every PR. But with this mindset, you save replies once, apply them in seconds for forever. And we'll see this in live demos. Without this mindset, you update the same logic in different places when thinking changes. And with mindset reusability, you update logic in one place to make it maintainable. And without this mindset, every team reinvents the same world differently. But with new mindset, the teams build on each other's work instead of duplicating it. So most of us shape the reusability that it just saving time, and it actually does save our time. But the most important thing I would like to mention here is that how can we spend this time? How can we spend the time we saved by applying this new mindset? When you stop repeating yourself, you start thinking. You start thinking about architecture. When you are not patching the same bug in different places, you have the headspace to design systems that need patching in the first place. And also you start thinking and seeing patterns across problems. You start blind you to pattern reusability freeze. you to zoom out, and when you zoom out, the real problem become visible, and you become the person who builds the foundation others build on. So you rise the bar for your team, and that's how you grow from individual to a multiplier. So reusability does not, again, just your time, it changes what you do with that time. So you already, if you just take your time to think about it, you will find that you already doing it. Reusability already around you. When if you are a developer, when you encapsulate logic once to call it anywhere in your code base by creating a function, this is a reusability mindset. When you share code across projects and the team by creating library without duplicating them, this is a reusability mindset. When you create one pipeline definition that runs across many repos, this is again reusability mindset. When you start creating a template from docs to internal repos, this is also a reusability mindset. Also the knowledge base, another form of applying reusability mindset. When you write documentation once and reference it indefinitely, this is a reusability mindset. And we will see this mindset and how we can applying it across all your GitHub workflow, using our GitHub as a platform to applying this in real scenario. So GitHub. GitHub is a mindset in action. GitHub, it's not just a place to save your code. It's a place where the reusability mindset is packed into the product, starting from your words, your project, your team, to your organization. It applies at every level of your GitHub workflow. So the same mindset applied at every scale. We will see this in action at three levels. The first level is individual productivity. Same mindset, smallest scale, but save your time by creating saved repositories and
Okay, I think we lost Rehab there for. I think she's gonna join very soon. She'll try to rejoin. Rehab, hello. Okay, so we're just gonna wait a few minutes. I think Rehab is having some sort of connectivity issue. Um, yes, we're just gonna wait a few minutes and see if she can reconnect back. So while we are doing that, so far, can anyone tell us what your experience has been like for the four sessions that you've watched so far, that you've listened to? Give us your feedback. Let's hear from you. What have you learned so far? Someone, I mean, people just put it in the chat window what you've learned so far while we wait for Ria to reconnect. Share your comments, and then while you're at that, please let us know from which part of Africa you're joining from. Just share your comments on how far this all of the sessions that I've shown so far, what it has been like for you, what are your takeaways from each of the sessions. Put in the comment section. Are we there? That's nice. Someone said the history of AI from Mr. Sheyi wowed me. That's great. That's nice. Yeah, thank you. It's been an excellent session so far. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, the MVP guy joining from Lagos. So we're waiting for her to join. So, CJ, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah,
All
how's it
right.
going? Quite interesting
So there's
session
been
so far, right?
this. I mean, while we wait for Rehab to come, I think we can start up a conversation, and some of our and the audience also can learn from it.
Yeah.
So, do you think, in your own perspective, the idea around AI that is actually going to replace jobs, or is going to, I mean, is going to replace job for tech leaders? What do you think about that? There's been that narrative that is going to take away jobs from tech leaders. What do you think?
Well, I think I've heard about that a lot. It's quite interesting. And I've seen different perspectives on both sides of the ends on that issue. Well, personally, I do think that since I've experienced using
You're
AI,
cracking. I mean, sorry.
is it better
Yes.
now?
Your internet is breaking up also. Maybe you want to
Wow.
turn off your.
Yeah,
Yes, your
maybe,
internet is breaking up also.
maybe I'll turn off my video. It's a lot of internet issues today.
All
Yeah.
right.
So
Okay.
I've heard about a lot of discussion on that area. And for me personally, since I've already have a bit of experience in AI, not yet an expert, will never be an expert because AI will always change. I do think that
Yeah.
yes,
Yes.
yes, it depends on where you are. So if you're already integrating AI as part of your work or not. So if you're already integrating it early stage with your work, daily life, in a work environment, it will not replace your work. It makes you fast, it makes you smarter, quicker with your job and doing repetitive things and neglecting repetitive things and then having a greater impact with whatever is your KPIs in a workplace that will delivering your daily jobs or task.
Absolutely. Yes. So I for once I'm on that same I mean it resonates with me what you've just said right now, because a lot of people feel that, oh, with the invention of AI, and if you take a step back, if you look at when cloud came also, when the hype around cloud computing came, everybody was like, no, my data is not going to be saved and
Yeah.
all of that. And, there's kind of that kind of resistance, because change as it is, people will always have some sort of resistance to it. And so you have that resistance from even the part of cloud. There was the issue around security, there was the issue around availability, there was a lot of talk around that. But the funny part of it is that organization that was ready for COVID were those organizations that was using cloud, that were already in the cloud. So they were able to quickly adapt when COVID came in. And so you find that all of the resistance around cloud, people now started accelerating. That's why we said digital transformation, experience some sort of transformation also. People now started saying, oh, I want to move to the cloud. And it's just like that with AI also. Now AI has come in. Yes, there is the security angle. Quite all right. But then if we I think for me, if we concentrate more on the risk around it without even trying it out to understand the weight of the risk, I think it will even be difficult for us to know how to mitigate around those risks. So for me, I feel it is quite very important that that AI would definitely not take away jobs from tech leaders, but I can assure that the tech leaders who know how to use AI very well will take the job away from those that don't know how to use it. And like you rightly said, the what you stand to gain in terms of speed, in terms of making this informed decision and all of that, and getting more insights is far um, more of an advantage than even when you just sit at the sideline, you're still saying, maybe AI is going to take away job and all of that. I think with every technology it comes with its risk. However, it is how you draw out your way of saying you want to mitigate those against those risks is what is important. And more often times, you see people in all cases, not because it is AI, jump into technology without defining guardrails, without defining or having a framework around the usage of it. And so that is where it is missed. So for me, I think it won't take away job. However, those that know how to use AI are actually going to be the ones to take away your job. So um, um, this is not an era of just
True.
human versus machine, because that is what we've always have in our
That's
mindset.
all.
It
Yeah.
is an era where it is human plus machine. It's like
Yeah.
complementing one another and see how we can move forward. So
Yeah.
the competitive advantage won't come from you just saying you are ignoring AI or even having AI, but how you will use it, how you will use it to solve problem is what the competitive advantage it will be. So amen. That's some of the
Yeah.
things that I see that has been. So I just said let's throw it out today.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to ask again. Now, I had a talk show a few weeks ago with Scott, and the whole part of it is that are we losing control with the AI agents? What do you think? What do you think? What's your thought around that? Are we losing control as human? Are we losing control around AI agents?
Well, that's an interesting question. Well, I do think that since we human created AI, created Gen AI, right? Means we still have the control. We can still control it
I think
because
you're
we built
breaking
it.
up again. I
Let me
don't know why.
let me let me shut off
You're
my
breaking up.
camera again. Yeah. So I think a bandwidth issue. Yeah. So back to your question. Since we human beings created Gen AI,
Yes.
created all these models, artificial intelligence, we can still destroy it or bend it or get rid of it or adjust it to fit us so that we don't lose control. But then, to some extent,
Mm-hmm.
control-wise, is that because it is readily readily available to everybody up there in the web. So far, you have internet, you can leverage AI also comes with the fact that people can still use AI, ChatGPT, or like maybe search for information on, for instance, how to kill somebody, for instance, and AI gives you that information on how to kill somebody or harm somebody, for instance. That's quite risky. That's quite something you have to pause and think about. It's quite fearful, right? So, but I do think that with guardrails being important, and also in the workplace, how AI or Copilot is used in the workplace is different because there's a lot of heavy security towards guardrails on that aspect. But
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the day,
Mm-hmm.
uh, yes, we are losing control, but it's a control that we human beings have created. Looking at legislation, there's still no legislations to guard Gen AI and stuff like that. So countries,
Yeah.
global community still need to catch up. And when that is in place, the control, people will feel more in control using AI, and the fear of we are losing control to AI will diminish with time. I do believe that.
Oh, that's that. Yes, a lot. I love that. So, but do you think, in terms of guidelines or framework around the usage of AI, do you think that organizations, generally speaking, are not are not really putting those frameworks into place, or they don't even know where to start from, or even how to go about it? It's like, do you think organizations are like in a limbo to say, how am I even going to start all of these? And do you think that is in a way affecting the adoption of AI?
Yeah, that's true. So basically, if you look at bigger corporations, multinationals who have the money to invest in AI adoption, because one, AI adoption costs a lot of money. It goes into your
Mm,
R&D. You don't see any
mm,
value in the place. And also, AI affects business culture, how you do business, how you deliver value to your customer. So
absolutely.
those big multinationals, because they are so complex, they have a lot of legacy systems and so complex and a lot of silos, they don't easily leverage or see value or in terms of adopting AI it is much more difficult for them to adopt it. So AI is easier for smaller company or startups to quickly implement. Say, for instance, like you mentioned during your presentation, that you're able to build a website, an app within 3 hours, right? So that is fantastic. So for a company that is advanced company that already have legacy system and application and platform built the manual traditional way, right? So it's quite difficult for them to change from that to say, okay, they will build their app with GenAI or GenAI agents. But then the control itself is well, the adoption itself is still in the stage that everybody is still confused. We don't know where to start. Both small companies and big companies and individuals
Mm.
as well, right? We don't know where to
Yeah.
start. So we're still in the panic stage. We're still on the stage of it's stages of transformation. Something comes into your life or what you resist it. We're still in the resistance phase. We resist it,
Exactly.
and we are accepting it a bit because we are afraid of losing out, right? We're afraid of
Mm.
losing out, and
Yeah, I totally agree.
that's where we are now.
And that's true because I mean a couple of conversation about with some people, and then even with my own internet team sometimes like okay, so what is this resistance, or what is this thing that you guys don't want us to use AI? And it was quite very funny because you even hear from different angles. I mean, not only apart from technical skill set and all of that, or probably maybe trying to get that, you will be surprised with some of the reasons that some are giving. And then I mean, some even get from a religious background, no, AI is not there, some faith kind of thing and all of that. But what is quite very funny is that I think organizations, it is not, for me, I think the best way to drive the adoption of AI, or even to break that resistance, is for organizations to see use cases in each department, how AI is going to work. So I think after my conversation with them, I did like using AI, and I wrote about it, speaking AI in the language of your user. What this means is that you go into each of the departments, you look at their use cases, and then see how AI fits into it, and then presenting to them. Okay, I go into HR. Oh, HR today, when you receive CVs, you have tons of it, and then for you to even get now with AI resume, with an AI resume analyzer, and then the CV passing and all of that, AI screening, that can actually reduce the level of work that HR does. So you leave HR, you go into sales. Oh, sales, for you can use AI to gain more predictive insight into your products and all of that. So from department to department, and then you come down now to the developers. Now AI, okay, so to you technical people, you think AI is not, you feel more threatened even than any other person that AI is going to take your job. But from a technical aspect, from a developer, I mean, a development aspect or programming aspect, see what AI is going to do for you. So those are the things. I think the first thing is that allow the people to see how AI is going to transform their work. Let them understand the use cases, and when they understand that use cases, they can now say, oh yes, I think I want to try it out. So it is, if you do not have a use case for any department, it's not compulsory, to be honest, that you bring in AI into your environment. But if you're able to establish a use case for each department, I think that's the very first angle. And that education, that orientation is actually quite very important. And then the executive buy-ins also. So it has to start from top and all of that. So you'll be able to see value in no time in adoption of AI. Just start small. It's not compulsory you have to start big. But most importantly, when you're starting for any organization, carry along your risk, your compliance team, your security team, they're quite very, very important. Your project management, because it's also going to impact culture. It's a cultural change. It's going to be a way you do things. It's change. It's going to change not only the business model, how you deliver, but even around culture is going to change it. So it's quite very important that all of those things are put in place before the adoption of AI, so that you can see people embrace it and not get discouraged along the way or drop it, which is quite very important. And then, do you know another thing that I've also seen that organization can leverage on? They can leverage on things like hackathon. So sometimes we think that hackathon is things that should be done probably maybe just by maybe Microsoft throws up an hackathon, that's when you. So people are skeptical about the use of AI. Get someone that is knowledgeable, a subject matter expert. Take up an hackathon approach. Call people together from different departments, bring them together and say, "Oh, look at the organization. What are the things we really want to solve? What are problems in your own department? And how is AI use cases?" And you bring people together from different departments, group them together and say, "Oh, this is your own use case. Try to build something, iterate, come up with something like an MVP on it and all of that." You find that also even wakes up a sort of excitement in people to say, "Oh, I think I want to do something. I want to do something." Start with a little bit of even Copilot, the M365 Copilot. Create an agent alone, an agent that can even help you to do things like what they call it, your meetings and all of that, or even book a meeting, or just like a personal assistant. Just build something like that and then see what it will be like. And I think from there people will continue to embrace the use of AI. So
Yeah.
that's my own thinking. So
Yeah.
thank you so much. It's been nice chatting with you, CJ.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you for covering up this,
No
the
worries.
little gap we have. So right now we're gonna go on the I said I'm using the word commercial break. It means oh my goodness, I must have watched. I must how much I've watched. I must have watched so much of, I will not say Nollywood, Nigeria television, that I'm saying on the commercial break. Please, we are going on the commercial. So we'll be going on the break right now. And then we'll return back by 12 p.m., where we'll be having a session with Jamel Abid. And
12:10
so,
Eastern.
thank you so much, everyone. Stick around. There is a lot of more. That I mean, there is more session coming up. Yeah. All right.
Jamal will join at 12:10. Correction.
Thank you so much, my co-moderator.
No worries. Take care.
CJ, you said what?
I said Jamal will be joining 12:10, not 12 o'clock. 10 minutes after 12.
Yes, yes, we'll go. Yes, yes. It's just okay. We're supposed to be having, well, All right. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear your lovely voice. All right, let me just do a quick introduction about you. Yeah. All right, all right. Welcome back once again. Welcome back, all of you. Thank you for sticking around with us this far. Our next speaker is Iba Ega, and then she's also an MVP, and then she will be taking us on this session. And so on the topic is Microsoft Syntex. If you've ever worked with SharePoint, and then if you've ever worked with SharePoint, and you appreciate what Microsoft Syntex can do in it. So I'm just going to hand over right now to Iba for her to take over the session. Thank you so much, Iba. Over to you.
Thank you for the nice introduction, and let me share my screen. So our topic today is AI builders for SharePoint Syntex, and this is a very good feature in SharePoint actually, and it's make use of Azure AI document intelligence models. Our agenda, we will take an overview about syntax in SharePoint and how we are planning for the model. What is the difference between form processing model and document processing model? So let's start. So basically, SharePoint syntax is kind of machine learning, which work in a very intelligent way. The goal is to analyze, organize, classify, process your organization document. So what is the real benefit and why the companies are very keen about it? We are now in a stage of digital transformation. Everything will be on cloud. So it's not a good thing to go to the company and tell them, look, guys, you need to, after uploading all your old documents, you need to hire 100 employee to go in each and every document, extract the important information, put them in a SharePoint list or document library field. This is not realistic from business perspective. So we need something automated. Once I upload, I need the document to be extracted and saved in a SharePoint list. For people who didn't deal with SharePoint yet, SharePoint list is more like Excel sheet, but it's on the cloud. So through the web, I can go and read the information. So this is the main idea of the syntax here. So the role of the syntax is once I upload the document, the information I care about is automatically populated inside the SharePoint list. So how I can tell the syntax what I care about? So we need context between the SharePoint or between the uploaded document and the AI. So in this context, I make the model understand I care about, for example, if it's invoice, I need to care about the vendors, the items, the prices, the due date, the amount. Also, I need it to be automated. So not after uploading this kind of document, I need to go and hit a button so the model will go and extract. No, I need it to be automated. Also, I need it to be governed. So I need to make sure that the policies are applied. So many companies have a lot of policies on keeping the information classified and stored in a very secure place. So I need the model to be able to access these places and to save the information in the right place. Also, I need, as a company, the templates are there. I need to tell the model, I need you to extract from this template and that template, not from everything uploaded to the SharePoint. So I will not end up with a lot of messy data which I don't care about. A real case scenario, the finance, the legal, the human resources. Of course, in each company, these three departments have massive of documentation. So if you are going to make the digital transformation for them, you need automated way. So the finance people care about financial data, vendors, invoices, due amounts. Legal people deal with contracts. They need to know who we signed with, what is the policy in the contract, what is the start date and end date of the contract. Human resources care about the policies applied, the employee data. So we have three different perspective, and we need to make the model dynamic to engage with these major departments in each company. So Microsoft is providing the service to SharePoint through a license called Pay as you go. It's not that expensive license, and from its name, Pay as you go. So if you configure the model, but you don't use it, you don't pay. You use it, you pay, and it's very cheap. You will find here the license price and the feature included in each license. So you can start with very, very basic and then increase it as long as you need. And if you increase it, you can decrease again if it's not needed anymore. How we configure the Syntex services? You go through the admin 365 center. So it's the admin in your firm. He will go to select, you select setup and then click view billing and license section. And after that, you activate the service and save. Once you activate the service and save it, you will have this nice icon in your SharePoint. So you will have classify and extract. So from classify and extract, we start building the model according to our need. So it's not there and force it for everybody to use this template or that template. So let's go to see. We have two types of planning of models. We have the form processing and document understanding. So what is the difference? Or how can I select form processing one or document understanding one? Form processing, if I have something structured, so let's say like a receipt or purchasing order. So I have field name and field value. So invoice ID 100, customer name XYZ, purchasing items is cola, rice, macaroni, and so on. Document understanding more for non-structured. So contract, agreements, policy, something like that. Something doesn't include field ID and field value. So what is the formatting for each one of them? Form processing is PDF, GPG, PNG, TIF, and TIF not for training, just for testing, and document understanding more with the Office Word, which makes sense because we said document understanding is more like contracts and the agreement, which is mostly Excel sheets, Word, PowerPoint, HTML, XML if it's web-based, and PDF images. This is very important for the scanned documents in the company. So if you are dealing with PDF, scan the copy, even if it's structured, you can go for document understanding. What is the limitation? So for form processing, we have this limitation. So it's 500 pages and 50 megabyte per collection. We will know what this collection is in a minute. Images between 50 pixel or till 10,000 by 10,000. PDF size is smaller than 17 by 17 centimeter. It's A4 mainly, and makes sense again. It's a Word file, so it's A4. This is the complete requirement for the document understanding. You will see it here in Microsoft documentation. And let's see. This is the form processing. As someone working in the finance and I'm telling you now, I will create a model for you to extract this information. The first thing will come to your head is, what about the different layout? So not all the invoices are the same with the same data in same structure. So if we have a look here, the invoice number in this area, while here it's in here, but it's not even says that this is invoice number. The due is down with totals. The due here is up. Due date is in this area, while here it's just date, not due date. Here we have customer ID. Here we don't have a customer ID. So how SharePoint and the AI will handle this situation? In Syntex, you can create the model with different layout, and you will give him both layouts. He will fetch the invoice ID from here or from here, and he will fetch the due date from that or from this. So that will give you a high flexibility. So you don't need to go and structure a model for each layout. You just need to tell the model in this layout from where you get this value, from from that layout, from where you will get the same value. This is highly flexible and helping a lot of our users. And let's have a look from SharePoint perspective. I recorded the steps because it takes some time. So here, classify and extract. Once we hit the classify and extract, we will see this is the available types. So we have here the extract and we have here the classify. We will go for extract and see from the definition it's still a different layout. So we'll go with this one. And I can show you this one quickly. If I can click on create. So from create a model, I take extract information from different layout. And here he give you an example. You will tell me this is the agreement date and this is the ID. This is just sampling and the supporting file types, PDF and image. Then we can go next. I will name this demo and I will click create. After creating the model, we will have this view. So I will upload the different format to the model creation. Not yet. Okay. So this is the type of model. I will upload this type. And directly after I upload the file, this is the data types which is allowed to extract from the invoice. I have the text field, number field, date, time, and checkbox and table. A table is important if I have the invoice with this layout. So if I need to extract this table, so I will identify the type as table. And then the checkboxes, if I have something like attendance or paid or not yet, completed payment or not yet, and number field if it's numeric. For the time being, I will go for text field. So for text field, I will start picking the value from my invoice. So now I'm identifying this is the data fields I need the model to extract for me. So I will go for customer ID, due date, and the amount date. Directly after I identify the items, I click next, and then the model will tell me create a collection. So the collection is like storage. You will set inside it all the templates you want to the model to deal with. So I will create the first collection, name it Contoso, and I will upload all the invoices comes with the Contoso company. And this is the file type. Even the limitations are highlighted here by Microsoft. So you don't need to observe anything. We're telling you while uploading. I will select them all. And we have the 4 options. If you have a higher license, you can take from Loops or from Azure Blob Storage. This is online storage. I will select my device. If it's already uploaded to SharePoint, you can go and just select the URL. The model will deal with the documents inside this document library. And here I'm selecting the Contoso files. Now I uploaded them. After you upload the file into the collection, the model will ask you to tag the document. Tagging the documents mean you tell the model from where he will select each field from the one you already identified. So the document comes with red marks. It means that it's not completed yet. And this is the fields that you already identified to the model. Now you just highlight and click. That's simple. This is the due amount, and this is the invoice ID. And this is the due balance. And the customer ID. This kind of invoices doesn't have a customer ID. So all I need to tell the model that the customer ID cannot be found in this kind of document. So I will just skip the customer ID for this collection. From the 3 ellipses, I will select something called not available in this collection. Once I select this, you will see here a green mark, means this document is totally tagged. Now I will do the same for the rest of the documents, but notice that customer ID is disabled, so I don't need to neglect it for each and every document inside this collection, because I said it's not available for the whole collection. We can speed up. Step, speeder. Okay, now all of them are done. And here is my collection. And this is the data which is tagged to the document. Now I will go to create another collection for the other layouts. The other layout has a customer ID. See, it's different. And now I'm highlighting the customer ID, due date, and the due amount. Okay, this document is done. And now I will repeat for each one of them. But here I discovered that I didn't say to the model to get the invoice ID. So I will go back. See, you don't need to delete the design and redesign it again. You just go back to the step that you identify the information to extract, and then you extract it. Now, see, after adding one data which is not identified, directly the model highlight two of them is not completed, because now you need to go to each document and tell the model from where he will get the new field invoice ID. So you select and set the invoice number for each one of them. And for the other collection, we will do the same. The other collection has a small challenge to our model, because one of the invoices, the invoice ID is scratched and written by hand. So this will give our model some challenge. The trail of the model will take for half an hour or 30 minutes. So the result will come like that. So if you go here, this is the document library. I uploaded here the same training files to our model. From here, I can see for the first one, Contoso. If we check, so Contoso doesn't have a customer ID, which makes sense because we already tell the model that customer ID is not available for this collection. But we have the invoice number, due date, due amount, and also he will tell you the time that the document was processed by the model, finished, and if there is any error, you will see the error here. So even we can say the finish and the success in the document library or the SharePoint list. For the second type, which is datum 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we have a customer ID, and we have all the rest of the information is the same. So see how fast, how easy. And also, once you upload a document belongs to this type or that type, you don't need to hit anything, just less than 30 seconds, you will see the results. How this happen? Because this models has a Power Automate flow. This is all what we did. And the Power Automate flow uh, trigger the model and make the model run automatically to extract the new data from the newly uploaded documents. Takes time, but it's really worth it to save time for the companies who is triggering the digital transformation. The second type quickly is document understanding. And for this one, we have the contract. So in the contract, we can say you will find the vendor between this statement and that statement, and you will have the policy name between this title and that title. So the document, the model go and fetch exactly between the before and the after statement to extract the data. This one needs more intelligence because doesn't have any structured data to extract the information from. But it's amazing for the people who needs to read the contract. So we identify the classifiers like that, and we identify the classifiers, and we select before benefit change. So this is the address, and this is the word benefit change. This is the vendor we are looking for. So in this document, he can go and fetch before and after the statement. Also, this kind of models has something called only exact capitalization. This is important only if you care about the case sensitive. So you will tell the exact word. So he will give you by the capital and the smalls like he find in the model. And if it's capital, you tell, and in the document is a small, he will tell you mismatch. So I didn't find it. So you need to be very careful with this setting to define the classifier. We call them extractors. So in this document, for example, we need the provider name. So I tell the model you will find the word provider and there is URL after the provider. So I need only the words between the word provider and the URL. He will go and give me this provider. It doesn't matter where it exists, first page, second page, the model doesn't care. As long as he can find the before and the after keywords, he will come and extract the document for you. This is very, very important because it's unstructured document. Each company has millions of these documents, and there is a lot of important information lies inside the pages, and it's very time consuming for humans to go and extract this information for us. And this one, we need the date besides the vendor name. So the date before comes after the word as of, and then we have our status. So this is the date. So what we did in this quick session, we saw the capability of the SharePoint Syntex, how it's leveraging AI to read the information inside the SharePoint, and how it helps discover, analyze, and classify the information. Also, we have the automated content workflows, and the automated content workflows gives the availability to reuse the model many, many times. One more thing related to the content flow, I can show quickly. Here in the SharePoint, we have something called the Syntex Hub. And in the Syntex Hub, we have here tracking for all the models we created inside the organization and with the dates. And each one of them, you can go for this one, for example, to see what was the training and what was the result, what is the accuracy of this model, and you can train it again, you can add files to add more condition. So we have a hub to deal with them, editing, building, checking the accuracy, to retrain the model, and keeping all the history of our model. Also inside here, the libraries, we have the training files already uploaded. So Microsoft upload some files and we can upload more. We have here the training files. So we have a lot of files we can train, and we tell you here with each model ID, these files was used during the training. So we can benefit from the Syntex Hub. So to give us more flexibility, and you can select for each model of them where you want this model to work. So for example, if I go for this one, you can tell here train this one from the document classifier, and this is the positive and the negative. Negative means mismatch, I didn't find. Positive means I find, and the accuracy is 100. So, and also we saw how this will empower the companies and the organization to work with the cloud without the fear of losing data, or the data will be mismatched or written in a wrong way, a lot of syntax errors. So we save the time and we save the human errors to a higher accuracy automated process. And this is how AI and SharePoint cooperate with each other. So if you have any question, let me know.
All right. Thank you so much, Eva, for that wonderful session. I was so captivated that I didn't even know time has gone. I didn't even look up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a very lovely presentation. So I don't
Thank you.
think we
I'm
have any
glad.
question in the chat window. Yeah, go ahead. Eva, you were saying something?
No, I was saying thank you to give me the
Oh.
chance to be here. I'm so delighted.
No, we should say thank you for making our time to be here. Thank you so much. All right, it's been a very lovely session all throughout the day, and we still have so many lineup of speakers for you. But now we're going to go on a very short break, a 30 minutes break to be more precise, because we believe that some will want to have lunch for now. So um, we'll just go quickly on the short 30 minutes break. And when we come back, we're going to be having um, Jamel Abid, who is going to take us through a very, very, very interesting topic. How you're going to build Copilot agents for SharePoint embedded container with Copilot Studio. I'm looking forward to this, because this is going to be like an hands-on that you can follow through, and then you're going to see what it is like to build a Copilot agent. Now, the most interesting part of this is that um, Eva just showed us something right now with Syntex and SharePoint, and then we're going to see an agent build something on SharePoint with embedded containers using Copilot Studio. So I'm really looking forward to this session. So if you go for a break, I'm telling you ahead of time, make sure you return back here by 1:10 p.m. West Africa time. Make sure you return back here, because I'm sure you don't want to miss Jamel's um session. I mean, I don't want to say it's going to be Jamel, but okay, I don't want to say that, but it's going to be a very interesting one. So thank you guys, and then we hope to see you soon.
Hello?
Oh, hello, welcome,
Can you hear me?
Jamal, Abed. How you doing?
So I'm free. So let me know when I start. Okay.
No worries. Let me pull up my PowerPoint.
So I have 40 minutes, yes?
30 minutes to present.
30 or 40? 40
Eight,
or
30, 30.
why? Because wait, because it's a new schedule or no? I think wait. Like,
No, you have, sorry, 40 minutes. Sorry, my
40
bad.
minutes, yes.
My
Okay,
bad,
40
my
minutes.
bad. Yeah, I was still thinking about the earlier schedule.
Yes,
My
yes,
bad.
30, but now it's 40.
40 minutes. How you doing?
For me, okay. I'm ready. So
Okay, ready. Okay. Um, Let me see. I can start going live. I'm checking with Johnson if we can go live. Yeah. So let's get a confirmation from him before we can go live.
Okay, I don't think you have it on slideshow. Maybe you
On
want to
me?
click the editing and then put it on
Yeah, yeah,
slideshow.
yes, we
yeah,
can just add to stage. That's all.
Uh,
yeah. Let me see. Jamal, I think you're already on the
The video
stage,
it's
right?
okay, but just okay. Or we can hide the banner. You have the banner, or no? This why it's.
You mean your banner or what? I don't understand. The banner
No,
is my.
did you see my name? There is my name, there is my camera, and there is my slides. So you need to add to stage my slides and to remove the actual one. That's all.
Okay, that's by all. So let me pull it. Let me stop sharing because I'm
okay.
sharing my screen.
Do you want me to do that? Um, okay, yes, you're still sharing your screen.
Yeah,
Okay. Do you want me to let me quickly take this?
yeah,
So
yeah.
welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a very lovely break. I did. I just quickly grabbed something to eat actually, and it's been a whole day, right? And then I have to quickly clear my throat. So starting up now is Jamel Abid. When we're going to be starting a session very soon, and yes, I'm going to bring him to stage. Okay, he's already on stage. So I'm just going to bring your slide to stage right now. Yeah. Jamil. So over
Okay,
to you.
correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have 35 minutes or 40 minutes now if
Yeah,
I start now.
40 minutes. 40 minutes.
Okay, because if I start 40 minutes, I will be late 5 minutes. So, okay, I will.
All
Yes.
right then.
Okay, so I can start. Okay. Okay, thank you everyone for attending this session online and also for the event. And thank you for all the organizer volunteer for this event. So today I will talk about how to build a Copilot agent for SharePoint embedded container with Copilot Studio. When you check the title of the session, there are many technologies there. Copilot Studio, the agent, SharePoint embedded. So in this session, I will talk how to build a Copilot agent and how to use SharePoint embedded container as a knowledge. So I will explain everything in this session. And before just I will fix something here. I will add, okay, now it's okay. And before I start the session, what about myself? So my name Jamal Abed. I'm freelance senior developer advocate. As you can see, I have many flags here. So I have the French flag, the Belgium, the Tunisia, UAE. So I'm based in four countries. I was born in Tunisia, and now I'm moving between France, Belgium, and Dubai. And I have been working on SharePoint since the year 2007, and I'm Microsoft MVP on Microsoft 365 development and SharePoint. And I have you have my LinkedIn if you want to connect, feel free. And also, if you are familiar with the community event with Microsoft, I had the chance to be the until now the number one speaker worldwide. I'm trying to speak all the time, so every week in different country. And all the time when I present this topic, my attendee asking me how you can manage to deliver many sessions online or in person. That's why I'm sharing with you all my flights last year. So all these flights, because my attendee they're asking me. So as you can see, I deliver many session in USA, São Paulo. I was in São Paulo, in Malaysia, and Singapore. And in this way, I had the chance to deliver in-person session at many events worldwide. And this, I also, when I present session, I shared my last event picture. This one, it was at my last week in Knoxville in USA. I present a topic also how to add knowledge for your SharePoint for the Copilot agent. Copilot Studio, and this one it was 1 month before. It was in Singapore at Microsoft Office. This photo it was in India, 3 months ago, and this one in Tunisia, North Africa. So in Tunisia, so you organize an event also there, and this one in Tunisia also. And this photo is not generated by AI because nowadays we cannot make the difference between AI and not. It was at Microsoft Office in South Korea. As you can see, it's at Microsoft Office, they have a nice view, and this one in the USA. So okay, let's start my session now. So the agenda for today. Today I will talk, when you talk about agent, so I will show you how you make an agent work. So what are the main layer for an agent? And also it's very important when you build an agent, we need to use the data. So we have the agent, we need to manage to specify from where the data come from. And I will show you how to use SharePoint Embedded. SharePoint Embedded, it's a new Microsoft technology, so it can create inside your Microsoft 365 tenant a container to store and to manage your file, and I will show you what is it. And then I'll have demo at the end, and I'll show you best practice for all how to build the agent and also how to use SharePoint Embedded. So let's start. What makes an AI agent work? So here we have for each agent, we have this schema. So as you can see here, we have your the custom agent. So it's different from the agent you develop by code or directly from Copilot Studio or something else. So for each agent, we have the orchestrator. Orchestrator, it's a main brain for your agent. And also for each agent, you need to specify your model. So you have the foundation model. So you have component for your model. And also we need to ask to use your agent from different user experience. You can use your agent from Teams. You can use from your Copilot landing page. You can use from Copilot also. We can use from a public website, from a website. And also for each agent, we have this layer, the knowledge. It's very important. When you build your agent, you need to specify from where the data come from. We have the model and we have the data from it. And also we can add many actions. For example, when you ask, you have the result from a specific topic, we can add many actions to automate your agent. And also we can call other agents by your agent. So as you can see, all the layer for an agent. And for this session, I will focus on this knowledge part. So because this knowledge part, you can use public website, you can use internal files like file storage in SharePoint site, OneDrive, and also in SharePoint embedded. And I'll show you what is it SharePoint embedded. So from where the data come from? So the data, as I said, so we have the data from SharePoint site. So we can create an agent. Said we need when a user asks for something, we need to focus only in this data from SharePoint site, from SharePoint document library. And also we can specify OneDrive, and also we can specify from SharePoint embedded container. So SharePoint embedded is different than SharePoint. I will show you what is it SharePoint embedded. And also we can specify the public website. And from Azure AI Search, from Dataverse also, Dynamics 365, Salesforce, and we have many, many other options. In this presentation, I will focus on SharePoint and SharePoint embedded, and I'll show what is it. So here a real use case with one customer, what we did. So we have for each SharePoint document library, we built an agent. So with the Copilot Studio. So this agent, when the user asks for something or to search for something, it's very easy to manage, to talk with an agent, then search for the file or for the data from different data source. And also we create an agent for each SharePoint embedded container. Here if you want a sample for it, for example, we work with a customer and we have many business units. For example, we have the finance business unit, we have the Azure business unit. So we can build an agent for each. We can create a container, for example, for the finance department, and we can associate to it an agent. So in this case, when the user use the agent, they can use it from Teams, from the desktop application, or also from their mobile. When they search for something, they will find the data only from this container. So, and I'll show you how it's possible. I will show you in demo. And here the UI, when you have Copilot Studio, when you want to add a knowledge, we can specify from SharePoint. And I will show you in demo at the end of this presentation. So before before I talk about the agent, I want to show you how the data is presented with your SharePoint site, because I notice with many customers, they are storing file in SharePoint site and they said we are paying license every month, but we are not paying for the storage. It's not true. For each SharePoint site, when you want to use the storage in SharePoint site, for each tenant, we have 1 terabyte for free for each tenant. And for each licensing user, you will have 10 gigabyte for free for the SharePoint site storage. Why I'm talking about this? Because when you want to build your agent, you need to store your file, store your file in SharePoint or something else. So you need to estimate the cost for your solution, so for your agent, for your data, for everything. And in this case, for example, if you a sample for it, for example, if you work in a company and we have 200 users and they have license Ethereum, so you will have for free storage 3 terabyte for SharePoint site, and you will pay extra 20 cents every month. So you are paying license every month for the store, for the access to SharePoint and to other tools for your license Ethereum. And for the storage, when you exceed the free storage, you will pay for every month. And now I will talk about SharePoint Embedded. So SharePoint Embedded, it's announced by Microsoft. It's a Microsoft solution. We are not talking about, it's not another solution developed by other company. It's by Microsoft. So it was in a public preview in November 2023 and in May 2024 in general availability. So in the simple way, what is it, SharePoint Embedded? SharePoint Embedded, it's an Azure application. You create your Azure application, you associate a container type, SharePoint Embedded container type to it, and you can create with this application many container inside your Microsoft 365 tenant. And in this container, in those container, we can store your file, you can manage your file. And to access to those container, we need to use Graph API. So it's unlike in SharePoint site, when you want to store file in SharePoint document library, we need to access to the site, SharePoint site with the UI, with your browser and everything. But in SharePoint Embedded, we need to access by Graph API. So Graph API, we need to build your application, or we can use Power Platform with SharePoint Embedded, the new connector. And also we can use Power Automate with Graph API. And we are talking only about solution, document-centric solution. So we don't have structure like SharePoint list or SQL table. This why we have a container for file. And the idea in this presentation, I will show you how we can use this container for a specific agent. And for each container, it's all the container as associated to a container type. You have your application associated to one container type, and you can create multiple container. And all the content, we have all the feature, like when you work with SharePoint and OneDrive. For example, when you store a file, Office document, you will have the versioning. So you will have versioning for your file, and you can share this file with other user. And you will have the collaboration feature. For example, if many user work at the same time on the file, so you can see on real time which user, which line it's modified by which user. And also we can apply sensitive label for your file. So if you have policy compliance in your organization, all those security rules are available for your content stored in your SharePoint embedded container. And for SharePoint embedded, you pay as you go for the content. It's not unlike in SharePoint site. We are paying license every month, but when you exceed, you will pay also extra for the storage. But for SharePoint embedded, you don't need license. You pay just for the use of your storage, of the storage. And here I have the SharePoint Admin Center. When you access to your SharePoint Admin Center, you will have on the left navigation, you will see we have container. So container, it's SharePoint embedded container in your tenant. So when you are SharePoint admin, you can access to this information. And when you click on it, you will find all the container inside your tenant. And for each container, you have the application name. Here I have AI Boston 3, a container name. It's associated to this application SBA Boston. And the publisher, it could be Microsoft or other publisher. And it's on your tenant. And the owner, you can see the owner here and the storage. And also you can apply sensitive label like a file for your container. And for each container, we have many attributes. Here I have this container, it's called bootcamp Chennai. We have the container name, the other created, the date of the creation date, and the application, the storage, and it's very important, we have the container URL. So this information, this attribute, we'll use it for our agent. So I will show you how to use the main key, how to use to map your agent with your container is this container URL. And we have many, when you check for, you have also, you can apply permission for your container, like when you work in SharePoint document library, you can apply permission for your container, which user can access to it. And here, let's talk about how everything is situated. So we are running everything. We work on Microsoft 365. So our infrastructure as a service, it's Microsoft Cloud. And of the top of it, we have the platform as a service. And this platform as a service, there are two layers. We have the Microsoft 365 security and compliance. By default, by Microsoft for your tenant, and also your custom policy and compliance for your tenant. And on the top of it, we have SharePoint embedded container. At the same level here, we will have OneDrive, we will have SharePoint site. That means all the security compliance for your tenant are available for your content. So you are storing your file inside your tenant. If you have compliance and security rules, all the compliance security rules are available also for your content. And of the top of it, we have the custom application. We have the experience. It's split it on two parts. We have the custom application. So the application you develop with your organization, and also the application you purchase it from other company or ISV. Why it's split it on two parts? Because for your custom application, you will pay for the content for SharePoint embedded container as you go. So you don't need license, anything. So you'll pay as you go, and you will pay for the content. But on the right, we have Microsoft 365 application. Only for the Microsoft 365 application, they will consume your free storage from SharePoint site. Don't be surprised after 2 years, 3 years, we have many storage. We don't know where the storage it's used, because if you use too much Loop or other application, it will consume your free storage. For example, when you use Loop, when you create a workspace, it will create a workspace inside SharePoint embedded container inside your tenant, and you will consume the free storage. In the first slide, I talked about for each tenant we have 1 terabyte free, and for each license user we have 10 gigabytes free for SharePoint site storage. So only for the Microsoft application, each Microsoft application use SharePoint embedded as storage, main storage. It will consume your free storage. And also we have Designer and Edge Workspace. And if you don't know what is it, Edge Workspace, Edge Workspace, for example, when you log with your browser, Edge browser, we have the option here to create a workspace. So the workspace, it's a collection of tabs. So what happened behind the scene when you create a workspace, it will create Edge Workspace. It's Microsoft application associated to an application in Azure by Microsoft. But what happened behind the scene, it will create a container, it will create a workspace, and it store this workspace inside a container by Microsoft. And what is that workspace? It's like a collection of tabs. For example, if you want to work with many, if you work on different projects and you want to share all the link to specific project with other user, so you can create a workspace and you can share it with other user, and it's synchronized from device to other device. And architecture, if you talk about SharePoint embedded, we talk about container. So the container, it's associated to our application, and it's created inside your Microsoft 365 tenant. And the sample ID for the container, all this text. It's like this. All the container, they have a specific link ID like this. And we can create for each application up to 100,000 containers per tenant. Why I say per tenant? Because, for example, when you develop an application like Loop, for example, Loop, it's developed by Microsoft. So Microsoft, the developer, imagine you develop this application, you need to sell it to many customers. So for each customer tenant for this application, we can create up to 100,000 containers, and all the containers are linked to a container type. And it's fully integrated, all the content fully integrated with our Microsoft 365 experience. You will have the collaboration feature, the security feature, sensitive label. If you have purview also, you will have all the rules are available also for your content. And we can store up to 25 terabyte storage for your inside the content. So you can create up to 100,000, and for each container you can store 25 terabytes. Anyway, we'll pay as you go for the content. And the file, all the files are available. You can, because you are managing, you are using Graph API with your application to store the file in SharePoint embedded container. So all the file you can specify, you can restrict which file you want to add it or not. And here, for example, the sample, I used Graph API call to add the file to a container. Here we need to specify the container ID. And here it's some people they don't want to develop, so don't be afraid. So here you can use Graph API, and I will show you how you don't need to develop to work with SharePoint Embedded. And here, just a sample, I have this Graph API, and what this query does, it will add this file. In the body, I already add the file, so it will add the file inside the container. And here, the result will have many attributes. From those attributes, we'll have ID. For each file stored in each container, we will have an ID. It's really useful when you want to use Power Automate to query your files inside Oracle container. And also you have the link for the files. And this link, when the user has access to the container, we can share it with those users. And for example, if you store an Office document inside the container and you want to share to the other user, so the user don't need Office license to open the file or to manage the file, because you are already paying for the storage. So keep it in mind when you share this file, the file storage inside SharePoint Embedded Office document, user, they don't need license to open the file. And so we have many permission for the container. We have the owner, manager, editor. The owner has full control. Manager can add the permission, manage permission, and the content. Sorry. And the editor can only manage the content without the container property. The reader can only access to the container property and read the content. And if you are familiar with SharePoint, in SharePoint we can apply many unique permission for a different level. We have SharePoint site permission, we have document library permission, we have folder permission, we have file permission. In some case, we need to apply unique permission. We can break role inheritance, but unlike SharePoint and SharePoint Embedded, we don't have this feature. We can just add or delete or modify the permission. And for each container, we can specify many attributes. So here we can create a container for the finance department, a container for this customer or different customer, and it's really easy to use the Graph API to query your container. And also we can apply metadata for your files inside the container. It's like in SharePoint document library. When you store a file, you need to specify the field. So for this file, same thing like in SharePoint site, but we don't have here lookup fields like SharePoint. And here I will talk about the cost, and then I will show you on Copilot Studio. So the cost for SharePoint Embedded, we have two types. We have the free version. So the free version is valid 30 days, and we can create up to 5 containers. And when I say valid 30 days, after 30 days, we cannot create other container. If you create, for example, 3 container in 30 days, after 30 days, we cannot create more than 3 container. But we can use it for free. It's not limited by time. So, and also we have the standard version. You pay as you go for the content. So this why Microsoft wants all the customer tested for free, so we can test it. So we don't need to pay for the storage. You can test it to check with your agent or your application. And here for the storage, we'll pay per gigabyte per day, and also for each Graph API call. Here the question: why choosing a solution and we are paying for the Graph API call? Here the question: if you want to use SharePoint site, you can use SharePoint site also document library for your agent. So as a knowledge, it's okay. But for SharePoint site, you are paying license every month for your to user to access to SharePoint. So imagine you work on different project, and you need to develop a project for 20 years, and the user access to the SharePoint document library only 3 times per month. So you will pay license for every month just for the user to access 3 times. So in this case, it's better to use something like SharePoint Embedded. So it's up to you if you want to store your file in SharePoint site, SharePoint document library. We can use this SharePoint document library as a knowledge for your SharePoint Copilot Studio agent. And here for the administration, we can use PowerShell, SharePoint Admin Center, Microsoft Purview, and Microsoft Graph API to administrate your SharePoint embedded container inside your tenant. And Microsoft has introduced a new permission called SharePoint Embedded Administrator. So if you want to split the role inside your organization, so you can apply this permission to a specific user. Here, for example, I have access to SharePoint Admin Center, the global admin, and this the same link, the same UI, but here in different user. User has only the permission to manage the container. As you can see on the left, the user can manage only the container. So if you want to just split the role inside your organization, so one user to manage everything, SharePoint site and container, and one user just for the container, we can do it. And now we'll talk about how to integrate with your agent. So here I have the UI for Copilot Studio. So for Copilot Studio, we have here on the left, we have agent. When you create an agent, we can here you have many attributes, and for each agent we have the knowledge layer. So this knowledge. So what we'll do, we'll I'll show in demo. So just I put those screenshots here, my slides, and here when you click on knowledge, we'll add the knowledge, and we can specify from different place. So you can use public website, SharePoint, and also you can upload directly a file to use it for your agent. And here for the SharePoint embedded, it's under SharePoint. When you click on SharePoint, we need to specify the add the URL for it. And here I have the link, the URL for my container. And every time you have content storage, it's SharePoint embedded. And here when you add it, and then you publish it. Now let's move to the demo. I'll show you. Go to the demo. It's better to talk to show how it's work. So for the demo, what I did, so I asked Copilot for the demo to just generate for me 10 files about the history and the economy of Africa, and prepare for me 10 prompts just for the test. For here, I will create. I have a container. I already upload those files. So Copilot generate for me many files, and I have many prompts. So in your case, for example, if you want to use your agent for the finance department, we can store only the finance department files inside this container. And then I will go to my SharePoint Admin Center. Yeah, just I will refresh the link. Here in my SharePoint Admin Center, we have a section on the left, we have active container. When I click on active container, you will have all the container in this tenant. This tenant is for the test. So here I have a tenant, it's called Shift Enter Summit. When I click on it, I have many attributes, and this link it's very important. So I will copy this link. I will keep it somewhere. I'll just paste it somewhere. And I will use it in Copilot Studio. Okay. And here I have the link to my container. I already stored the file from the Copilot. Wait. And here, let's go to the Copilot Studio. To access to Copilot Studio, we have the link copilotstudio.microsoft.com. And here on the left, I will click on Agent, and I will create Black Agent. So here, get ready. And here I will keep it agent to 1. It's okay. I will not rename it. And here we have the knowledge. So here, what I will do here, when you build your agent, we can specify the instruction for your agent. We can specify many other layers like action and everything. But in this presentation, I will focus on the knowledge. So for the knowledge, I will add the knowledge here. And under SharePoint, I'll click. I will paste the link to the SharePoint embedded container. So here what I did, I have already my container in my tenant. So I need to create an agent for this container. So here, add to agent. Here, it's already added. So, and here it says SharePoint, but it's SharePoint embedded. And also we can add as many knowledge you want for your agent. We can mix, we can add a container, we can add SharePoint document library, we can upload a file. So it's up to you. You are free for your agent. And here, for example, if you want to, for example, I already check with many customers, an airline customer, what they do, they create an agent for the luggage policy. And when you use your teams, you need to check, for example, how many weight allow for your flight, for your destination and everything. So it's better to use an agent because nowadays people, they are asking, and user customer, they're asking to search and to manage their content with an agent. They don't want anymore to search for a specific file. They check in the website or their internal website. They need to use AI to ask AI to summarize their files for everything. And also they want to use it from their mobile. For example, for this agent, I will show you how I will publish it. And once I publish it, I can use it from my mobile, from my team application. And here to publish the agent, here I will click to publish. Okay, and here we can say publish. I will show you how to use it in Teams also. And here to publish on Teams, we have here an attribute. It's called channel. When you click on channel, we have Team and Microsoft 365 Copilot. So I need to use this agent in Teams, for example. In Teams, you click on Teams, and here you need to click Add Channel. And here we see agent in Teams. So here I will open my Teams. It will say, and here when I click on Add, it will add it to my Teams. And also if you want to share it with other user, we have the link to it here. You see, you can share with other user. And here I have my Teams, and here I have my agent. So here, if you are using the Teams on your mobile, it will be available for your mobile. But for the container, if you have access to the file, because when I add the file and for the container, you can specify the permission for it. And if you have access to the container, to the files, if you have permission to access to a file, you will have the result here. Otherwise, no, you are protected. And here, let's go here. I will show you how it's work. So what I will do, I will go to my prompt. And here, because I already uploaded the file, what I will take. So I'll take this. I'll just here to my note. Here I already uploaded those files in the container, and here I need to ask, I'll take this prompt, summarize the key. Here we have an option to test your agent directly in Copilot Studio. So we can test it here. As you can see here, when I ask this question, the only data source it's the SharePoint embedded. And here he found all the file I used. So as you can see here, I have all those files in my terminal. And here also we need to specify also if you want just to find the result only in this container or online. So here for the container overview, if you want to disable the online search, as you can see here, I ask Copilot, but I discard their online result. But what we will do, we'll just disable. So here we are sure. Here I will just disable it. Okay, I need just to edit it. Okay. And here you have the option, you can disable the web search. In this case, you are sure it will search only in your specific container or SharePoint document library. Here I will go to my Teams, to Teams to ask the same question here. And here we have the result, and we can check the result. You will see we have the result. It's only from your SharePoint, but the content. So it's really useful. If you are developer, we are developing many application with many for many customer. Nowadays, the customer they want to use AI, so you don't need to develop many sophisticated search capability for your application. You can make available an agent for your file and with your model with the model. So the user, the customer, they can interact directly with your agent. And also I will show you the last thing for the agent. Here also we can specify the model also for the agent. So for the Copilot Studio, you can specify GPT-4.1 or GPT-5. So you can, it's up to you to specify the model for your agent. So I think I still have 3 minutes. So okay, just I will finish my slides. And here for the developer experience, if you want to manage your Copilot SharePoint embedded container, you can use Visual Studio extension, or you can use use Graph API. And to find all the query for the Graph API, we can use this link to upload all the Graph API option. And to create container type, you can use the PowerShell for it, or you can use the Visual Studio extension. And here you can use, you can create the free version or the standard version. You can pay. So the conclusion, so agents are powerful, as I said, so we don't need to develop many sophisticated application for the file. So we make a SharePoint document library container available for your agent, and user can access to from their mobile, from their teams, from their website. And agents are powerful. Also, we can think to manage the knowledge layer for your agent, because it's very important to have agent. It's very important from where the data come from. So if you add knowledge for your agent from SharePoint, from online site, it's better to track this website to check all the modification. And here's some resource. Thank you. If you have my LinkedIn, if you want to connect, feel free. So,
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jamil. What an interesting section. Really, really nice. I enjoyed it.
thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you.
I
Wow.
have 36 minutes, so I have
Yeah, yeah,
36 minutes. Okay.
yeah. Your time is
So I'm checking the time.
no worries, no worries.
Okay.
That's good. Interesting
Okay.
section. I really enjoyed
Okay. Thank
it.
you.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
it's a pleasure. So, guys, we will take 30 minute 5 minutes break, and then we'll proceed further. We still have other presenters to go ahead. For now, just we'll take a break, and then we'll proceed with the next speaker in the next 5 minutes. Hello, Isaiah. Nice to have you.
Yeah. I'm happy to be here. I hope you can hear me clearly, right? It's
Yes,
clear. Yeah.
yes, yes.
Uh, okay.
So
So let me bring this one here so that I can see. Oh, okay. Okay. Right. Yeah. So um, I hope. Let me see if I can start sharing my screen. But
it's a pleasure to have you, Isaiah.
yeah,
Isaiah is
yeah,
also another MVP, Isaiah Clifford Opoku.
yeah.
How you doing?
Isaac. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here. So yeah. So um trying to see which of the screens can we look into. Um yeah. So that I can then start uh this is going to be an issue. Um
Your slide is up.
yeah, my slide is up. If I try to put into presentation mode, I'm gonna end the duplicate from here. Okay, it's duplicate. Sorry. So yeah,
Yeah,
it'll give me some. Yeah, this is gonna.
pull it up again. Then you need to now put it in
Yeah, I need to swap it.
presentation mode. Choose the right.
Yeah, it's going in a different
Uh,
screen right here.
yeah. So
So I
first,
need.
first put it in presentation mode, the PowerPoint. Then now fetch the share to share your screen, and then it pulls up
Yeah,
fully, completely without.
it's already in a presentation mode, but I think it's going into a wrong direction right here. But don't worry. What I'm gonna do is that I'm going to put a PowerPoint in a different screen so that it comes here instead,
Okay,
right? Um, so this is the sorry side of it, and then in
I'll
here I'm
take your
gonna
time.
do yeah, and then I'm gonna and I'm gonna swap it up. Uh, this is gonna be an issue right here. The screens is
You
duplicating.
can, you can send it to me, but then I can put it up. But then I think you need to tell
Yeah,
me to go to next slide.
this supposed to come. If I end this, okay, this is duplicate though. You see, the duplication was coming, but don't worry, we can. I can share the other screen, right? And then we use
Yeah,
this one for the presentation. So
sure.
the screen that I want to share is wrong. So let me share the screen instead of this one. This is okay. So okay, my screen is up.
Okay, yeah,
I'm gonna
cool, perfect. Yeah, it's up now.
I'm gonna
Better.
okay, okay, better now.
It's much better. Yeah.
This screen by now. So um thank you everyone for having me here. I'm happy to be here. So first of all, I will say thank you, the organizers and everyone involved in putting all these things together. And I'm happy to be here to talk to the community members. So my name is Isaiah Clifford Opoku. I'm a software engineer, Microsoft MVP. So basically .NET. Right? So mostly talk about .NET, and also I build community and I talk to people like what I'm doing right here. So today I'm gonna talk about how we can build cloud native application with .NET Aspire and Azure. Right. This is I would say that this is the new phase, and this is how we're gonna do things as we move forward. So it's good that you learn how to use these two, and because this is the new future and how we're gonna do it too. So um, that is a little bit about me here, right? And what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna start. So yeah, I've already introduced myself, right? I'm passionate about building softwares and everything, and talk to people and also help people to also understand how to build software. And I believe that everybody has a potential, and then if you put them in the right spot, they will be able to unleash all these potentials, right? So everywhere, if you search me on LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, Cliff Tech on YouTube, right? And then LinkedIn, Isaiah Cliff Odopoku, and then I'll show everywhere. So let's get started and talk about this thing. So the agenda here today is going to be very simple. We are going to look at what cloud native development is even all about, and how do we even introduce this in .NET using the .NET Aspire. We're going to look at some of the key components and architecture, and how when we talk of service discovery, what is it? We're going to look into that, and then we pick the .NET Aspire 2, and then we're going to see how the built-in dashboard help you to do something like observability and everything. So we're also going to see how can you even deploy this into Microsoft Azure, and I will talk about how I'll show you some demo that I have in here, which we can then look into it, and further you can then build upon it and later on have amazing. So what I'm going to do is that when we talk of cloud native, most of us build softwares. And if you are not even a developer, basically you have been using softwares, right? And what happened is that most softwares are just when you open it, you see folders and then you see code, right? And one thing about this thing is that how do we organize this, right? And whenever something happens somewhere, how do we find out that there is an issue here that we can solve, right? And when the application grows, how do we also organize it? So let's think of it from the beginner perspective, that the software, whenever we are building it, the code that we are going to write, we organize them as folders, right? So we create folders and then we put the code based on the functionalities. So in case we want to add up, we then create another folder, right? So as the application grow, it means that we're going to have a lot of folders in there, and then we're going to have a lot of things that we're going to bring in for the application to be scaled up. And when something happens, we need to then go and find out where the issue is coming from. So imagine we have a lot of folders, is going to be an issue for us. So what we are talking about is that we need to have a certain tools here that will tell us that this happens here, this thing is not working, or this dependency that we just added to this software is having an issue, right? So and in how we develop software, we have some kind of architecture like microservices, which I'm not going to go deep in here. But with the microservices, what we are doing is that we are building the service independently, right? So we might have payment service sitting somewhere talking to authentication service, right? So in that case, they are different, right? But whenever we want to deploy them, we have a way of putting them together, right? Because even though it's different, we have already in the beginner, we have already established the fact that whenever we are building the software, we organize them with this kind of folders, right? But whenever we are building something like microservices, we know that it's different service, but we can still organize them, and they say that, hey, this is the payment service, this is everything also going to go into that folder as well. But how do we put all these things together? And most of us are aware of Docker, Kubernetes, and all these things. But in the .NET environment, it's kind of easy to do all these things, right? So that is the concept of how we normally say we are developing this cloud native stuff. And we have a lot of tools around that you can use to do these things. And with .NET, we have .NET Aspire here, which make it very easy, and it's easy even to deploy, right? So in the demo session, I'll show you how you can get started and everything, right? So let's move forward here, right? Now let's dive into what Aspire is all about. And initially I said this is the future, right? So now we are still going back to our basis, where we are saying that we build software, the code we are going to write, we organize them in folders. Now in some context, we move for further, step further. We say that we have back end, we have front end. In most cases, both of them are running in the different environment, or they are running differently. So if I want to work on an application, I need to pull up the front end, I need to pull up the back end. Maybe there is a Docker putting all of them with Docker Compose, or we have some production Kubernetes and everything. But how do I even get a better experience locally, right? So one thing is that here .NET Aspire comes in, and this is the future. Time is coming. Aspire is going to help you, whether you are building React, you are building Node, you are building. This is not just only .NET 2. It's a tool that is going to help how you develop software, right? So you'll be able to spin up your Django, or React project, Angular project, and all of them will be able to run, and then it can talk to each other, right? Just with some simple app host configuration. And that is where we are moving to with .NET Dashboard. So it's a tool that, if you're watching me right now, it's something, and you mostly build software, you want to learn how to build software, this is the easiest way to get things going. So because let's have a scenario where I'm building a software, and then I have maybe React app, I have .NET application as a backend. I need to go in then and run the .NET application, and then later on I come and run the React application, maybe some local host development and all that. But what if there was a tool that will help you to spin up and everything, your back end, your front end will be able to run it. You can make a request to it. And I'm going to show you how Aspire mostly make these things kind of easy, right? And one thing about this is that it's easy to deploy. So with the Microsoft Azure, with just one command, you'll be able to spin up. You don't need to be a DevOps expert before you can deploy, right? So it's easy, and the goal is that you are going to be able to deploy this everywhere, right? That is where this is heading to, right? So you'll be able to deploy this everywhere, that AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, and everything. And one thing is that those of us who have been building software, sometimes you need to have, plug in your maybe some Postgres, or you want to plug in RabbitMQ or Kafka or everything. You need to basically sometimes put the one as a Docker container, right? You put in there. Sometimes you need to do Docker compose and everything. And these things is very stressful, right? So with Aspire, it just some few lines, 2 lines, 3 lines of code, you'll be able to bring Postgres into your application easy, right? And you'll be able to work with it, just a simple line of code. It's very easy to work with. So Aspire is just, it's just a cloud native framework, or we can say it's ready for the cloud development and everything, right? So it's production ready. I remember somebody wanted to ask me whether Aspire is already production ready. With the new Aspire 13, everything is set up. So I know people who are already using this on production and everything. So it's good to build your software using .NET Aspire. So let's talk about some of the key components on how this thing works. And sometimes I'm not going to go in deep there, but the real architect behind this is kind of easy, and sometimes is complex, right? Because we want to be able to give you some of the things that Docker will give you, right? But you are not going to create a Docker compose, or you're not going to create any Docker file. What is going to happen is that you are going to run Docker, though you need Docker to run .NET Aspire, but under the hood, you are just writing C# code, right? Instead of writing complete, or sometimes it's difficult to run all this Docker, some of the scripts to do things, right? So you are familiar with C#, or maybe .NET, Python, Node.js, JavaScript, and you'll be able to use that to bring in some of the tools that you need to develop your software, which is very, very, it makes things easy for you as a developer, right? So it puts everything together. So as I was saying, in the traditional way of building software, you probably need to have Docker, and then you have your Docker Compose, and then you need to create all these clusters and everything. So you need to go in and have that Kubernetes and everything. I mean, this is very complicated, right? With Aspire, it's kind of easy to put all these things together and everything will be running smoothly. And one thing about is that you have a developer dashboard, which makes things easy for you. So you'll be able to do all this tracing. You'll be able to see what is running, what is coming in, the request, everything. Then that is kind of easy. And as I said, most of us in the .NET ecosystem, if we are working with Node.js, I think there is npm, and where mostly you have some packages that mostly you need, right? Right now, .NET Aspire make it easier to bring in some kind of nuggets packages to work with, right? So whenever you run this .NET, there is something we call the app host, which I'm going to show you in the demo session, and there is something we call service default, right? What the service default is doing is that mostly you are not going to change that, but with the app host, that is where you are going to define what you want to use, right? So if I want to use Postgres, I'll be able to say that, hey, I want Postgres and in here to use in my application, and then it's going to be very easy to then reference this and use it across all the application. So this is basically typically how app hosts mostly look like, right? And you see that if we are putting this, we want to have a reference of Postgres. It's going to be difficult for us to in Docker environment and those things environment. It's going to be easy. I mean, difficult to come up with all these things. Sometimes you need to do all this network routing and everything. But here, this is a simple kind of C# code. And then you can see that it's already talking to front end. Right? So it means that we can even have a lot of applications running together. And this app host will be able to run all of them. So let's think of this. We have, those of us who are familiar with Docker, if you're watching me, you have Docker file, right? And then you have a Docker Compose. And what Docker Compose is doing is that it's helping you to run all your Docker file together or something like that. In the beginner way, we can think of it like that, right? But when the application grows, you're probably going to have different projects coming in. It means that each project needs to have their own Docker file. And then in the Docker Compose, we bring them in and we run them and all that. This is going to take a lot of memory and all that. But here, with the C# code, so you see that we are having those of, you can do this in JavaScript and everything, but C#, you can see we have something called var. So when you look in here, you can see we have something called var. Let me try if I can put this guy on. So here you can see we have these guys in here. We have this var front end, right? So var front end, it means that we are trying to add a front end application to this app. So whenever we run this application, then what is going to happen is that that web app, that front end will be triggered and it will be able to also run as well. So this is going to be some kind of easy for us to run our front end without even looking into some kind of trying to bring in Docker Compose and everything, right? So now this is simple and it gives you clean space. So here we are doing a lot of things. We have Redis, we have Postgres, all of them here. And if we are to create, some kind of YAML file, which is around mostly in the Docker environment, it's going to be a lot of work, and sometimes can get confused and all that. So this is giving us a space to write C# code that will do what Docker is supposed to do, right? So under the hood, it's going to be Docker though, but it's giving you the better experience as a developer, and it's making it easy to use, right? So in 2026 now, if you're watching me, if you want to build software with a lot of different project reference in it, and this is the way to build this and put everything together, right? So it's very easy to start with it, and I'm going to show you how to do that as well. Okay, so when we started, we're talking about service discovery. Then those of us in the DevOps space mostly understand this very well. And what is going to happen is that we are building a software, right? Whether you're an end user, you're a developer, you are a QA, you are an architect, at the end of the day, there is this kind of expectation, something can happen, right? And when something happens, we need to go in there and find out what happens, right? So basically, that is one thing. So we then have certain tools that we have already plugged in into our application. So we can think of it here. We are talking about data storage right here. We are talking about we are having some message broker stuff like RabbitMQ, Agile Service Bus, or we have a cloud service like Key Vault and everything. And these are the external packages or external tools that we basically using in application, right? And then with the service, with Aspire, it's easy to do all this integration, as I said, in the app host. So if you go back here, we are bringing in Postgres, which is kind of easy to do, right? And so if it means that here, if we want to bring in Agile data storage, or when we want to bring maybe Agile storage, Blob storage kind of stuff, it's easy. We just call them in here and say, hey, give us this, we want to use this. And it's kind of easy. You get this straightforward. And then, as I said, most of us into the Microsoft ecosystem, we already know about Agile Key Vault. So if one thing is that we want to store some kind of sensitive information in there so that we be able to reference those in our application, right? And the blob storage is basically where we want to dump in some kind of images, videos, all those things in there, and we always want to create. So now here's what's going to happen. This is sitting on Microsoft Azure and you are referencing it in your application, but basically you need some packages to basically talk to Microsoft Azure and say that this application has these videos and everything. So Aspire make it easy when it comes to you having your cloud services, and then you also referencing those things in your code. Yeah. So one thing that we were looking into is that we're talking about observability, right? And the whole what we are saying is that we know that there are services we are bringing in, even in our code, things can happen. And sometimes we need to go in and check what is happening in there. And we have, logs and everything that you can basically go and see what is happening, right? Maybe a user made a request and maybe one of the services down. We can then check that the requests are coming in and it's failing and it's referencing and all that. But this sometimes is very, very complicated, right? As we already established the fact that we are building a software and the code we are going to write, we are organizing them as folders, right? Let's say, and then inside the folders, we have the files, which is our code file. So let's say we have payment.cs, that is inside maybe a payment folder. All these things comes together at the end of the day, it builds together and it gives out the software we normally use. But inside these files, something can happen. One of them can, an issue can happen in there. How do we find out that this is where the issue is coming from? And sometimes when the application grows, it's become difficult because now we have a lot of things in there and your absorption will not help you. So you need the actual kind of a message that tells you that the payment service is down because all the requests coming in is failing. It's give us this status or everything. And when you deploy any application environment, how do you get those interfaces to check? .NET Aspire make it easy. It's going to give you a complete developer dashboard. You don't need to be an DevOps expert to go in there and check what is happening in there. There is dashboard for you and everybody. Even if you're a beginner, you can just go in there and then you'll be able to basically look into what is coming in. So you'll be able to see. So the structure log is basically logging in and finding out what is going on. The metrics is basically this kind of performance, right? So in the log, we think of the application side of it, right? So user making a request, everything coming in, but the metrics is the performance. So our where we are running it, what is going on, how long, our CPUs, or are we, reaching into some of the logs, sometimes going to save it, right? So your memory, sometimes your RAM, everything is going to be full or something. So the metrics basically help you to see some of the things, and with something like there is a lot of tools that can help you to do that but Aspire make it easy for you because you have your, and there is this tracing as well to see and deep down what is coming in. So in all, whenever you are thinking about having a complete dashboard that gives you that kind of observability as a developer that you don't mostly need to call DevOps guy, this make it very easy and simple for you. So you can then manage and find out and then try your debugging production to see what is going on. And here is the fun part where now we know that we want to build a software. And the goal is that we are going to use .NET as Aspire. And we want to then make sure that we put everything together. We have different services, or maybe we have front end, back end, and this can be Node.js application, this can be Python application, or maybe even Java application. And then what we are saying is that we then want to deploy this into Microsoft Azure. Then users will be able to, and this makes it very easy. So aside putting the application into Microsoft Azure, it's easy to also plug in another services to it. It's kind of easy, and there is a simple command that will be able to run, and then it will be able. So if you check in here, what you need is that you need the Azure developer CLI, so that you'll be able to then run this AZD, right? So whenever you run AZD in it, the Aspire will then look at your root directory, do all this discovery, and find your project structure and everything, and services to everything that you are using. So it seems like, let's think of it like you are creating a new project. Let's say we created a project, want to use Git or anything. When we say Git init, but we are trying to create or initialize this with Git. That is something here, something similar here, where you drew AZD init, and it seems like you are trying to initialize this with an Azure. So there is this kind of connection that you want to establish, right? And this will do everything. Sometimes this is going to take a couple of time based on how your, the big how big your application is and some of the things and all that. But at the end of the day, you're going to have something going to Microsoft Azure. And someone might even ask, what if I deploy this to Microsoft Azure and then make changes to it? So when you make changes to it and now you want to do AZD app, right? And then it's going to go in there. So it will be able to detect the changes and redeploy everything. So this is going to do a lot of work. That's why I say initial, sometimes it's going to take a bit of, a certain amount of time, because let's say we have Postgres, we have all these things. It's going to discover those things and create them on Microsoft Azure for you, right? So which is, this is very interesting. You don't need to go into Microsoft Azure and create it. So it's going to find it, whatever you are using, and then it will be able to then create those things for you as well. So this is one thing that Aspire basically also have kind of versions, right? And most of us know about the version 9, which that's why I decided to start from here. So we have the Aspire CLI. So you can use, most of us in the .NET ecosystem know that we can do .NET new, and then we just do maybe web API or whatever we want to create. So there is this kind of .NET CLI that give you a better experience for you to create a new project and everything. But with Aspire, you also have the CLI, but you also can do this in the Visual Studio, which I'll show you how to do it. There is already a template in there that you can start with the empty Aspire project, or with front end or back end, or it's easy to get these things running up and running. So there is a lot of things that is going to happen. And one thing that is making Aspire interesting is that this started as a .NET project. So most people normally target this as a .NET project, but there is something like cross languages on an apples, and this is making it more interesting. Now, you don't need to be a .NET developer to use the Aspire right here. You can use it if you even work with Node.js, right? If you work with other languages, right? Go, Java, you can then plugin, and that is interesting, right? So this is not a tool for .NET developers only, for everybody that builds software, especially in the backend side of it. And it makes your life easy. As I said, I'm going to show you the website. You see it has CLIs and how you can sometimes get started and everything. So in the all you need is app host. This demo, I'm going to show .NET application, right? But you can plug in Aspire with any project with just app host, and I'm going to show you what the app host does, right, and how easy it is to get this. And there is already in-depth kind of documentation to show you how to use Aspire. And I said, I always say that I love their website and how they have structured the documentation, so it makes it easy for you. Yeah. So if we're gonna go and then trying to demo some kind of what we have in here to you right here. So what I'm gonna do is that at this point I'm gonna stop sharing this screen, and I'm gonna share a different screen right here, which is gonna showcase our. It's gonna showcase uh, uh, what we have, so be able to talk about this in real time and see what is going on in real time. Yeah. So you can see my screen and then you can see my code, right? This is a .NET code, but before we even get started into the interesting part, I think I have this here. This is basically the official website that contains everything you want to use. And I always recommend that you get started from here. This is very interesting because all the tools, all the deep down concept is already here. So it gives you step by step how to start this thing. So you can, if you're still confused about what Aspire is all about, you can then read more about what it's all about. What is an app host, right? As already discussed, the app host puts everything together. And one thing is that you can see the languages in here. So in Java, how does it work? Right? With C#, how does it work? So now you can see, even if we are working with Go, it's easy to work with it, right? It's easy to work with it. So you can have Go, Java working. And this is not .NET 2 only. This is a tool for developers. And that is one thing that I want to point it out. And it's easy to work with, right? So this is basically how the app host works, and I'm going to show you in the C# code. So here you'll be able to do this in different languages based on the languages that we have in here. So if it is Node, you'll be able to do this in Node, and all you need is this app host, right? And it to be able to run, and you don't need what I mean. When it started, we used to have this service default, right? And by now it's support different languages, and service default and extension method might not work in different languages. So deep down there was a lot of work going on, but it's easy to use. So I'll recommend that if you want to get started working with .NET Aspire, you start from here, and then you're gonna get a lot of deep concepts here. So because of my time, so let's look into this. This is a simple application that I've created in here, and this is a .NET application. I'm not using any best practice, so I'm just calling the APIs and everything in this coding here. I'm calling it in the program.cs, right? It's not, everything is in here just for demo purpose. And basically, I'm trying to see in some data, right? So if you are worried, when I launch this, you're going to see some data. Maybe you ask yourself where this is coming from. This is coming from a C data here. And this is the app host I have in here. And this is one thing that makes it, so we can say that this is the center of it. This is the brain of it, right? So now, you are working here, we need some Postgres database. As I said, if it is Docker, we're going to spin up Docker Compose and create all these YAML files and confusing it. But here, this is very interesting, right? We can then just write this code here. So when we write this code here, we are just bringing readers here. If we write this here, we are bringing in Postgres. So this is one line of just one line. Here we have Postgres working here. This is kind of this makes everything interesting here. And one thing that is happening here is that with the apples, you'll be able to reference other projects in here. So this means that this project is talking to front end. As I said, this can be React. Here is just a simple Blazor app. It can be React, it can be Angular, it can be anything, right? And then you'll be able to reference them here. And then you see that there is an endpoint here, but I'm not going to go into the code, but I'm just giving you the architect. And then we already have another project here, which is their backend. So basically, if you use the Visual Studio template, you probably have the service and the web, right? So that is it. And this is the database we have here. And some of the things is kind of, you see that there is this kind of wait for. One thing about Aspire is that whenever you launch it and some of the services are not available, it's going to wait because there is this kind of dependency, right? Because this project, the backend reference our Postgres here, and say we wait for the card, we wait for the Postgres. So if these ones are not running, the API will not run, the backend will not run because you need to wait for them, right? And the same thing here, we say wait for the service, API service. This is our backend project. If the front end basically is not getting it, it will wait for it. So in the dashboard, you see wait. So now, one thing is that I have my Docker already running here, right? Before you run these things, you need Docker, right? You need Docker to spin things up, but you're not going to write Docker code, a YAML file for Docker and everything. You just need to have Docker running because under the hood is going to use Docker, right? So I'm going to close my Docker, and because if you don't have Docker and you run it, it's going to wait for Docker. So now I'm going to spin this. I'm going to run this guy here, and it's going to give us the dashboard. When we get the dashboard, it's basically going to tell us that this is not going to run. And so it's running because this is running because of still my Docker Compose is running. So let's make sure to Docker. I have always have issue with Docker because we wanted Docker not to run because I've run this, so it's spin up. I always have Docker issue with my Docker from my Windows. So you see, I'm trying to open it, it's not coming. So it's running because the Docker is running, and that's why it's running, right? So if the Docker is not running, it will wait for it. And one thing about it is that we'll be able to stop a service. So you can see this is stopping right here. And this is the dashboard I was talking about. Because of my time, I'm just going to run through. So you see, most of us .NET engineers, most cases, we need this console right here. So you see that I'll be able to track what is happening in here, right? So some of the services are just stopping in here. And then you see that this failed for a connection here. There was no connection because it was not starting in. We have already stopped it. So the application keep on calling it, and this is giving us kind of console log, right? And we can also see if our Postgres is running, right? So this is the developer dashboard we're talking about, right? We can check our database, and then we can even check our front end. Is our front end running everything from here? And there is things that is structured, right? So if something is failing, it's going to give you more detail. And you see, this is running like a real time. So you don't need to be on a DevOps guy. This is kind of easy. You'll be able to go into this and see what is happening. That was what I was talking about, the login and everything. So if you are using this, it's kind of easy. So I'm gonna continue. So I'm gonna say that, hey, rerun this, and this is so you notice that if I stop this, the backend here will also fail because in our code, as I said, this depends on this service. The backend depends on this service. So when we do this, this is supposed to fail as well because, as I said, we don't want a situation where this will run and this will not run. So we say that wait for it. So it's always going to wait for it. If it's not running, it's going to give an issue, right? Yeah. So I know. So we're gonna continue this guy up, and you see that it's running.
We are
So
already 1 minute late.
yeah. I can see from here. I
Because
just
you're
want
out
to
of
run up.
there.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So there is tracing and everything. This make it very easy and all that. So if you want to put this into, because of my time, if you want to go here, you'll be able to push this to um Azure. So I'm going to give you the command that you can use to basically deploy this into Microsoft Azure. All you need is that you're going to do the initialization. So AZ init, right? I'm not going to do because my time. So you do AZ init and make sure you have the Azure Developer CLI and you have a subscription, right? And this will be able to spin up all everything for you. And then I didn't even launch this. So this is coming from our database, right? This is demo I built. So we have our database and everything. So when you click here, it tells us the number of votes that we are doing in here. And this is trying to store in the database. And it's coming from the database you see here, right? Everything. And this is complete Aspire project. The back end is running, the front end is running at the same time. So go and explore this one out. And it's easy to deploy everywhere. Use it in any programming language. So thank you so much. Yeah, I think my
Thanks a
time
lot.
is up. Yeah, yeah,
Thanks a
yeah,
lot,
yeah,
Isaiah. I appreciate it.
yeah,
Thanks. Interesting
yeah. Thank you.
section. Okay,
Thank
it's
you
a
so much.
pleasure.
Yeah, thank you.
Uh,
I'll see you again. Okay,
yeah.
bye.
Guys, we would come back at in 2 minutes more time, and then we'll proceed further with the next presentation. See you guys soon.
Hi, CJ.
Hi, how you doing, Joseph?
Yeah, very well. Thank you. How are
Welcome,
you too?
welcome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
good.
you. Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yes, of course I am.
You can put up your slide so then I can. Yeah.
Okay, I'm into that now. So please let me know when you can see my screen.
I can see it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Hi guys, we're ready for another interesting section by Joseph Afeso. I'll be taking us through M365, how to offboard a user in a secured way. Thank you, Joseph. The floor is all yours.
All right, guys. Good afternoon from here to everybody listening. I want to appreciate everyone who has spoken before uh, my coming on board to have a conversation about this topic. Very technical session so far. I've been on the backstage listening, and I appreciate everyone's commitment to community development. My name is Joseph Afesu. I am a Microsoft MVP in the M365 and Copilot space, and I'm always very passionate about youth and human development. So today I Today, I have the privilege to present to you a topic on M365 user offboarding. And it's one of those simple topics that I feel that we should talk about, because it becomes important that we evaluate this. While the advent of AI, a lot of technology, very interesting coming up, are actually in vogue, it becomes necessary that we do not drift away from the basis, or we not get carried away by the excitement of the technologies that are coming out. Security is still very important. And just as we go on, we'll see that what I really have here is simple. Apologies for that, what you have on my screen. I think there was a mismatch. But then every day, employees join organization, and every day also people leave. While you hear on LinkedIn, you see people showing excitement about starting up a new role. You also, that means that person is likely leaving another organization. And sometimes this leaving organization can be voluntary, and some other time it can be involuntary. So if it is voluntary, sometimes it is more palatable and maybe of a lesser risk. But where it is involuntary resignation, then it becomes something that calls for some level of attention. So apologies for that break. So it's something that calls for attention, and the IT team have to have their hands on deck to make sure that things. Oh, and the IT team, I mean, when it is involuntary, I think I was speaking on it at some point. The IT team, as well as the stakeholders involved, will have to have their hands on deck to make sure there is no disaster as it has to do with the organization. So knowing how to properly offboard user, especially organizations that are just cloud-based, we could actually go just one step back to talk about on-premises or synced user accounts. But our conversation today around the is scoped around the cloud-only users. And it is critical to protect companies' data and maintain security, like I mentioned earlier. So, in today's conversation, I am having beginners in mind just because of my own nature, and people who are really newbies to this technology would find, or should find, this very easy to understand, and those who are a bit advanced would already be thinking about an alternative way of solving this particular case, or maybe responding to this kind of demand. So I'll be walking us through the essential steps for safely offboarding users in M365. And this would include account access, talk about license, data protection, and the best practices around that. So just to give a little bit of background to this, we are going to be going fully manual in looking into this, and that's just because we want to understand how these things are normally done. So it is the discretion of those who are advanced in more technologies to know if they want to go for automations or so, because of consistency in terms of reputation of this action. But that is what we will look at in the future slides. Okay, so I'll look at why offboarding users. Why do we even offboard, or why does offboarding matter in the first place? So proper offboarding actually protect companies' data, right, by securely managing user accounts when employee leave the organization. Then the risk of improper offboarding can really be a topic of discussion that will take like a long time, and if care is not taking, a reputation of some kind of points that will need to be emphasized and then at some point re-emphasized. So improper onboarding will increase risk as digital identities become the new security perimeter of all organizations. So the target audience for the presentation today is actually going to be sys administrators and IT professionals who manage user accounts, who manage identity generally. So the presentation goal is to deliver key steps and then talk about best practices and then the actionable checklist for a secure offboarding. So consequences of inadequate offboarding. Of course, if you know the reason why you should do something, then of course we're already talking about what happens if you do not give consideration to what you are you are supposed to give consideration to. So inadequate offboarding will allow former employees to access sensitive company data, posing immediate security threats. So while the finance team is down to checking the payroll to make sure that, of course, how will it even be if a finance unit is paying an exited staff, even if it is a mistake of 1 month? Take imagine that there are 10 staff, or even if it is one person, right? So depends on how much the person is earning, and it takes a high level of moral and discipline for someone to come back to let you know as an organization that you are still paying me even after I have left the organization. But some organizations really pay their exited employees without knowing, and the question is how, or pay on their behalf, or pay for services on their behalf. And how does that happen? This happens if you do not do your license auditing, for instance, and you have exited employees who are still having licenses tied to their account and it's reading months on months. I have worked in an organization where I carried out licensing audits of the leavers account, and I discover a whole number of users are still having license that they've been paying for at least the last 6 months before I joined the organization. And if I take a calculation back to how long ago these users have left and how much they've been paying for that at least 6 months period that was audited, you would understand that the org has lost a lot of money. So that said, let's even move on. What about data exfiltration consents? Users can transfer files or set email forwarding, right? Leaving the organization to let's say a user wants to leave and sets an email forwarding from the official email to his Gmail address, which is like a conventional Yahoo personal email or Outlook live, to be getting the emails that are coming in there, right? So that is risking your data leakage outside of your organization. Just like the topic I spoke about, the orphaned account, right? So unused accounts actually waste license and create blind spot. You have to take note of the word blind spot, because at that point, in your mind, the user has left. So that particular account, there are lots that you don't even bother about it. So most time you don't even go there to query the signing logs and all of that. So unused accounts waste licenses and create blind spot that attackers can even exploit with malicious activity. So what about compliance and legal risk? So failure in onboarding can actually lead to audit failures, right? Legal penalties and damage to organization reputation. So as simple as offboarding is, it becomes expedient that in this kind of global conversations that we're having today, that we give attention to adequately offboarding users. Now, the point is we know the responsibility, we know the pros, we know the cons of doing this right, and then it becomes important that who do we hold accountable for offboarding? Of course, just to give a preliminary conversation, you don't have the right to go hold an exited employee for a failure of one particular individual or a particular team within the organization where the user have exited, right? So who should care about offboarding? Who are those that are supposed to care? A role, system administrator, right, is supposed to execute the technical task like disabling accounts, transferring data during offboarding of users, right? So now who tells or gives the information to the sysadmin guy, the IT people generally, especially those who are in charge of user identity, as a matter of fact. The HR will have to do that. So they have to be a prompt notification, prompt, and with the emphasis on the word prompt, giving that timely information to the IT unit when an employee is even about to leave, not even leaves the organization. The IT unit should be aware of when the user is leaving. If it is urgent or immediate, involuntary, that can come as a result of sack or misappropriation or misunderstanding, whatever it is, then it has to be a prompt notification to the IT team to act or to shift into action immediately. And the word is immediately. Now, security and compliance oversight. So, security and compliance team should ensure that onboarding aligns with regulation and internal policies. So, there should be a unit in place. It can be like audit or IT audit department that would constantly check just to make sure that there is an alignment with what is currently in vogue. But at the end of the day, for an effective offboarding, there should be a collaboration between people from different workflow. Now, collaboration among the IT, the HR, and the security and compliance team, this actually fosters offboarding, which minimizes risk and maintaining operations. Now, what are the objectives of secure offboarding? What are the objectives? Why do you want to do that? Why do you want to be prompt? Why do you want to be, why do you want to take that action? It's because immediate access blocking is required, even if the employee was not leaving at will. I mean, even if he's leaving at will, voluntary resignation. So you don't know who is not comfortable. You don't know, you may not really understand, like human beings can be something else inside and then say something else to you, right? So there is need for you to carry out an immediate access blocking, even if it's your friend that is leaving today. So blocking access instantly prevent former employees from logging into the company system or accessing sensitive data. Then you preserve business data in that case by securing emails or file digital assets to ensure business continuity and data availability after a user has been offboarded. Then what about transferring the resource ownership? So you have to reassign the ownership of the resources like the files, the channels to prevent project disruption and maintain collaboration. And one that is very economically concerned is the license remover, right? Because if internal audit or external auditors come into the organization to look into something, it would be an eyesore for you to have been paying for someone who has left a couple of months ago. So removing unnecessary license will help you to control cost while compliance with data protection law. So now, what are the steps and what are the best practices? And that's actually the topic, right, of our conversation today. What are the steps? Creating an account is sweet, right? But what are you supposed to do when the user leaves? So now this can be manual and it can be automated. You can decide to use Power Automate to do these Azure automations to run these, but it is just very important that we look at what is required of the IT, the HR, and the security and compliance team working together to onboard these levers, right? But the bulk of the work, in a way, is from or on the IT team after the HR has notified the team. However, there is need for what's it called now? The security and compliance team to be like the watchdog of the IT team to make sure that the right thing is done. Now, this that we want to talk about now is the most manual way of doing these things. However, it can also form a checklist for you if you want to design an automation to carry out this step. This is almost not a matter of opinion. It is more like a fact that these steps are needed and there is reason why they should be done one after the other, especially the first two steps. And I will explain why I'm saying that. Now, the first thing when it is time to onboard a user is to sign out the user out of everywhere. Now, the second step is immediately blocking user sign-in via Entra to prevent further access to organizational resources. I will talk about these two briefly before I just run through the other ones. Now, what does signing user out of everywhere mean and what does it do and how long does it take? Now, this is very important. How long? It's very, very important. And once this step is missed, then I will go to the second step without following the first one. We will still achieve our aim. But what about is an aggrieved lever then? somehow we may not be proactive enough if we jump these steps. Now, what is the step one? Sign user out of everywhere. Of course, we know that in the cloud computing space and era that we are, users can sign into their phones, to their PCs, to their Mac, to their iPad or something, ever devices they use, just to make sure that their finger are on the job, on the go, right? Now, if a user is signed in into, let's say, 4 devices, right? And then you initialize or initiate sign out of everywhere, what happens is that in 15 minutes, the user gets signed out of everywhere that the user is signed into: the phone, the Mac, the iPad, the just call it user is signed out of those. Now, blocking user would still sign user out of all those devices, but it is after 60 minutes, while signing out user from everywhere would take 15 minutes. Now, and then when you block user signing, it automatically stops fresh signing. Now, I want you to follow this conversation. Sign user out of everywhere, signs user out after 15 minutes. Then blocking user signing, signs user out and block new signing, but it takes 60 minutes to sign user out everywhere. Now, the best step is initialize or initiate signing user out of everywhere one, so that in 15 minutes, the user is going to be signed out. But if within that 15 minutes, you had blocked sign in. So what it means is that the user can no longer initiate a new signing. I hope that makes sense to us. But if you go ahead and do a block, it's fine. The user will have still have access up to the next 1 hour, right? So the next thing you do, of course, after blocking user signing, it becomes impossible for the user to initiate a fresh signing. Of course, that is established. The best practices require that we also, excuse me, we also reset the user password. Though options, this is optional, but it's needed. Now, you also need to reset user authentication method. All these are like basic steps that even if you miss the reset password and reset user authentication method, so long you have blocked the user sign-in, resetting user's password could be needed if the IT team have any need to sign into that user account temporarily. It therefore means that before you unblock the user, right, to be able to sign in afresh, you must have set the user password. Because of course, the user leaving best practice does not even allow you to know the user's password as an IT administrator. So resetting the password of the leaver now becomes necessary if you want to get into the user account for a reason that is explainable in that case. And because the user had the MFA on his mobile phone and or his mobile number, or so on and so forth, you also need to re-authenticate or reset the multi-factor authentication for the user. Now, what do you do next? We're talking about license management, right? So the next thing you do is to convert the user account to a shared mailbox, right? And then if you convert the user account to shared mailbox, it is optional if you want to add delegates to the mailbox, right? So but what is there is you convert the user account to shared mailbox, and then if you've done that, you can remove license at this point. So if you remove license at this point, the mailbox content will still remain. So what that means is that a shared mailbox does not require license. That's what I'm trying to say. So removing license and add-on from departing user prevent unnecessary billing and free resources. But before you do this, you have to convert the account to shared mailbox. And then if you want people to see those emails that are there, then you can give them delegate permission, which we are going to be looking at when we get to our demo. Now, what are the summary of the best practices for us to just look at before we go further into the demo? Now, immediate access blocking is important, but before you do that, please sign user out of all session. Block user access immediately. This one blocks user access and the essential first step to secure organizational resources during offboarding. And then again, make sure that there is a proper data protection, right, or protecting business data. So proper data protection ensures sensitive business information remains secure through the user onboarding. Then automation and documentation. Then utilizing automation throughout this is really interesting and important. Like I was saying, for those who are a bit advanced in technology, can decide or it's recommended that you use automations to run through this because you have a consistent way of offboarding your users, and then it reduces error, and at the end of the day you can scale offboarding process if that is necessary. Then the identity and license management. Again, no matter how careful you know you are, or you think you are, it is very important that you set out a particular period within the month. It could be early in the month or late in the month to make sure that you effectively carry out license auditing, just to make sure that you are not paying for licenses that are assigned to stale accounts. And that's what I want us to take note of. So, having said what I have said, I will be going right into the demo and just show us a little bit of what I have been talking about for the benefit of those who have just been anticipating what I've been saying, right? So the M365 um, experience has two ends, I would say, the admin end and the end users end. So if you have the required permission, you can sign into admin.cloud.microsoft, which is the same thing as admin.microsoft.com. So if you are going into what do I call it, URLs, you will definitely end up in the M365 admin center. And when you get to the M365 admin center, you will see like a lot of beautiful things that I that are not covered within the scope of what we are looking at. But it looks nice if you want to take a tour around the M365 admin center. So having done that, you come to active users, right? So you have this business. If you are doing it manually, you have this business to carry out in let's say two admin centers, right? Typically two admin centers. Or you can spread. You can decide to do that from Entra. You can decide to do that from M365. If you are using a cloud-only account, this is one of those practices. For example, if I want to offboard, just to be very straight to the point, right? If you want to offboard, let's say, we want to offboard this guy here. So first of all, you look at the guys that are licensed. So it's only the licensed users that would have access to Mailbox. But because we want to convert mailboxes, then we will need to demo on a user that has license and then talk about the license remover as well. So I'll pick up this account here because it's just calling me to upload it. So Boros Solomon is the leaver who is getting out or who is resigning from my organization. So what I will do is to come to the list of active users. If there are much, instead of scrolling down, I can just search for it here, and then I will hit on this, and that should bring up Solomon's account right now here for me. So I'll bring up the account. So what this means right now is that this is a user, and the user has license assigned to it. If I want to look at the aliases, look at all of these, if I come to licenses and apps, I'll see that the user is licensed for Microsoft 365 Business Premium. So if I click here now, I will have all the applications that are part of the M365 Business Premium, which are 59 applications that he has access to owing to that license that it has. This is the plan that come with that. So now if you come back to the account, right? So what is interesting or important here for me to explain is where you have this sign user out of all session, and we just want to see if I can zoom in a bit for visibility. So if I look at this point, yes, I would see that you have the sign user out of all sessions, right? So if I put my cursor here, I just want us to read through what I have here, right? See, this is initiate a one-time event. that will sign this person out of all M365 session across all devices. It can take up to 15 minutes for process to complete. This person will be able to immediately sign back in unless you have also blocked their sign in status. So this is forming the second step in our checklist at the moment. So once this is achieved, right? So what I would do, I would look at this and then I will hit on sign out of all sessions. So once I do that, that happens to be like my first step, right? So it is going to the action is going to take place. So what's the second step? I'll jump from here to block signing for user. So how is that? Let's take the time to look at this. Borrow Solomon. So blocking someone prevents anyone from signing in as the user or as this user, and is a good idea when you think their password or username may have been compromised. When you block someone, it immediately stops new signings. Of course, look at it, take the queue from the other side where you've signed out and you sign him out, but he's going to have a fresh signing if the guy has an intention to come back into the account to carry out whatever action, illegal action I will call at this point because he has left, then it will immediately stop that new signing. Remember, you've signed the user out of that site if it makes sense to you. New sign in for that account, and if they are signed in, they will be automatically assigned, signed out from all M365 services within 60 minutes. But of course, you know the other one is saying to sign him out in 15 minutes. Then since it's immediately stopping fresh signing, so if it's going to sign in again, it's going to fail within 15. So I will click on this save here. So what this has done for us is that it is blocking the user signing. So what I would say is that don't just go ahead at this point and remove the user from and remove the user license because you miss a very important step. So one other thing that is important here is you can decide to go to the groups that the user is member of and then remove the user from those. Unfortunately, this user is not a good example in this case because I do not see group that are listed here, right? So the user was supposed to be removed from all the group. Now, because this user account has been blocked, so it means that the user will not be able to sign in if the sign out everywhere had taken effect also. Cool. Now, having done that, the next place you have to go to, right, is the Exchange Admin Center. And it is this jump around that may create a level of inconsistency, and that's why automation is recommended for this action if you have the technical skill and the resources to do so. However, let us move on because our target at this point is our lovely beginners. So if we come to manage mailboxes, you're going to see Borrow Solomon here because it's letter B. But what if there were more? So it means that you have to bring Borrow here, right, and search for him. So when you search for Borrow in the other parts here, you saw 1, 2, 3, right? So when you search for Borrow here now, you have only one for reason due to license. And if you look at this mailbox here, you see that the account is a user mailbox, right? So since this account is a user mailbox, it's fine, right? But for this mailbox to be consistent here, it has to have the license assigned to it, right? Now, one thing to look out for is before you convert to shared mailbox, I must say it is the size of the email, the content of the mailbox, or the size of the content of the user's mailbox. So now mailbox usage is at 0.03 gigabytes or 4.95 because the user has business premium license, which gives him access to 50 gigabytes of mailbox size, right? Now the user is still within 50. So if it's within 50, it means that the license can be removed and the account can be converted to a shared mailbox. But remember, if the account is running into 100 gigabyte, then it means that you need at least a Microsoft Exchange Online Plan 2 for it. But that's not going to be covered within what we are discussing. So let's keep our discussion within the context. So now, what do you do? You have a lot here. You have information around this. One thing that is there is, for instance, you may want to set up an automatic reply, right, to this account, which is sometimes very important, and it maintains organization's consistency. I missed this part, I did not state it in the other part. So you can just decide to come into the automatic reply and turn it on. So what are you going to say to reply all sender inside the organization for this? Well, you can just simply say Solomon Boro does no longer work here. Solomon does no longer work here since maybe 7th 03 2026. Send further communication to admin.microsoft.com, something like that, right? So that's going to be what happens. So this is for people that are inside the organization trying to send emails to Solomon. What about people outside the organization? You can have a different email for them. You can compose that and give them that email that you want them to see. So what's going to happen is that you've set that on. If you want to put it in a particular time, you can decide to do that. But because we have set this now, we can decide to leave it and then hit on save. I just wanted to bring this to your attention, just so that people are not kept in the dark when emails are sent. That's one thing. The second thing is that you may decide to say, you know what, you want to forward the emails of this user to user within your organization, right? So you can decide to say, okay, when this guy receives an email, when or after we have disabled this account, it should forward that email to admin at So maybe this is his manager, right? So now when that email comes, do you also want do you also want a copy of the email on the mailbox of this lever? If that is the case, you check this box and then you click on save. So what happens at this point is that new emails that are coming in um, will be forwarded to the accounts admin at pillarsconcept.com, just so you can see those emails coming into Boro Solomon's mailbox. And then the person sending those emails will get an automatic email stating that the user has left the organization. This is just to keep up with consistency in terms of communications and conversations. Now, having done that, so what you do is, so to keep things nice, and then you can kick your license out from this account, is for you to convert the account to a shared mailbox. Like I told you, shared mailbox does not require you to have a license assigned if the mailbox content is within a specific threshold. So now the mailbox is changing, and then it has been successfully converted to a shared mailbox. Now we still see this here, right? So I'll come back and refresh this page just so that you can see what changes have been made. So now that we have refreshed, so if I come back to Boro Solomon, this is the account. I can see here that it's showing shared. So I'll just open the account. You see here, it's showing shared mailbox already. So what's the next thing I want to do? I want to give people access to that mailbox just so that they will be able to. At this point, I'll come to delegation. Okay. If I come to delegation, there are two options I do have here, and I'm going to be ending my conversation here very soon. Send as permission. For me, I feel that still giving a user access as send as permission doesn't make sense at this point, because that is actually an ethical impersonation, I would say. But this person no longer work here, so we don't expect him to send out email from his mailbox anymore. However, we can decide to give people access to manage both the present and the current and the previous emails. So how we do that is to give somebody a full delegate access. So the full access permission allow a delegate to open this mailbox and behave as the mailbox owner. But remember, he will not be able to send out email from that mailbox. So we can just come here and say, okay, you know what, we want to give this access to somebody else, but we want to just give it to David, so that David is able to. David. I just think I added more V than I'm supposed to. Let me see if I have David in this thing. I should have David, right? So now I'm adding David to this account. I don't know why. Let's just say that I could actually search for the user, right? But just to save our time, I don't know why that's not trying to query. But I'll just try to give Eniola access to read permission. So what happens is that Eniola will have this mailbox automatically populating in his or her Outlook, and then he or she can go into Solomon's present, recent, and or current and past emails, even the emails that will be coming in as time progresses. Now, having converted this account, one last step is remaining, and it is to come to Borrow Solomon and remove the license from it. And you should not forget this. So if you are building your automation, or if you want to do this manually, you must have a checklist that you put side by side and check one after you've done it. And then all will be good now. So if I come here to refresh, without even refreshing, I can see that Solomon's account is now on license. So what that goes to mean is that I will no longer have to pay for Solomon's access to Amplify services anymore, but the mailboxes are going to be intact. I hope this is able to give light to especially the newbies, right, who joined this session. If you were not here when I introduced myself at the beginning, again, my name is Joseph Afisu, and I am passionate about the youths coming into tech. So if you want to reach out to me for further conversations around this, my DM is always open, and I'm happy to engage with anyone who has like mind to learn. Thank you for having me. CJ, I'm passing the microphone to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Very interesting section. I enjoyed it. I didn't always see colleagues in and out of an organization where I work, but I don't know how you can take it out, take a person out, and it goes out synchronously through all systems and accounts and stuff like that. So thank you very much for showing us that. Um, we'll take a 5 minutes break, and we'll be back with another interesting section. For now, Joseph, enjoy your weekend. I appreciate it. Bye bye. Hello, Hassan Jamal. Good afternoon. You're on mute. You're muted. You're mute.
Hi, CJ.
Hi,
Our
hi,
speakers are
good.
not here.
Um, Hassan has some issue with his system, so I've just messaged Oluwatobi to come on to
Okay,
start
maybe
presenting.
Toby should come in.
Huh?
Oh, he's not here. He's not there yet.
He joined in, but then he has some issue with his audio.
I'm
So,
thinking
so Oluwatobi is joining in to take his place.
Toby should be here already.
I just called him now on WhatsApp
Yeah,
and he
Toby should
picked
be
up.
here already.
Hello, Hassan. You're back. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. On mute.
Hello, I'm audible?
Yes, finally, I can hear you.
Yes, finally. Sorry. This URL was not working on the Chrome. I don't know what happened.
No worries. Proceed further, okay? We'll
Okay, so
make it
I'm
quick.
audible properly?
Yes, we can hear
Okay,
you.
I remove my microphone, then I'll check. I'm
All right.
audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay. So can I start my presentation?
Yeah, you can pull it up, then I check it in.
Okay. So can I start now or I can wait for some?
You can start now. You can pull up your slide. Let me put it on the stage.
Okay, let me start. Video slide, 1 second. You can see my screen. My screen is shared.
Yes, I'll put it up.
Okay, 1 second.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that let me also put on the full screen, maybe 1 minute.
Yeah.
In the presentation mode. What can you see now?
I can see your first page, your picture on there. Yeah.
Okay, so
Intro.
it's in the presentation mode, correct?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay,
Proceed.
that
Thank you.
because I have one monitor now, so I cannot see, but I can see my PPT only. Okay, okay, so I can start now, actually, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. This is Hassan Jamal Siddiqui, and I'll just give the brief uh, summary about myself. Okay, I have been more than 20-year experience on Microsoft technology, and I have been in the multiple continental across Middle East, Europe, and North America. And currently, I'm a SME for Power Platform, AI Agentic, SharePoint, OneDrive, Teams, and that is my core technology since 18 year on the Microsoft technology once SharePoint started. So today, I'm going to present about Copilot. Okay, from Copilot to cognitive agents, architecting agentic AI in the Microsoft ecosystem. And guys, if you have any any question or anything you may ask anytime during session. Raise your hand. Maybe I cannot see, so end of the call also I will be address the questions. Okay, so it's very commonly nowadays you can see it's uh, you can see how Copilot is expanding their footprint inside the organization, because Copilot can fit with any technology, any tool. Like let's see, I want to integrate with the Outlook, I want to integrate with the Teams, I want to integrate with the OneDrive, Planner, Power BI. Everywhere we can integrate Copilot. Okay, on top of the Power Platform. So let's see. My agenda is today. I'm going to be first AI agentic architect, capabilities and type, transform every business process with agents, governance framework, and implementation roadmap. After that, Q&A session. So what will be the key takeaway here? Relationship between co-pilot and agents, capability of AI agents, type of AI agents, and when to use them, implementation guide, and future of AI agent. So why this matter? Okay. So do you know, since few year back, automation era was come, okay, where manual tasks totally eliminated and automation come. Let's see some, I'll give you example. If some company was receiving 200 invoice on the daily basis, and the some many employees are managing the 200 and spending 8 hours per day to manage that invoice, through the automation is 8 hour become the few second. Okay, so that was era was automation. Then after that is come machine learning era, where prediction based on the image, based on the test, it was predicting. Let's see example. If somebody is posting something on the social media on prediction on the test, we can define that is sad, happy, or no expression on their comment, their test. Then is come Gen AI era, where prompt is started. Prompting, come whatever you want, just put on the top tip of your prompt, and you will get the result. And now this is agentic era, where Gen AI with the agent, you can utilize automation, ML, Gen AI under the agentic era. Okay, and this is the current scenario era is going on, and you will see in the future it's going to be more expand. And due with the agentic AI, we can take the decision on fingertip. Okay, let's see, one invoice is coming more than 1.5 million. Okay, and the manager has come, general manager, and asked him, I want to give the review the how many people have approved on the 1.5 million invoice. He will go on the prompt, he will put the he will triage their comment, and triaging will be happen in the background with the AI process under the flows, and the result will come. So this is the era where we are using the agentic AI, utilizing the every all aspect which is already in the future happen. Shifting from tool to intelligent system. What is a co-pilot? Okay, this co-pilot is AI powered assistant, support tasks, productivities, provide insight and contextual guide, interface to AI agent, goal driven system, context aware reasoning, action oriented execution, adopting learning loops, AI power productive interface embedded inside business tool, human in the loop augment layer. Okay, so if I have some queries and I want to change, let's see if through the copilot, I'm giving one example for the invoice. Okay, if some manager I want to take a reapproval for whatever the invoice more than 1.5 million. He will go on the chat prompt, he will initiate from there the approval process, where Copilot is helping to providing the interface in the backend, calling the agentic AI through the flow and doing the process with through the LLM. Okay, Copilot in the UI for AI. Okay, so you can see the how Copilot is the front end you are seeing like prompt chan, but in the background a lot of calculation is going on, communication between the different data source flows. In the flows a lot of connector, uh, AI connector, many different connector, and we are doing the calculation through the agents. What are AI agent? So a specialized AI tool handle a specific process, solve business challenges, operate with minimum supervision. This is the call is called AI agent. AI agent capability. Okay, that's task automation was earlier was there, but on top of the task automation, advanced data analysis. Okay, I was giving example like 200 invoices coming in the Outlook, and through the flow we are distributing 200 invoice in the structured way on the SharePoint or any data source with a folder, with a company name, with a date, and with a tag. But now, with the agentic AI, we can use the decision making. Let's see if company CEO, company manager, or financial person want to take a decision if something approved by the CEO, if not approved by the CEO, so he want to check on the command prompt or what was the reason CEO didn't approve. So that decision making you can do through the Copilot. And in the background, we will run the flows where approval and rejection flow will be executed based on the decision and command prompt provided by the Copilot. Continuous adoption. The continuous adoption you can put update any till uh, uh, whatever the thought you were thinking. Okay, I have to do this one. Okay, after this approval this should be happen, this triaging should be happen. You can continue change, continuously improve the process. Type of agent. Okay, there is a two type of agent provided by the Copilot. It's a cognitive agent and autonomous agent. So I'll be explain for how impact of the business impact and transformation is reduce manual workload, faster decision making, operational efficiency gain, revenue acceleration. So I was talking about the one small real-time example, like in procurement department, is 200, maybe some big organization receiving 500 invoice on regular basis with a different vendor. So every vendor have a different invoice format. So managing the different invoice with a different format, making structures in our organization, downloading and saving, then this is a big bigger issue, big stressful, time taking, this not decision taking work was happened. But through the agentic AI, we can place the automation, we can prompt the command, and that base this, if somebody want, okay, I want to see which is the top invoice we receive in the last 1 week. The invoice will be noted down within one prompt command, and from there, if you want to see how much many approval was there, who approved, who reject, that you do on your fingertips. That is letting your revenue as well, because the effort is investing effort is less and output is coming very quickly. So getting with a start with an AI agent, okay, and identify use case. Okay, first let's see if you have some example like you want to do. So you have to identify use case and then select AI platform, pilot test, train and configure, and monitor and scale. Conclusion and next step. AI agent enhance business agility, support strategic growth, drive competitive advantage. And let's see, I'm going to talk about the architect level, how Copilot plus agent configure in the background. Okay, so first layer was orchestration layer, where is the AI agent. After that, second layer will become as integration layer with the API and connector. That is called, let's see, I'm the power platform guy, so I'll tell the flows you can build on top of the agent. After that, data and system layer. There are multiple kind of databases you can use. You can use the ERP, SharePoint, you can use a CRM, you can use a Dataverse as a backend data source. Let's see, I'll give you one more example. Like every organization have a service now nowadays. Okay, they are, it's a ticketing system, any ticketing system. Okay, and I want to analyze how many support team they resolve, so they breach the SLA. So we will provide the database data source here from the service now or Databricks, and from there we can capture the data and take the decision on based on the data. Security and governance layer, compliance and control. That, let's see, I have some confidential data, so we can define confidential data should be not come for the everyone. Okay, the user can get the specific privileged data access, where is the publicly available by the company or internally available or only for the selected people, so that we can define. So multi-agent streamline workflow, okay, right? Sales agent, financial agent, operation agent. Nowadays they are everywhere, people are using. Like sales agent, if sales team they want, okay, I want to see in the last 5 years how we win the bid with this company. Okay, the detail will give you on the fingerprint. You don't need to prepare much time to bid RFPs or anything with the big company on the based on the uh, 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 past win and fail. You can take a decision and you can decide what assumption should become in the future. Financial agent, as I was explaining about the invoice thing, you can take many decision, you can make many integration on top of the financial. And operation agent, I was giving example, the ticketing system. From the ticket you can decide how you can perform more automation. Like if, let's see, in the ticketing system, if issue is coming for the SharePoint, 100 issue is coming for the access related, so that 100 access related, we don't need to do the manually, we can make automation through the agentic. Copilot experience layer. Okay, there was the language, natural language interface, cross application intelligence, agent orchestration hub, enterprise architect, Copilot plus agent, user experience layer, Copilot orchestration layer, specialization AI agent, enterprise system, core capabilities like task automation, customer support automation. We can do the workflow orchestration, document processing with the AI connector, and schedule and approval through the Microsoft Flows. Advanced data integration, real-time data integration, predictive modeling, behavioral pattern decision, anomaly detection. So we can define, let's see, I want the top five techies who resolve the most ticket. Okay, and we can predict predictive model. We can predict how it's going to be the next phase. And like behavioral, if I am always, I'm coming and I'm checking, okay, last 10 year, the 10 days, this data, they will advise on the based on the behavioral what data you are looking to get the proper result. And anomaly detection, you can put any test and uh, anomaly will detect and return the result. Core capabilities 3, like decision intelligence, prioritize engines, forecast optimization, autonomous autonomous Recommendation, continuous adoption, like feedback loop, reinforcement learning, personalized engine. Okay, so you can continuous adopt latest changes with your agents. As I explain you, I'm going to be more deeper in the cognitive agents and autonomous multi-agent system. Same like prompt respond agent, okay? Chatbot, customer support assistant, right? In every organization, we let's see flight booking. You are calling some airline. They are taking 1 hour, 2 hour on the call for the provide the proper solution through the assist customer support assistant. We can align with the data source and we can provide the actual information what uh, end user are looking through the cognitive behavior modeling and decision support augmentation we can implement. Let's say like I going to be explain that explain orchestration, integration, and data layer. Security governance is very important factor for the agent. And governance framework, as I explained, role-based access control, data encryption, audit logging, and monitoring. What on the organization level we can track how much data was called most, so and which data was used by the employees mostly, so we can more tuning and more like access control or we can define. So like let's see identity and access management, data loss prevention, model security handling, monitoring and anomaly detection. So that we can implement very easily. Risk management model, right? Bias mitigation, model drift detection, human oversight control, and escalation flows. So through this, we can provide mitigation with the many control like flows, uh, agents, and business impact, reduce manual workload, faster turnaround time, strategic focus shift. Its faster turnaround time is very important nowadays because every organization is want a result very quickly, and they also need to take a decision based on the what data and whatever the market is shifting toward the modern workspace. And final things is cost optimization is very important for the any organization, where either is a small startup or is a big organization. Everyone is focusing on the cost optimization, and that you can be achieved easily by inventory optimization, predictive maintenance, and it will be reduced support cost. Revenue wise, lead prioritize, personalized engagement you can define. I'll take the example like manufacturing. It's a predictive maintenance, supply chain optimization, production forecasting. Let's see if you have some supply chain where people are building some product. Okay, so whatever from from first cycle to end floor, what time is calculating, you can find out where we are spending much time, how we can prioritize and minimize the time frame, and im- improve your production, increase your production quantity based on the feedback and based on the sales past and predictive sales. Healthcare, I'll take example like triaging automation, patients engagement. Let's see, I'll take you one example like diabetes diagnosis by the eyes. Okay, by glaucoma, right? By the eyes, you can take the photo for eyes and just put through the agent and do the image processing, and you will from the flow you can use a data source and match whatever the data is there with the patient information, and match their images, and you can predict what is going to be happen after 5 years based on the past patient information. Industrial example like finance, I already told, like fraud detection. Nowadays fraud happen very common, right? So on the call we are getting daily basis through and three call, right? The fraud detection through, we can minimize this kind of fraud, frauders, right? Like risk modeling, we can automation compliance reporting, right? So in the bank, like see credit card has showing a fraud happen on this, for this particular time, this particular location, they can take a predictive precaution to not happen this thing. They can avoid fraud, and they can make some mitigate for this. Implementation road map overview. Identify identify use case like select platform. I already tell, platform is very important because multiple platform in the market. Okay, you can go for the Genie, Gemini's, Copilot, ChatGPT, multiple things there. So it's very important to find your platform with align with your organization, and then you use a pilot deployment, enterprise rollout, and continuous optimization is very important. So security, scalability, already I tell about. Okay, and enterprise integration, data pipelining integration, workflow orchestration. You can use skill and KPI monitoring, model tuning, cross department expansion. Okay, based on on the data, you can define the optimization. Change management strategies like executive response, sponsorship, AI literacy program, internal championship, continuous training in organization. You can improve because, the existing employee to utilize the agent. AI operation model evolution, front tool. You can make the intelligent system from static rule, adaptive system, reactive to predictive, autonomous, and future of AI agent, self improving ecosystem, cross agent orchestration, AI native enterprise. Let's see the cross agent orchestration, multiple agent in the market, right? AI Hub, AI Foundry, many other different you can find. And if you want to integrate with the platform, you can decide which agent you want to be integrate, which one will be native, which based on the cost optimization, based on the performance, based on the market value, you can you can utilize as a cross agent orchestration.
Sorry, Jamal, you have 5 minutes more.
Okay, no worries.
Break
Okay,
time. You can
so
use the 5 minutes break
yeah,
time. Thank you.
so now it's last. Okay, and we can execute takeaway copa. So the interface and closing and QA session for this one, and I will go for. Okay, so that's it. Okay, so anyone have any question, Clara, or anything you need to? So I have completed my presentation, Clara.
Yeah, it was very interesting section, Hassan. Thanks for sticking by with the small issue we had, technical issue. It's a pleasure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Have a nice day. Bye
Bye.
bye.
Ciao. Yes. So, guy, we will take a 4 minutes break and then we are up with the next presenter. Thank you. Hi, hello, Toby. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing fine, thank you.
Nice life. Okay, guys, we have the next presenter, Oluwatobi Yusuf. So he'll be talking through about AI, low code, power platform, and the new digital advantage. He's also an MVP. It's a pleasure to have you, Oluwatobi.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. All right, so I'll proceed to share my screen. Okay, so please confirm once you can see my screen.
Yes, yeah,
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so I guess I can proceed, right?
yeah, can proceed.
All right, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening from anywhere you'll be joining us today. I'm Oluwatobi Yusuf. I'll talk about myself in a bit. Right. So today I'll be talking about the African build. Right. I'll be talking about the African build, AI, low code, and the new digital advantage. And on the low code part, I'll be focusing on the Power Platform. Well, before I proceed, you would see a statement I made below that, right? Something around Africa doesn't have a talent problem; we have an automation problem, and basically that's my standpoint and that's my belief. I believe we have professional guys, we have people that are very brilliant and good, but we lack that automation piece. Just before I proceed, we've had amazing sections, right? I've been here from the start. I think our first speaker spoke about introduction to AI in Azure. Our second speaker then showed us a demo. That's Madam MG. She showed us a demo of how she built a website with AI. So this is showing us how AI is making things easier. The next speaker, Mr. Shea, was talking about history of AI. He broke down the opportunities we have within AI. In short, some of the things he said are also in my section, but I'll just keep that since he has said that. So, in case you miss his section, please go back and watch his section. We have the first speaker talking about reusability mindset. The fifth speaker talking about AI with your documents, talking about Microsoft syntax. While a lot of people are still hooked up with ChatGPT and just the text model, AI has gone beyond that to start working with unstructured data like our documents, right? And the fifth speaker spoke about that. And the sixth speaker then went on to talk about an agent, right? These are copilots, they are agents you can build, do things to make yourself or to make whatever you're doing easier and better. And that was of what the A speaker also spoke about, right? The speaker talking about the M365 user on offboarding. And he talked about how you could also automate those processes, but he showed us the manual process and really dived into that. The seventh speaker spoke about the cloud native application, also touched a bit about AI. And the speaker just before myself spoke about architecturing AI. So we've been seeing AI over and over again, right? And I'll be showing us how we can leverage this in the local space as well and how we can become better with AI. All right, so I'll proceed. And all right, so I'm Oluwatobi Yusuf, and a brief about myself. I'm a low code advocate and an AI advocate as well. So I advocate for low code and AI, and I'll talk more about that later. I'm a Microsoft MVP. Also have an MBA. I'm a community leader. I'm also a Microsoft certified trainer with some other things by the side. I won't talk much about that. But before I proceed, I would like to thank the organizers of this program and thank you for the opportunity to present. We have amazing speakers with years of professional experience, right? So coming after each and every one of them, I'm like, wow, which kind of trap is this? Then again, I believe this was well orchestrated. So thank you for the opportunity. Right. So next, I'll talk about the problem we have, right, and how we can solve that. About a year ago, a couple of years ago, I can't remember the specific year, right? But a couple of years ago, I remember stepping out of the office. So I'll talk about my work later on, but not really just what I do at my workplace. I lead a team. We are called the professional processing engineer or re-engineering. Sorry, process re-engineering. Right. So it's in my previous slide. And what I'm talking about that is to then drive at a point. Now stepping out of the office, this was close of business. So in Africa or in Nigeria where I stay, we close around 4 5 depending. So this was around that time. I was stepping out of the office, and a colleague of mine called me. Was like, "Oh, my name is Oluwatobi, but I'm called Toby." So she called me and said, "Oh, Toby, I've been battling with something since morning, and I've spent all of my day working on this, but I'm not able to solve this. Right? Just come look at it if you could help me out." And I was going to ask what exactly was the issue, what tool are you using, and things like that. But I decided to go with her, right? And then I saw she was on this spreadsheet, this Excel spreadsheet. She was, trying to get a report and generate some numbers that she was going to make for a presentation that was very urgent because this was a presentation to senior members of the organization and it's going to help determine the future of the business in terms of decision making, right? So she was having issues with, a particular complex formula that she was trying to do. And to be sincere, I guess maybe because I do a lot of, little tech here and there with low code and the rest, they believe I'm a tech person. I should know everything, as it has always been for IT guys. So I could have just said I didn't know, I don't use Excel that much. It's not really what I use on a daily basis. But I decided to take up the challenge, and guess what I did? So then this was like I said, a couple of years ago. So I think ChatGPT was still just the most popular one and the few ones that we had at the time. So I asked her what she was trying to get. So I understood the problem. And basically it was a complex formula she was having issue with regenerating. To be sincere, I had no idea how to go around that. What I did was I took the problem she wanted to solve. I explained it right to ChatGPT that this is the problem I'm trying to solve, and I need a formula that can solve this. And ChatGPT definitely generated something without, mind you, governance, without putting because so just give it a scenario. And I copied that formula. I pasted the formula on the column, and guess what? That's all. It brought out everything. What I've been trying to solve for about 6 hours or so was just solved in less than 5 minutes. And I'm not kidding you. Right? The 5 minutes was me trying to prompt the AI very well. Right. So in less than 5 minutes, this was solved. And this is the power of AI. Right. And this AI, it's beyond just, I think some of our speakers previously have talked about that. It's just beyond like the prompting now. We are now seeing how we are applying it in our daily tasks in what we do, right? What we do. And this is how AI has come to stay. So same thing with the low code space as well. So I'll talk a bit about the low code space, the innovation that came around that, and how you yourself can benefit from that, leveraging AI. You could have done what I did for this lady if you also know how to leverage all of this platform. So that these are just some of the problems we face. So I've outlined some things here. Don't need to worry. I might not be speaking directly to my slide, but at the end of the section, you can scan a QR code to get my slide if you're interested in getting it. Right. So I'll just proceed because of my time. Right. So I'm on the clock. All right. So these are problems we face, and we face other problems like turnaround time. Turnaround time basically from the start of the transaction or the process to the end of the process. Right. But what all of this problem? What does it cause? Lost productivity. Like I said, some of these guys I've worked with are very brilliant people, right? In another scenario, I worked in an organization or I once worked for an organization um, where reporting was being done, and we do this reporting every day, every day. So somebody, reach out to everybody, try to get the update from everybody, try to populate everything, right? And then because they're not using the regular project management tool due to licensing issues, right? So they do all of those, and then the person start presenting. What happens is this person takes about 30 minutes of our time to 1 hour of our time every close of business, reach out to everybody to get their report, leveraging simple automation because this is something we do every day. It's a repetitive task, and I was handed over this process to do because the person went on leave. I just simply leverage one of the tools that we have out there, which is OneNote and Power Automate. Automated is such that close of business, an automation, an automated mail is sent to every team member, mind you, every team member to make an update with the link to the place you're supposed to make an update to, right? And when we come the following day for our stand up, we go directly to that page and everybody's update should be there. And you are held responsible for your own team and for your own update. So you see how I've moved these stacks. And what I just did there was eliminating that 30 minutes. Now you might look, oh, 30 minutes, what's 30 minutes? Now let's look at 30 minutes. That's 30 minutes in a day. And that's 1 hour in a week. That's 2 hours, 30 minutes in 1 week, right? And that's about 5 hours in 2 weeks, and that's about 10 hours in a month. This is 10 hours, 10 man hours. What you could leverage doing that. If I give this time to a salesperson, I know how much sales the person can make in another 10 hours. Right? These are little things that we could work around and automate, leveraging this local platform together with AI, and then we're able to increase productivity. We can increase decision making. We can reduce risks, like Joseph talked about doing his M365. With all of this automation, because the process for those that missed Joseph's section, Joseph talked about offboarding. So when someone leaves an organization, you offboard the person. So it happens. Somebody comes in, you onboard. When person leaves, you offboard. Now, this happens time to time. It's a process that happens similarly. It's a repetitive process that happens. People always join the company. People always exit, right? So when people are exiting, there's a process that happens. It is a constant process, a repetitive process. This can be automated. Joseph talked about automating that process as well too, right? And if you don't do that, Joseph identified risks, practical risks that could happen if you don't do that, especially in cases where the person was kind of laid off involuntarily, right? And if you see the keynote I wrote below, it's knowledge workers, right? Spend about 30 minutes of their time on repetitive process when we could leverage all of automations to do all of this. And automation is just one of the low code tools that we have out there, right? Okay, so moving on to the rise of low code. Low code have been in for a while, and just to mention, low code is not a competition against traditional coding, right? Traditional coding is still needed, and there are things that we need traditional process methods and coding for, which is writing all of the pure codes and raw codes. Where low code comes in is faster delivery. And since you need to solve quickly, you need to solve something quickly, and you need to meet deadline and all of so I could can be digitalizing our reporting, and then IT tells me it takes time. A few years ago as well, I worked with a client, and she had the process. So before she came into the knowledge of low code and the rest of them, she had the process she wanted to leverage for her team, and it was very important because it was going to help increase sales on her team side. It was also going to help reduce manual work on her team side. So she went to meet the IT team to help with this solution. And IT team gave her 6 months. It's not that it's really 6 months that it will take to do all of this solution, but because of the heavy backlog, the tasks that they have from all of the teams across the organization with limited resource, they have a lot, right? They give us 6 months. That in 6 months they're able to start work on it and then deliver it. And guess what? With the local training she had, and she was able to do, she was able to leverage a simple solution. And she said by herself, her words, within a week, it was, if you are good with local, you can do that with days or even hours. But she said within a week, she was able to solve that problem, leveraging and Power Apps, which are local tools from the Microsoft space, right? So these are ways local can help solve. And like I said, with AI, things have changed. And what makes things change? Basically, because of AI, right? So for those who don't know low code, I'll talk a bit about low code. Then, like I said, I have resource actually on this slide, and you can always get those resources. I'm working on the clock, right? Okay, so I will just proceed to the next slide where I go and talk, more about low code. And like I said, it is not a competition against the traditional coding. Is sorry, right? It's what can help you. And funny enough, I've seen traditional coders that have leveraged this platform. Some of them see solutions and they're like, oh, we can leverage low code in doing this, Power Platform to be precise in doing this. And it delivers faster and it's even better because we can scale it up easily, right? And we can focus on other things, right? So we see, even people that code leverage this platform. And now going to low code. Low code is basically that term for not writing much code. You're not writing the Python, you're not writing the C sharp, you're not writing all of those scripting language like some of our previous speakers had spoken, right? But you're leveraging some platforms that can allow you build solutions quickly and faster, right? And some of them allow some simple drag and drop, depending. So if you look at this, right, looking at the second layer, this second layer, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but look at the second layer on my board or on my screen. You see a part that shows Power BI. I believe we all are aware, or a lot of people know what Power BI is for data visualization and analytics, right? You can do that with Python, yes, you can do that with R, yeah. But with Power BI, the flexibility is there. You can scale up, you can do a lot of things, right? So Power Platform or Power BI falls under that low code platform as well. So for those of you that know Power BI, yes, it is a low code platform. It's a low code platform.
Hi, Jamal.
Hi, how are you?
It's like Oliver Toby has some issues.
Yes, I think we lost him. So
Yeah, yeah. Let me message him on WhatsApp.
we'll wait.
Yeah, I think
He's
we
back.
lost him a bit, but he should be back very soon.
Okay, cool.
You need to reshare your screen, please.
Yes.
No, no.
So, Jamal, so what do you think about the evolution of AI and where we are at the moment? If you look at what Copilot is doing alongside integrating all the modern applications like what we call SharePoint, Copilot integrated in one. So for organization as well as individuals, what do you think is the where we're heading to in terms of benefits?
Well,
Make it more quick.
I'm thinking we need to more and more to pay more to have more efficient models because when you
Okay.
use free version of nowadays there are many models worldwide, and I think we need to pay more to use the best
Yeah.
tools, best model, and everything. So I don't think it will stay like this for free almost. So
Yeah.
but sometimes when I use AI for me to same time when I use it for my work, sometimes I lose time because when you ask for something, it's not sure. For example, for me, I need, for example, many script for development. It's
Yeah.
not sure work for the first time. So sometimes I spend more time. But I think in the future we'll pay more, so we need to pay more to
Yeah.
use this
Yeah.
model.
Yeah. I think for modern applications with Copilot, SharePoint, Exchange, uh, OneDrive, it's more on automating repetitive tasks, right? So for now, so the value you can get doing that. So automating and integrating, let's say, OneDrive, SharePoint across companies' ecosystem where they have different storage across different legacy systems.
But you need to pay, for example, if you need the Microsoft 365 Copilot license, you need to pay, it's not this, it's the same price worldwide. So
Yeah,
you pay, yeah, it's different than you pay in USA. So,
yeah, yeah. Uh, Oluwatobi is back, so he's joined. So let me see if he can proceed. Yeah.
okay.
Yes, he's back. Yeah.
I was I was talking to myself for a long time. Apologies, I didn't even realize I was on. All right.
No problem.
No, I don't even know where I was lost at this point. All right, but I think I'll just come back from the power platform. Please confirm you can see me, or I'll need to maybe turn off my video for bandwidth, which
We
will
can
be
still hear you. We still hear you.
okay. So let me present my screen. Screen. Right. This is okay. All right. So I guess I was still talking about the power platform. Okay, my screen should be coming up. Or should be up. Sorry, CJ, is the screen up?
No, your screen, let me, not yet. Let me add it.
I'll need to. My screen is okay. Thank you.
It's up now. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So I was speaking to the Power Platform, right? And I'll just go over that. So you be hearing me say low code and Power Platform interchangeably. Low code is just the generic words, right? Just like when you talk about design, right? There are different ways of there are different tools you can use in design, right? You have Figma, you have some other tools out there. Similarly, when you hear low code, there are different tools you have out there. But in the Microsoft space, the name of that low code suite of application is called Power Platform. In Microsoft space, it's called Microsoft Power Platform. People call it Power Platform, whichever you would hear either of those names, right? And inside that Power Platform, like I said, Power Platform is the family name, right? More like the way we have a surname called the family name. So Power Platform is that family name. And inside that Power Platform, you have five suites of solutions or applications, right? And Power BI was the one I explained earlier. I'll just go over that. I'm not sure you heard me at that point. So Power BI, like I said, for visualization and analysis of your data, a lot of us are conversant with that, right? You've used it before, you've heard of it, you've not used it, you've heard of it. So it is a local tool, right? It's under the Power Platform. The next one is your Power Apps. So if you look at them, Power BI, business intelligence, right? Analytics and analysis and visualization. Power App, remove the Power App, right? It's for building applications. Just take it like that. They are building applications, they are leveraging with Power Apps. Power Automate, they are automating processes. I gave some scenarios while I was doing my intro about certain places I've worked where things are happening. In short, one of our speakers, in person of Mr. Joseph, talked about M365 offboarding, which could also be automated. Right? If you keep doing that time again and again, you would get to know that you would have issues because you might forget some steps. So imagine you're offboarding about 20 persons, right? Or 50 persons. You would know you have issues, right? It's possible you forget, and it is normal. You're human, right? So you can automate that to avoid those gaps because you not following the process Mr. Joseph talked about shows you are going to have certain risks and you are going to spend more in terms of licensing and things like that, right? You can automate that process. Power Pages is similar to your app and your automation. Remove the power, you're saying pages. It stands for your low code. I call it more like a site, right? A site where you can talk to external persons, right? And the final one is Copilot Studio. One of our speakers also spoke about, I think Mr. Jamal talked about the Copilot Studio, building with your Copilot Studio, right? If you miss a section, you can go back and watch that, right? It's an amazing and practical section. So these are the 5 tools we have within the Copilot. I hope I'm able to break that, right? And basically, that is, you can do amazing things with this. You can build applications, and the good thing is you can use them together, right? Now, below those 5 suits, right? That Power BI, the Power Apps, the Power Automate, the Power Pages, and the Copilot Studio. You have other items that are there, like your Power FX, your database, your connector, your AI builder. All of these, right, are embedded into this your sort of applications, right? So when you are writing or you are building an application with the Power Apps, you use what we call a Power FX language. It's more like an Excel formula, so don't worry. Some people call it coding, but it's not coding. Just let me tell you that secret. It's not coding. It's just Excel formulas, simple Excel formulas, right? The database in short, is more than a database. Some people refer to it as database for your suite of Power Platform application, right? But it's more than that. It's more like a data service because it does a lot of things, including security, right? And permission and all of those things, compliance, all of those things are within that database. Your connector, in a way, I call those APIs, right? For example, in Lagos, I know we have certain persons that are not in Nigeria, they're in other places. I'm in Lagos, Nigeria. We have people that are maybe in Morocco, Egypt, and other places, or Ghana. And StreamYard, or sorry, YouTube is the platform we are using to communicate with each other, right? It's that medium. So similarly, applications speak to other applications through a platform, right? So API allows one app interface with another app. All of those are wrapped into what we call a connector, right? And the final one is AI builder. We've heard a lot about AI, but in all of those language, text extraction and things like that, object recognition, AI builder allows you to do that within the Power Platform. So you now have to start, you're doing a lot of amazing things without having to start thinking of, oh, how do I provision this? How do I set up this framework? How do I set up that component? All of those are already embedded, right? And they're all in a managed environment, right? And those managed environment follows those fundamental security, identity, and compliance within the Microsoft space. So leveraging the Power Platform, you're not wondering about infrastructure. You're not wondering about all of those things you need to wonder about, you know, building as a core developer, right? And like I said, business people can use this. Whether you're a business professional, IT professional, this is something you can leverage. So if you not start leveraging it today, you can. Don't forget. Now, above everything I've said, the Power Platform, the Power BI, the Power Apps, you will see a Copilot, which is AI. So AI have been embedded into them. So it's beyond what I want to cite is people ask me, oh, Toby, why it's Microsoft AI? Why is Copilot? Why does Copilot, stand out? And I tell you, it stand out because Microsoft have found a way to embed it into their products. So in other cases where you have to, leverage a tool or build a tool and start integrating with AI, you are not. You are leveraging these platforms or these tools or these Microsoft solutions because those AI are embedded into those products. So you're not thinking of how do I integrate. It's there already. You just use them. You just leverage them in Power BI, in Power Apps, in Power Automate, in Power Pages and Copilot Studio. You just leverage them, right? You just leverage them. So you don't have to start worrying about doing all of those things, right? So I think I've spoken a lot about that. So I think, like I said, I will not follow my slides. Well, if you want the slide, don't worry. You can always get the slide at the end of the section. I have a QR code you can scan. We are following this section. All right. So I was talking about Power Apps, and the good thing I think I missed out was you don't have to start doing a different customization to have the Power Apps on your phone or your laptop on your tabs. Once you deploy, you can use it anywhere on your mobile phone, on your web, and all of that. Right. I think I missed that when I was talking about Power Apps. And like I said, for building low code applications, app, those applications you have on your phone, right? And mind you, business applications, right? It sits within your business. Okay. The next one is the Power Automate. I think I've talked about this as well. Automating those processes that you repeat. I've given a couple of examples, right? Some are even leave requests, right? Some reporting, basic things you do, and you do this every day or every week or every month, right? You can automate all of those. And the very good part is also approval, right? I remember when I want to just confirm my time. I remember when I was doing my internship, IT, right? We do that when you're in school, we go out and do like an internship. And I had to get certain approvals. So then it was mostly paper based. Like this company was doing a paper based. So after the training, the first training, I had to wait for the manager to come back from his meeting outside the office to just get his signature, right? And then I had to go to another floor, do another training, and I had to wait another day. So a training that I could have finished in a couple of hours was taking me days because I needed certain signatures or approvals, but I had to start waiting for these persons to come to the office. Meanwhile, you can leverage automations as well, like Power Automate, to automate all of those processes such that from their devices, they can approve and append so I can proceed to the next stage, right? And you don't have to repeat the process. You don't have to repeat the process. What I mean by that is, there are times where you reach out to somebody, oh, they collect your information, you go back to the same complaint for the same something similar or something a bit different, but the same complaint. They're asking for the same basic information you're giving them before. With automation, you can reduce those repetitive work. Right. I think we've spoken about Power BI a lot, right? In Power Pages, like I said, your low code business website, right? You can always leverage that as well. Then Copilot Studio, this for building copilots, right? Those AI, those agents that you can build them with Copilot Studio. I really wish I had time. I would want to demo everything. But what I want to focus on is how you can even leverage AI to start building this faster and learning as well. Okay, right. And like I said, it's good each of them individually. These local tools and everything is good, it's fine. But when you bring them together, they stand out. And like I said, it's for everybody, both end users, those people that use the app, those people that build, those people that are just wanting to learn for basic things. You would learn a lot from this section as well. So I'll be going very soon into the demo, right? And for the demo, what I'm leveraging is AI in building an application, right? So previously I would have showed you, oh, this I build the application and all of that. But now with your normal or your natural language, you can build an app, you can build something, right? And we'll be working with agents in building this, right? We're working with agents in building this. So I'm going to use Copilot in building this, and I'll just jump into that, briefly. So like I said, there are resources if you want later on the slide. I'll share that. All right. So let me stop sharing in a bit. Right here. So I need to bring up my other slide. So not slide, the demo. All right. All right. So I'm bringing up my other slide. I'm sorry, not slide. Um, the demo. We are doing the demo for us, and I can quickly show us how we can get started. Oh, please confirm you can see me. I'm not talking. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
I just want to be sure I'm not talking to myself. Thank you very much. All right. So now I'm going to be building an application. In short, and we'll be leveraging one of the newest things right in town. I'm sure a lot of us have heard about vibe code, and now we can even do that with your low code, right? We're going to build an application. So you see, I have a prompt here, more like I want to create an app for my employees to help them to request or to help them with hardware requests. So this company they want to request for certain things, some tools, instead of them sending mails and all of that, I want to do an application to help do that, right? And I'm going to be leveraging all of the amazing things we have in the system, vibe coding. And as I proceed, I'll talk about that things as well. Now, before I proceed, there is something you'll see here, which is enhance my prompt. I believe it was the second speaker that talked about how you prompt, that you need to be specific, you need to give contexts and details to your prompt. So now I've just given a one-liner, and the good thing is I can enhance my prompt with this, right? So by just clicking that, that will go ahead, work on my prompting and make it, more holistic, right? Such that the tool can then work on it, right? So you can see it has given more details. What I said was just create an application for hardware requests. Now it has said, oh, design application for the employees to manage hardware requests. The app should have, a place where employee can browse for these, like giving more detail to my prompt. And you could go and, You as the user can look through this. So you see, either as a professional or even as somebody who knows nothing about coding, you can come here and prompt. Just the same way you prompt your ChatGPT. You can prompt it here, right? I'll prompt this and I'll click on send. Now, what will happen is it's going to leverage what you call a plan designer, right? In doing all of that. What is a plan designer? Look at it more like when you want to build an apartment, or you want to build a house, right? You have to have a plan, right? More like architectural look and view of whatever you're going to build looks like. Yes, you might have a piece of land, a piece of property, just bare land. But before you build anything, there need to be a view of, oh, this is what would be on that property, when I'm done building the property, right? So you then engage your architects who then come up with the architectural design or what it should look like, right? The view of what it look like. You can then engage your civil engineer to, look at this. Is it possible to do it on this piece of land? It then they run their own simulations and all of that. You can then engage your electrical guys who will then come up with the electrical design of what it will cost in doing that, and what's the kind of lighting capacity you need to do in that kind of place, what's the power outage and the power usage in that particular place. So all of these are the plan that you will do before you review everything, review the cost, and like, oh, I'm fine. And the good thing is you can always go back and like, oh, I don't want this, I want that. Same thing with plan design now. You can always go back, edit, work on it, change things, and then you come back and then you work on it, right? And it is then you then proceed to build, right? It's then you proceed to build. So this plan designer allows you to do all of those. For some reasons, it's taking more longer time than usual. I think it's my network, right? So I'll just give it some more time to load. I don't want to. Or let me just not duplicate my different window and this works. All right. So yeah. So the good thing with Plan Designer is it's going to be coming with agents, right? There are different agents that we're going to be working with. We've heard of agents from our previous speaker, and for those that have missed that, right? There are these. Look at them more like your personal assistants. Yeah, your AI personal assistants. They help you with doing things, right? So in building this, you're going to have agents that are working with you in building. So we have, I think, about 4 different agents. You have the business requirement agent. The business requirement agent looks at the whole holistic plan. Oh, this is the plan, this is what you want to do, this is the breakdown. Okay, let's look at it in terms of business requirements. This is what we need to do. Just a minute, let me just taking time. I just hope my network doesn't all right. Just want to refresh out proceed my explanation. Yeah. So I was talking about the agents we're working with. So just like the way you have architect and all of that, your civil engineer, your electrical engineers, your agents are those personal assistants that will be working with you while you're building this with AI. And like I said, you're not doing anything. You're not writing any code, you're not writing any formula, you're just prompting. They are prompting to work on it, you're prompting to, oh, do this better, do that better, do that better. So you have the business requirements. I think that's the first agent that work with you. Look at the requirements. Is this what you want for your app? Oh, for your employee, this is what you want them to see, or this is not what you want them to see. Oh, for the administrator, is this what you want them to see, or this is not what you want them to see, right? For any other person, the admin and any other person that needs to access the tool, right? Look at this. What is this? What should happen, right? Is this the action that is required for them, or should we move this to other places? Yeah, CJ. Okay.
We have 2 minutes more, so you can wrap up.
Oh wow. Yeah, I'm calculating my time. Oh. Sorry. All right. So uh, I was calculating my time. I thought my time was supposed to end by 5. I'm sorry. All right. So okay. So I was just taking time. It's not coming up. Apologies, I guess. In MJ's voice, the the design or the demo wizard is at us. I really wish I can even show something I've done before, right? But let me just, let me share all of my screen so that I could just sorry, just a minute. I'll stop sharing this and share present. All right. Okay. All right. So I just want to show this. So there are resources, right, that you can use, and I think I'll just try and round up from here. Right. I hope this screen is up. Right. So I'm displaying something like a link, right, to the material. So if you scan it, I don't think it's up yet, but it should be up in a bit. Right. So if you scan it, you're able to see all of the resources I used in preparing this, all the resources that you need in doing what I was about to demo. I really apologize, I couldn't demo it. Well, you can build an application and deploy without, no, for now it's not generally available, but you can build an application without having to write any lines of code, or prompting and prompting, right? And you have agents working with you. The agents will be the one doing it. Business requirement agents, doing that for you. Data agent doing the data modeling. I think the next one is the solution agent then built the solution, either the application or the automation or the agents. You want to build a copilot studio, an agent. The agent also builds an agent for you, right? And you can then have that deployed as well too, right? So I think my time is up. I'll be handing over to CJ. I don't know if my screen is still up, but if my screen is up, just scan the barcode or that link by the barcode, and then you can access the materials I use in preparing all of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you, Oluwatomi. Our last section today is with Rehab Recap. She's also an MVP. Her topic will be reusability mindset.
We're
So
still having
building
another session. I thought this
smarter.
is the last session already.
No, because Rehab, she had an issue, right? So earlier. So I'm just giving her 30 minutes to finish up.
Oh,
To
okay. Yeah,
30
yeah, yeah.
minutes.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
So, Rehab, the floor is all yours. We can hear you. Not yet. We can hear you.
What about now?
Finally.
That happens. Mic, camera, and presentation. So, hello again. So, let
Welcome.
me share my screen and I will turn off my camera. So, any error, let me share screen. So, please let me know when you can see it.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So again, hello everyone. This is Rahab Ragab, and today we're talking about one of the most important mindset shifts you can make as an engineer. Not a tool, not a framework. It's a mindset. Quick introduction. I'm a DevOps in MVP in DevOps and .NET, and I'm spending most of my time in building and automating things at scale, pipelines and shared workflows, infrastructure that make teams work faster rather than busier. And I'm a community advocate and a speaker. If you would like to connect with me, you can find GitHub and LinkedIn. The agenda quickly, we will walk through six sections. Start by the cost of not reusing, a real use case story, and then see how engineering practice and principle shape the way of thinking and building the solutions, and the shift of reusability as a mindset, and reusability already around you. Then the mindset, we will walk through 3 levels of live demos to see how to apply this mindset in action on GitHub. So let's get started. First by the real scenario, the cost of not reusing. So just a second. So let's imagine this scenario. Imagine we have a security vulnerability in our pipeline. Simple fix, 20 minutes of work, you know exactly what to change. But what if we expect your organization has 47 slightly different copies of that pipeline across different projects? Each one was created by a different team at a different time for a different reason, all doing roughly the same thing, just slightly different. Now your 20 minutes of work to fix this issue, this vulnerability issue, becomes a 3-week project. You have to find all these 47. Some are owned by teams who have moved on, some are buried in repos that no one actively monitors, and some just never get updated. So these 3 books tell us the real story. 47 copies of the same pipeline, 3 weeks of work is to patch only 20 minutes fix, and unlimited tail of risk from repos that never and the pipelines that never updated. Actually, this is what happens when we treat every new project as a fresh start instead of a chance to build on top what we already have built. And it happens in every organization at every scale. The good news is this thing was created by someone making a decision, and the decision actually can change. So let's see how software engineering practices and the principles addresses this challenge. There are core principles and the practices that allow us build a robust, adaptable, and maintainable system. So let me and maintainable system. So we have reusability to design components so they serve many contexts. Maintainability, write code that is easy for future you and others to modify. Modularity, break software into smaller and independent modules. And we have also extensibility to design systems that can absorb new feature without requiring rewrites. Testability, ensure every unit of code can be verified quickly and reliably. Reliability, build a system that behave predictability under a real world condition. Today, I highlighted reusability not as it's the most important one, but because it amplifies the other core principles and practices. So the pipeline that is not reusable, we can't not will not be maintainable, and so on. So today we will zoom in on reusability, the mindset that amplifies the value of every other principle. So this is the shift. The shift in thinking that reusability not just a technique, it's a mindset, a way of thinking. So without mindset, you start when you have to create a new pipeline for your project. You write a new CI pipeline for every new project. But when you shift your mindset, to reusability, you build one pipeline and reuse it across every project. Also, without this mindset, you keep copy and paste the reply templates into every PR by hand. But when you shift your mindset, you save replies once and apply them in second forever. Also, without this mindset, you update the same logic in different places, but with mindset, update logic in one place, which you then apply the modularity, the maintainability as well. And every team reinvent the same wheel differently when they not applying this mindset. But when you have reusability as your mindset, your teams build on top of each other work instead of duplicating it. So when you stop repeating yourself, you start thinking. So we shape reusability mindset as saving time, and actually it does saving time. But the most important thing here is how do you spend your time that you save. When you stop repeating yourself, you start thinking about what, but you start thinking about the architecture. You when you are not patching the same bug in different places, you have the headspace to design systems that don't need patching in the first place, and you start seeing patterns across problems. So reusability frees you to zoom out, and when you zoom out, the real problems become visible, and also you become the person that builds the foundation others build on. That's how you grow from individual to multiplier and raise the bar for your team. So reusability does not just save time, it changes the way that you do with that saved time. So you already doing this. You already doing reusability, and reusability around us everywhere. If you are a developer, if you encapsulate logic once and call it in anywhere in your code base by creating a function, you already doing reusability. And if you create a library to share code across projects and teams, this is reusability mindset. You're creating one pipeline and that runs across many repos. This is reusability mindset. And if you create a template from your docs to entire repo, this is a reusability mindset. And also knowledge base. When you write documentation, once reference it indefinitely, this is also a reusability mindset. Today, I'm going to see how we can apply this thinking across your GitHub workflow, across more than one live demo. So GitHub, GitHub is the platform that I selected today to see how to apply this mindset in action. Actually, GitHub is not just only a place where you apply where you save your code base, but it also a place where you apply and where you can find this mindset is packed into the product at every level of your GitHub workflow, starting from your own words to your project, your team, your organization. So this mindset is applied at every scale. We will see three levels, starting from individual productivity, same mindset, smallest scale. When you, I'm really sure that all of us have this situation that you repeat your replies across PRs or issues in GitHub if you are working in GitHub. So how you apply this mindset, this reusability mindset in this scenario? We'll see that. And also we'll see project level, how you define your structure once when you're creating every new repo or project to become consistent, whether for your team or the whole organization. And the third level is organizational standards. same mindset to organization scale. One change to a shared workflow to every project in the organization instantly. So we will see how to apply this mindset when creating reusable workflow or CI CD pipelines, and reuse this workflow across all the organization. So again, quickly, we have 3 levels of demos. First, your words. So we will see how to create a saved reply to apply the reusable workflow. And the second level, we will see 2 demos. First is reusing your structure by creating a project template, and second by reusing your setup by creating a repo template. And the third level, your organization will see reusable workflow, work template, and will end up with custom action, GitHub custom action. So let me share screen for the demos. Just a second. So please let me know when you can see the demos.
Not yet.
We cannot see your screen, so can you just share it?
Okay. Just
Yes, it's
yeah.
loading.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so now as you can see here, to create a saved reply, this is our first scenario for your own words. When you find yourself repeat your reply for every pull request or GitHub issue, how you apply reusability mindset. To create a saved reply from setting in your GitHub profile, here under code planning and automation, you can create a saved reply. Just add saved reply title and description, and that's it. You have your saved reply. You can edit it. You can remove it, and to you reuse this saved reply, you can reuse it across any pull request, any issues in any repo, and in any organization. So as these saved reply are tied to your GitHub profile. So here from this arrow, you can select your saved replies. Also, you can filter for them and just comment in just no time, creating this saved reply. You can reuse it also in the issues. The example that we have seen for the PR here for the issue from this arrow, you can create it. You can reuse it simply as this. You can create more than one saved reply, up to 10 saved replies. And I created another one here, and to reuse it, you can use the same arrow, and here you can use the same arrow, and just you can filter and select the desired saved reply you would like to use. And that's it for this demo. Let's share the other one. Repo template. Okay, so a repo template. I think we all know repos in GitHub, the place where we store our files and code in this platform. So imagine you are in an organization and you have a structure, a specific structure for your repo, and you would like to use this structure across all your organization. So you all or teams and team members have the same and consistent structure. So to create a reusable repo, just creating here. I have already created this template repo, this structure. I have this GitHub folder for the workflows and another one for the docs files, the other for the application and infrastructure. And also I had to get ignore license and readme all this structure for my repo, and I would like to create this repo as a template and reuse it across my organization. So to make this repo as a template, from sitting here, navigating to here, this button template repository, just enable it. And if we come back here, you can find here, you can use this template. So just use the template, and you can also include all branches of the template if you would like, and just add a repo name and just creating it, and you will have the same structure with the files, with the folders across your organization. So all have the same structure for the repos. So that's the second one. Let's share the other one for reusable workflow. So reusable workflow, this is the third one of the third level of organization level. So here we will see how to create, if you can remember our use case scenario, when you have a security vulnerability issue in your pipeline. So how to create a reusable workflow pipeline and reuse it across your organization. To create a reusable workflow, this is our repo. I created it here under .github. It's a simple workflow, just any other workflow. So I created here this workflow. It has only one step, saying hello and taking an input name. So here I committed the changes, and now I have reusable workflow. So to reuse this workflow, you can reuse it in the same repo and reuse it in any other repo in the same organization. So here, to reuse it, I just create a new file and call it here. Just it's a simple, again, workflow file, but the different here, it calling the reusable workflow. It does not have any steps or jobs. The only job is calling this reusable workflow. So to call this reusable workflow, I just need to add reference to this workflow here from this link, the organization and the repo name, then the specific path for this file under main branch. And this workflow requires an input, which is the name. So I have to pass this parameter using this keyword with and key name and the value my name. Commit these changes, and now let's run the workflow to see if it will. Yes, here it working as expected. Just I didn't do any new. I didn't reinvent the wheel. Just reusing the reusable workflow in my organization. So you can also call it outside your repo in another repo in your organization. And here, imagine that we need to make some changes. Are we going to do these changes in every workflow that reuse this workflow? We will make these changes in the reusable workflow, and all these changes will be applied across all the reusable, the caller workflow that reuse this reusable workflow. So let's see that here. Let's just Here I did a simple change by adding another, yes, here I add another step here to say goodbye in the reusable workflow in just one place, and these changes will be applied on all the workflows that reuse it. So here I did this change and commit the changes, and let's see if the changes will be applied in the caller workflow or not. Let's run the workflow. So before making the changes, it was just saying hello, and we add another step to say goodbye. So now we see say goodbye as well, and these changes will be applied to all the workflows. We have time. Do we have time to another demo or not?
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Okay. So let me share screen. Okay, I can't share more than 3. So let me remove this video file. Okay. Just uploading. The last demo we're going to see is custom action. We move from, yes, here we move from applying reusability to your from your own words to your project, to your organization, to globally. So if you navigating to GitHub Marketplace, you will find multiple examples of applying reusability in custom action. So here we have multiple custom action by provided from GitHub and any other third parties. One of this is the checkout. So all you need to do is to reuse this reusable custom action. No reinventing the wheel, just saving your time, saving your team time. So what if you don't find a custom action for your use case? I have this scenario, real use case scenario. We are using parent issues, which has some issues in GitHub, and we would like to, when we close parent issues, we would like to have all sub issues under this parent issues be closed automatically. Okay, so we started by searching for a custom action to do this job, but we couldn't find that in the marketplace. So we decided to make it a reusable component by creating our own custom action that when we close parent issue, all sub issues will be closed automatically. So here I have this parent issue opened, and its type of feature, and have all these sub issues, type of user story, 5 sub issues. So if we navigating to GitHub Marketplace actions here, let's search for close sub issues, custom actions that we already created and published to the marketplace. All we need to do here is just reusing this, and anyone has the same scenario, only need to reuse it, not creating it from scratch. So let's reuse it and see if it's working or not. So under .github, I created this workflow, just reusing the published workflow in the marketplace. And here, as you can see, this triggered by issue closed. When you close the issue, all sub issues under this parent will be closed automatically. So here, let's run the workflow by closing the parent issues and see if the sub issues will be closed or not. Here I have closed the parent issues, and as you can see here, all sub issues are of green color. As you can see, that's a signal that they are open. So let's see if the closing the parent workflow will close the sub issues or not. As you can see, all colors of the sub issues in the right in the left side turn it to this purple color, which means are closed now. And if we open the log here, all closed now by closing the parent issues automatically. No need to go through all these sub issues and to close it one by one automatically. And this is the log file. You can find the IDs of the sub issues that closed automatically, and also in the parent issue you can find a new comment, a new GitHub comment added automatically by this workflow to as you can see here, to explain which issues that have closed by closing this parent issue. And that's it for the demos. Let's get back to the slide again. You can see the slide. Yes, here. So here again, we have seen reusability in action in GitHub at different scale, starting from your individual productivity by creating saved reply and creating a repo template, and also creating reusable workflow and GitHub custom action. So that's it for the demo. And again, reusability, it's not a feature, it's a mindset. And thank you. Happy to be part of your journey.
Thank you very much, Rehab. It was a nice presentation. Yeah,
you.
enjoyed it. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was intense. But very, very useful
Yeah,
because I mean, imagine how it's gonna reduce, yes, the time for work and all of that. It's quite very, very useful. Thank you
Thank
so much. That was a very great. I think it was okay that you have to come back because it is actually needed, and not everything tied together is actually
Yeah,
very interesting.
thank
Yeah.
you.
This session was detailed, and you top it on how to use all of the reusable, um, having a reusable mindset and all of that. So that's really lovely. Thank you so much for your session.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not seeing questions in this. I'm not seeing questions. Just praising you, praising. Yeah. All right, CJ. Do you want? I think that's a wrap for the day, right? It's been a very long
yes,
day. What is that
indeed.
one thing that you are going to take away from this session? If I'm asking you, CJ, ah,
There's
what's that
a
one
lot
thing
to,
that you're going to take
a lot. To,
away?
I would say collaboration. I mean, I would say collaboration was very nice, fantastic. How we were able to coordinate it. Communicating each other and making it happen. So it's a blast. It's a blast. I really enjoyed it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
Applause. And you?
yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
the
Thank
vibe of sharing. Yeah,
What,
Absolutely. So one of
what
the
about
things
you?
I think for me I'm going to take away here is the synergy around the community. Yes, is it first? I think is the synergy around the community. I mean,
Yeah.
we haven't seen ourselves physically, but just touching, I mean, coming in contact with ourselves on LinkedIn and they're saying, let's do this. And within how many days we're here doing this,
Yes.
I mean, I think is a lot of success for me. And most importantly, I like all of the session. I love everything around the session. The emphasis on artificial intelligence and how it's going to simplify work. It has come to stay. That is the truth about it. But how is it going to simplify work? And how can you start embedding it into your own process is the question I think our audience will take with them today. And so I'm super glad for the success of this event. And I want to appreciate once again all the speakers. Thank you. Thank you for making this a huge success. And also thank you to our other colleagues in for the Portuguese session, the French session, how you guys undo all of that. So I want to say big thank you to everyone that has made this a great success. So that will be all from my end, and I'm hoping we're gonna have something physical that all of us can come in and do another MVP conference Africa. So that will be from my end.
Interesting. That's nice.
Thank
Any
you.
last word,
Bye,
Rehan?
everyone.
Bye.
No, I enjoyed the day. The vibe of community of sharing knowledge, really impressive. I really, really like it. Thank you for the organizer. Thank you for all my fellows employee, fellows MVPs, and uh, wish to see each other in person someday.
All right. Thanks a lot. Any last words, Oliver Toby?
Right. Just thank you to everyone. Thanks to the organizers for bringing this together. I think it's amazing. And just the same way MJ said, I think I would really love an in person event, maybe sometime this year or next year, where we all come together as one. I think it's there's this synergy tends to bring and this oneness, right? And from all of the speakers today, I learned something from each and every one of the speakers. I've been in the YouTube from morning till now. I didn't miss any section, and I gained something from each section. So thanks to all the speakers, and yeah, let's do this again. Thank you.
Fantastic. Except it was a pleasure having you guys. Thank you so much. I
Yeah.
hope you guys will enjoy your weekend ahead. Have a nice day. See you next time.
I think we
Bye.
have a picture to take and then we join the other team's meeting, right?
Yes. Yeah.
CJ,
Oh, yes, that's true. That is at
CJ,
5:50. Yes.
hello.
Yes.
Yeah, so we need to join the other team's call for the picture, right? I think we can
True.
take
Yeah.
it here. Yeah, that's what I'm
Exactly.
told. All right then. Bye everyone. See you
Bye,
there.
guys. Ciao. Bye. Yeah.
Bye. We're gonna end stream.